Poor guy. Yes, you gotta get all
Testing,
the,
testing, 1, 2, 3. No feedback. That's good.
Oh, yeah. that was
Yeah.
bad.
oh yeah, that was bad.
No, it's here.
Okay, hi, good afternoon. It is 4:37 on February 10th. I'd like to call the Grand Lake, Town of Grand Lake workshop to order, please. We'll notice that we are missing trustee Soban. He will not be able to attend today's workshop. And we'll entertain action regarding his absence if he's not here for the 6 o'clock meeting at the 6 o'clock meeting. Do we have any conflicts of interest today from the board on today's workshop agenda? Yes,
I move
please.
to, are we excusing him?
No, we do that
That's the
regular
next
meeting.
meeting.
All right, trustee Arnson,
No conflicts.
trustee Cassell. No conflicts. Trustee Shoner,
No conflicts.
trustee Miller,
No conflicts.
Mayor Kudron,
Abstain. I have none.
and Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
I have none. All right, items of discussion today. We've got KFFR radio here. Cooper and Ryan, if you guys want to take to the podium, state your name and address, and we're ready to listen.
Ryan Wilson, address is 337 County Road 5 in Fraser, Colorado.
Cooper Roberts, 321 County Road 465, Grand Lake, Colorado, 80447.
And just for a little bit of perspective, trustees, you budgeted $5,000 in marketing, and we're going to spend it all. And so that's a part of, this isn't so much just a pitch, but it's really more about how KFFR is going to use and spend our money and really give us a great bang for our buck and lead the community in community radio.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Steve. Yeah, so make sure everybody has a handout.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
I did, got it right here. Oh.
Okay.
Thank you.
So before we kind of go into this, there's a lot of stuff in here. We don't have to go through over all of it, but it does have a lot of questions, and I'm seeking your input on what you'd like to see. But before we kind of get into that, I just wanted to do a quick little, if you don't know about us, who we are, what we're doing, and how we're going to have an impact in Grand Lake coming up. Of course, we are KFFR Community Radio. We actually have two signals now, 88.3 FM and 89.1 FM. Now, KFFR is at 88.3 FM. Our new signal, which we just got up last week, is 89.1 KWTR. Just kind of remember that because I'm going to refer to that a few times today. Can we go next? So, just so you know where we're coming from, this is our mission. We want to support local culture and public safety through independent community access radio that connects Grant County residents and visitors to one another in the world. That's what we really see our mission in life to do. Vision is we want to be the community hub for Grand Lake. And not Grand Lake, Grand County. I want to stop there. That's what we want to be. That's our goal, is we want everybody in Grand County know that they can tune into this radio station and learn what's going on in Grand Lake, learn what's going on in Kremlin, learn what's going on in Granby, learn what's going on in Fraser and Winter Park, and bring us all together, make us that community hub. We're really excited about some of the ideas that we've discussed with Steve and Christina to go towards that end. So we do have 4 values. Our first value is to unite the Grand County community. We want to empower diverse voices. What does that mean? We have a student radio station over at Middle Park High School. We want to empower those voices. We have people from the Lions Club that are on the radio. We have people from Kremlin that are on the radio. if you have a voice, we want to empower you to be on the radio. Commitment to service, we're here to serve the communities. We are community radio. And then, of course, we want to remain independent and authentic. Quick little story. I had a radio exec, he was here for 5 weeks. He heard KFFR. We went out to dinner. He's like, what you guys are doing shouldn't be working. I'm like, why not? It's like, this is not how radio works. You should only play one genre. You should only have 2 DJs. We have 54 live DJs throughout the day. We play every genre of music that's out there. So we are really bucking the trend, but that's also what makes us unique, independent, and authentic. Next. So this is really probably the most important slide that I want to show you. Over here on the left is KWTR. So what we're seeing here, and you also have some images like this in the packet I sent you. We're broadcasting from Winter Park Resort, and I can actually get it. I got it all the way over here. It's not great, but this is one radio station. This is KFFR in the future by January or by June at the latest, hopefully by May. This red is everywhere that KFFR is going to be. You can see Grand Lake is right here. You're going to get loud and clear. How are we going to make this possible? Is we're moving our antenna to the top of Granby Ranch, and it's going to flood into Grand Lake. It's going to flood into Fraser, Winter Park, Granby, and everybody will be able to tune into it. But check out 89.1 FM. It's going farther than we expected, and you can hear it here a little bit better than KFFR. So that's by mid-April. Sorry, now you're going too long. So that KWTR is up and running. KFFR is next to get it over to Grand Lake. So get used to it with KWTR and then get ready for KFFR coming. All right, next one. So we are really working on our financial stability. 4 years ago, we had a budget of $48,000. Today, we have a budget of over $350,000. And it's growing quickly. So financially, we're financially stable. Where do we get our money? Individual donations is the biggest portion, 89,000. We do events. We're hoping to do more events, and we're budgeting for about 8 to 10,000 this year. That was last year's what we got was 8,000. Underwriting, these are spots, announcements from businesses who want to be associated with community radio. And it's actually very effective. We see that most of our listeners to KFFR are more likely to go support those businesses than other businesses that are on KFFR, or that aren't on KFFR. And then, of course, grants at 56,000. So you can see it's really grassroots, people-oriented, or where the lion's share of our money comes from. Programming, we have 54 volunteer DJs. That's pretty wild. 54 people that give 2 hours of their time every single week to go on the radio and play music. We have some bilingual shows. We have some classic rock shows. We have some jazz shows. We have some local shows. We're really big into supporting local music. So we have what's called the Sound of Grand County, where people come in and play on our stage. We put it in our music library. Last year, we had 24,000 unique listeners online. So remember that as we're thinking about how can Grand Lake leverage this resource, because that's people who find out about us, love the county, love the programming, and stay connected to the county. It's a great way to get people who care about the county and the community to come back and still be invested in it. This is our staff structure right now. Executive director is me. Writing manager right here, Roberts. I think you guys know him. We have a digital marketing coordinator that helps with social media. We have a content producer that produces things, and we're actually hiring an office manager right now. I'll just say that we have support coming in from a lot of different areas. We just established some support with Freeport McMoran, who's helping us with our signal. They say once we kind of settle with this current expansion project, that they will fully fund another frequency to hit Crimley. So that's really exciting. That will kind of complete the whole Grand County initiative. That was probably the main thing I wanted to. If you haven't been to the studio, I invite all of you to come by. It looks pretty cool. Next one. And then some of our anchor partnerships. We do have a partnership with Fraser. We do have a partnership with Winter Park. Cooper was just over working with Destination Granby, and now we're here with Grand Lake. So we see the towns as really important in order to create government transparency, in order to promote what you guys are doing, in order to promote what the county or what the different towns in the county are doing. And so we are really excited to establish this partnership with Grand Lake. Oh, and one other thing is we are part of a consortium called Rocky Mountain Community Radio. It's about 30 different community radio stations in the Rocky Mountains. So when we produce content that highlights Grand Lake, that can be picked up by 30 other community radio stations around the county, around the Rocky Mountains, going all the way up to Wyoming, down to New Mexico. Right, next one. And then satellite studios. We have a student internship program. We have a studio over at the Middle Park High School. One of the things I'd like to talk about is, can we get a satellite studio here in Grand Lake? And what does that mean for the people of Grand Lake? Can we get them to get on the radio and go back and forth between Fraser and Grand Lake and really build that community? And last but not least, I think. All right, one more. We're busy. We do a lot of things. Winter Carnival we were at this weekend. We were then over at Fire and Ice. We do what's called the Sound of Grand County. We're doing a big fundraiser called the Alpenglow Bounce. We are working with the HTI program at the high school, the Homegrown Talent Initiative. And one of our current content producer was actually an intern that we then hired. So we have a really good relationship with the high school and the East Grand and West Grand School District. We're looking for a big birthday bash at Granby Ranch, because that's where our new antenna is going to be. I hope all of you can come. We're going to try to get a big band there. We're going to take a big community picture. I want to make sure we get as much Grand Lake representation as possible. We're also at the Mural Fest, Plein Air Festival. We're at the Middle Park Fair and Rodeo, potentially the Yarmany Festival. Yeah, you can see we're busy. All right, so let's go into the important stuff here. So, like Steve said, $5,000 has been budgeted for this kind of launch. And so we looked at, what can $5,000 do? And what are the questions we should be asking? And this is really, I want to hear from you, get some ideas on what we can do to really promote Grand Lake and everything that you guys are doing. So I kind of went through everything here at the beginning, but first off, my question to everyone here is, how can Grand Lake best utilize, now that you know what we're about, community radio to engage residents and visitors? Spitballing here, nothing like serious, just what are you thinking after that presentation?
See, he puts questions up there and you guys all think it's like questions for him. He had questions.
We're not used to a presentation like that. I like it.
I should declare I was a teacher for 15 years, so I'm used to answering the questions, not asking them.
Love it. Guys, what do you think?
I mean, generally, I think it's just a different form of media to get out what we've got going on. Some people don't really know that the ski touring thing's really taken off and actually, happening this year. And you could probably draw some last minute attendees from some radio traffic.
We're going to talk about that.
We have spots starting this week for ski touring.
Yeah, and we do have a partnership with
Oh, and it's Matt's voice.
Yeah.
nice.
Nice.
And we have a partnership with Grand Lake Creative District. So they did the ice sculpting workshop here, right? And so we actually had the workshop teacher on the radio for what's called our public affairs show that runs for 24 minutes. And they said, well, we want to see if it works. And so they said, if you put in the code KFFR, you get 50% off. And sure enough, it sold a ticket. So it's amazing how many people are listening. Like you would think that, oh, radio's dead, right? Like, who listens to radio? Well, everybody has one in their car. Once they learn about it, they would rather tune into that than some of these other things. Now, people still like their podcasts. They still like their own music, but believe it or not, once they find our radio station, it's the people that they know that are making the music, and that really attracts them to continue to listen.
I would agree with that, with the 55, the different people that are the DJs. I've
Yeah.
found that it's nice to know who it is or the show. And then the interview people that you know as well in the community. I think I agree with the events. I do like, hopefully we have no reason for it, but I do like the safety piece of this, the communication when it, comes to things we've experienced here, emergencies and whatnot. I think that's a big piece that if necessary,
Yeah.
to know that that's there to go to for that information.
And that's,
Very excited about that.
and we're really excited to get that antenna on top of Granby Ranch because there's no trees around it. And there's a backup generator there. So if there ever is a fire or a natural disaster, cell towers will go down. We will stay up. And that is definitely part of our mission, make sure we're that hub of information in natural disasters.
Very important piece.
Trustees, one of the questions that,
Or remember, it's residents and visitors. You guys get a lot of visitors over here, right? What is the message, particularly in the summer months? What do you want them to know about Grand Lake? Maybe that they don't know.
Speed
Obviously.
limit's 50.
Don't outstay the 10. That's a good one. And those type of things are great because it's going to help us create those that messaging. So whatever is popping to the top of your mind is no bad idea.
How often do you go through like community announcements? Is there a certain time or do you have to?
Yeah, good question. So we run announcements at the 15 after the hour, the 30 after the hour, and the 45 after the hour. And it's usually 2 to 3 messages. And those rotate between all of our underwriters, all of our businesses that support us, the towns and others. But that being said, we're starting to do more unique things like the Winter Park Ski Resort. The ski patrol records announcement every morning, give ski conditions and what lifts are open. And we run that at 7:55 in the morning. After that, Grand Nordic runs a cross-country ski report. And one of the ones that they run is about the Grand Lake cross-country skiing. And so that runs every Sunday at 7:57 a.m. What's the other one? And then we have a market report, a real estate market report. What's going on with the real estate market that focuses on different parts of the county. So we're flexible, right? If there's something really important that needs to get out there, we can program that and make that happen.
Do a trails report with Cam.
Yeah.
And I was thinking wintertime trails report would be great.
That would be really good.
When things too, when the ice rinks are open. People came down early thinking they were and they weren't quite ready yet. I think in the summertime, one of the things that I see is the park information. If there have closures or openings, the reservation process. I think that's a big piece too, that the tourists need to understand,
Would that be going through the park to get that information or is there someone in
I'm
town?
sure it's online at the parks website,
well, there are,
or you could go up and ask them.
Yeah, and there is something to be said for if this is coming out of the town of Grand Lakes information that like, hey, this is a service we're providing you. Maybe you don't know about this. Welcome to our town. Did you know that you have to make a reservation to go through Rocky Mountain National Park? That kind of messaging could be really powerful for the town.
And let them know Trail Ridge is closed in the winter.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let me go. Back out Conway.
Right.
What about a fishing report for the summer?
and I think you do get communications from Kyle Patterson at, she's PR.
Every once in a while, yes.
It's not a lot,
Yes.
yeah. But yeah, you are on the list.
Yes, we are. Yeah, fishing report. I mean,
I'm not a Fisher person, so I can't speak to that. What do you? Fisher people.
Isn't there, who's the,
Bernie,
yeah,
but Kirk's
Fly shop.
would
Bernie.
probably, Bernie, fishing with Bernie.
yeah, fishing with Bernie, that's the
It's
one.
good.
Bernie,
Time.
Fly Shop, and there's another guy, actually, he's, John might know, he's the home inspector, but he's got a pretty decent following on YouTube, and he just shares
Oh,
updates. What's his name? Ben?
is it Ben?
I think it's Ben.
Ben, yes, Ben, and it'll come to me.
Okay.
But yeah, he's another resource.
That's a
for
long
that. I
last
think,
name.
Yeah.
No.
No, I think fishing report would be Well, and I heard at the Winter Carnival, there might be more snowmobile races potentially in the future.
Yeah,
That would be good information to get out there too. The revitalization of the snowmobile industry in Grand Lake, I think would be a cool message to focus on.
Love to focus on that.
even just like updates for events like that that are going on, just like. Here's the whatever for, if we do the Granby Dozer Dash or something again, or e-drawing updates of who's winning and how
Right.
it's just throughout. What did you say viewership was? You said 24,000.
So that's a really good question. Online, we can track who's listening.
Right.
So these are people, and this is why it's a very valuable audience. These are people that are going out of their way to go to our website, to click on a link and to listen to us on their computer or their device.
What are we considering, like the tally there?
So that's 24,000 we had last year, and that's growing.
Is
Now,
that 24,000 people clicking the link and opening that page?
exactly.
Do you have any information on how long they're listening?
Yes, I do. Which I believe I put on the very last
Just
page
trying
here.
to find this.
Um. Online listenership in 2024, you see that? And it's kind of hard, you can see that, and this is another really important thing to understand. Our peak was on August 26th. We did on August 26th, we had 184 people listening online because we did a candidate forum for the commissioners for Green County.
Total for the day or?
For one day, all at one time, 186. Actually, not for the day, for at one time. It, on the other page.
Period of time.
Yeah, there's another page here, I believe. Maybe that didn't print out. Yeah, I guess I don't have that one. So that's just online listenership. We can't really track what our listenership is through the broadcast reach. I can tell you, you put your voice on our radio station, someone's gonna say they heard you. And, you know, it's just like people are listening more and more through their radios, and especially as we're expanding. The only way you can really track that is by sending out surveys, and we're just not at the level yet to justify that cost. But I think as we begin to expand more into these other areas and our budget grows, we can invest that. And Nielsen has these like little survey ratings or surveys that people take, and then you can extrapolate from what your
You have to
listenership.
pay for Nielsen?
No. Well, we would if we did the surveys, yes,
Okay.
but we
You
don't
ever
right
thought
now.
of doing just your own surveys that are,
We definitely thought of doing that,
Yeah,
and
that's-
especially as we're expanding, that's something we'll be looking. We do a survey actually every year, but it's very opt-in, like, hey, go to the website and fill out the survey. And what we find is we're hitting every demographic in the county. We're hitting women and men equally between the two. If you want me to send you the results, I certainly show you some of that stuff.
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I think, you mentioned listening in the car, but I think a big opportunity would be businesses in town. They're playing music or some sort of news inside while they're working or in a shop or whatever. We're providing a good, catalog of information for them to want to play that because you're sharing information on events, you're sharing information on news or the ski report or snow report. I think positioning it that way is gonna get a lot of not only regular listeners of the store, but they're gonna be echoing the information they're hearing on that to their customers,
Yeah.
their friends, people in the community.
I'd like to see us play it off the elephant cages in town hall,
I like
have
it.
it streaming
Yeah.
out there.
Where we used to keep the elephants.
It's the corner.
It's
We used to
the,
bring them in during the turtle races.
yeah,
Um,
it's the corner structures out here. I wasn't here when they got that nickname. It just stuck still.
Well, one thing I would say is we do have other businesses announcing their business on the radio. And so for some businesses, they don't want other businesses being promoted in their business, right?
Yeah, and that's what I
So
was
that's
saying.
the only pushback that we've got. But we do have several businesses in Fraser that play us all the time.
Yeah. And that's the underwriters you say.
Yes.
And that was 80 something, 8,000?
We brought in about 86,000 last year, 87,000. So let's kind of go on, just keep it moving. Cooper and I were like trying to brainstorm, how do we kick off this relationship between Grand Lake and KFFR? And we were like, what about Memorial Day weekend? you guys have a parade. Why not have a party? And KFFR should be up and running by that time, guaranteed. And so we're thinking of a kickoff on Memorial Day party, weather permitting, the event would be held outdoors, or it could be in the community house. And this is what I was thinking. So the event will offer Grand Lake community members, we set up like a booth, and then Grand Lake members can come up, pick a song, and get on the radio during that time period. So kind of exposing them to like, hey, this is your community radio station. And that'd be like a 10-minute session. Think of it kind of as an interactive station where people can step up, announce a song, play their favorite tune. And then this hands-on experience would say, oh, maybe I want to become a DJ. We do have DJs from Grand Lake. And we just trained Katie Fox. Yeah.
That will be entertaining.
And then there's also KWTR too. So don't forget, so that's going to be more of our talk-based information. So I was thinking maybe it'd be useful to do some bios on important people in Grand Lake, or the mayor, pro tem mayor, whatever you guys think would be best, or on all the different people on the board, right? So we could produce those and run those periodically on our other station, which has more news and information that people can learn about who's guiding these communities. So what do you guys think of a kickoff party? What would it look like? Do you like the idea?
I've noticed after the parade, people kind of tend to leave.
Yes.
It'd be nice to keep them in town a little bit longer. That's what I
That
was
usually
thinking.
depends if it's snowing or not.
But yeah.
And that's what when we were brainstorming, like, well, we definitely need an indoor alternative because it could certainly be snowing. But if the parade ends there, then people could come, we could have cake or something like that and have like live music and a little DJ
Beer.
setup.
A keg or a cake?
Oh,
okay.
Stayed right there.
Right. I like the idea. I actually think it's a great idea. Bringing awareness to any time that we can show people where we're spending our money and why and what the benefits are. And, you know, I think that's a great opportunity to have a party. And
Am I correct in thinking that there isn't a whole lot of activity after the ceremony? You know,
After the parade?
The flag.
In the past, what has happened is after the ceremony, there have been, there was a veterans lunch. And that's something that hasn't happened since COVID.
And
But
most people scramble to go get a spot for the flyover too.
yeah,
Or usually end with the flyovers right after.
yeah, most people stay in the park or they'll go to their boats and,
Memorial Day one goes forward.
right,
And I
right.
believe they are doing the veterans lunch down at Veterans Park this year.
Oh, they are.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
Can we get
So-
like a big barge on the lake that is the guest DJ and then boats could come up to it and live broadcast from a barge?
It would.
Well, yeah, that would be weather.
Yeah, it's a great idea. It'd just probably be better later in the summer.
Yeah.
Like July 4th or something.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue is the weather. It doesn't have to be Memorial Day weekend. We were just
Sure.
thinking that.
No, I like the Memorial Day weekend idea. I don't see a reason that it couldn't happen, even though we have all the parade and the veterans, as long as we don't take the focus off the veterans.
Yeah,
You
Right.
know, I think,
if there's a
Finding a
luncheon
way.
down at the park down there.
is that where the luncheon they're
Yeah, they're
planning?
talking about down at Veterans Park down there.
I mean, we could even interview veterans,
Yeah.
you know, and put that on there. I mean, that'd be a great radio program
Yeah,
for Veterans Day.
would.
I like
Memorial
the
Day.
idea of integrating them into
Mhm.
this
Yep.
so that we don't take
That
the
would
focus
be-
off of them.
Yeah, I like that.
Having the ability to interview them,
'Cause
even,
it's about them, so,
Mhm.
yeah.
And maybe that's what it would be. Maybe a community member or maybe someone from the board, if you know a veteran, bring them on, kind of like StoryCorps. Have you guys heard of StoryCorps before? It's two people just talking about stuff, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be a little 10-minute session or something like that. That could be pretty cool.
There are some incredible stories with the veterans that are here, so
Mhm.
we could even line them up.
Yeah.
Which would be
I like that idea.
schedule, and then there could even be like little mini bios of who the people are.
We lost one this winter. Trying to blank on his name. He lives up in Coleman Lake.
Oh, George?
Um,
No, that was last. fall.
Yeah, that was last fall.
Shoot.
Um,
Oh,
Yeah. was it
Alan, right?
Funk?
no,
Passed in August.
Yeah.
That was kind of weird.
he's pretty old. But he was a.
No.
Right on the lake.
Oh. Hmm.
I don't know anything.
I'll find out.
Perfect.
So Matt, you could pipe it into the workout center maybe. We get a lot of people in the summer that aren't from Grand Lake.
What's, you wanted to do what, sorry?
You could pipe the music in or the broadcasting into the workhouse. We get a lot of people on the treadmills and on the,
Oh, that's
they're up here on vacation and they buy a daily.
The stream in the.
Yeah.
Stream in the
Or at
workout
least in
gym.
the treadmill room.
Yeah.
That'd be a crystal.
Yeah,
thing, But she's got speakers and stuff.
and all you
over there.
pickleball players can listen to it.
That's all we need is music.
Yeah.
Enough time to
We-
pickleball now.
We turned it on Saturday, and everybody really thought that it was they didn't know it was possible. And
Oh,
it's like,
cool.
wait a minute, that's the same thing that's out there. But- Except it was like 10 seconds on.
Right.
But,
Well, yeah,
but it was
there-
close. But no.
Very little delay when it's the actual FM.
It had very positive response, and I think that, that's part of the getting the message out. Even, it may not be all day, every day, but when we do have events outside and whatever it is, that's when, we can work to communicate that with the business community through the chamber or directly, but to be able to provide that sort of positive engagement.
Right at the marina too.
Oh, the marina would be awesome. Yeah.
Mhm.
I would say, this whole idea, I know that you guys are working on the space to create what that might look like, but if there could be a space provided for a satellite studio, especially one that has maybe windows and people could see the DJ and be able to transfer the DJ back and forth from Fraser, I just think that would be a really cool experience for the whole county. So I just want to put that in your heads that as you're building stuff, as you're looking at stuff, if there is a place, and we don't need much space. I mean,
That's what I was gonna ask. How big?
Right upstairs, there's a big
That's right.
base.
How big?
Biggest me.
in order to fit a soundboard, a table, and some speakers,
That's right. There's a.
maybe a little closet for a server room next to it would suffice.
Hmm.
Internet connection would be important.
Okay.
But other than that, yeah.
I love the idea of somewhere like that with the windows, people can walk by and see. And that also that piece of whoever's, DJing, speaking to, I can see the lake and there's sailboat races going on, the things that people hear them say and go, well, I want to go check that out.
Yeah.
I want to drive over there and see a sailboat race or
Yeah, that could be
paddleboard.
really cool.
Okay.
All right, so that's the community event launch potential. So I'll put that on you guys to think about. Well, now part of this partnership is please come to us with your ideas, right? And then we can tell you how this fits within that radio format. So $5,000, let's talk about that. So the way we kind of split it up is 2,500 for Grand Lake events. So what local events should KFFR prioritize for promotion? Okay, or like, is it the chili cook-off? Is it Buffalo Days? Is there going to be a duck race on Father's Day? What does that potentially look like? The tree lighting ceremony, the arts and crafts fair. As Steve might have mentioned with the Winter Carnival, because we have so many live DJs that are live in the studio, usually when we're doing an event, if we're an MC, it doesn't sound great over the radio. So what we do is breaks, right? So they can MC the event and then you break and say, hey, what's going on at the Winter Carnival? And that's what we did on Saturday. And I think that makes just better, more entertaining radio and gets people, oh, I want to go out and check that out.
And we'll be doing that for ski touring too.
Yeah, we'll be doing that for ski touring as well. So what events do you really, I mean, at $2,500, we could probably do 3 events. So what? And then that also $2,500 can promote all of the events, right? So what events are we missing? Where do you want the most emphasis placed? What's the messaging for these events?
It's the whole year.
Yeah,
Well,
So-
June, basically, we're kind of starting June.
Right, I mean, but
June to.
But we're not just thinking summertime. I mean, there's ghosts and gourds, ghosts and ghouls this time,
Just schools, yeah.
tree lighting,
Tree lighting,
buffalo days.
craft fairs, chili cook-off, Memorial Day, Constitution Week.
now Constitution Week could reach out to you for a specific spot.
Absolutely.
Correct?
And we did something with them a few years ago where they did a constitution quiz and we aired it on the radio. And then someone won the prize at the end.
We have
Okay.
Brian Blumenthal down this year too.
Yeah, we have Brian Blumenthal on.
Okay.
We also have town cleanup in May coming up.
Live broadcast that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Obviously, 4th of July.
It would have been really great to have
Last
the
year.
year that Sue Bjorkman and I caught the beaver, had the dead beaver on the beach. Would have been a great live broadcast. That would have been great.
I think you should look at your shoulder winter events a lot. I mean, you don't need help with 4th of July.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
those summer weekends, you don't need help with really. You need help with the shoulder and winter.
The other,
It's a lot.
Change the messaging, a lot during this.
the,
It's just coming out here that, that takes a lot of work, doing live broadcasts.
Hmm.
But like promoting 4th of July or Buffalo Days, we're gonna do that. Yeah, always.
and these are all ideas that obviously can be changed and,
Yeah.
worked a little bit. I'm kind of counting on the fact that they're not so set in stone that, 11:15 on September 20th isn't already booked forever.
Exactly. Yeah, and I mean, maybe that's, part of this introduction to what we can do, right? And we don't have to come up with, really, we're hoping, like, maybe it's that kickoff event, Memorial Day weekend, and then so we have some time to kind of craft that messaging. Go there, but KWTR is being heard here, so if there is some message you want out there now, like the ski touring, but I think we're doing that anyway.
And you guys see me all the time, so just tell me.
Um,
Grab my mobile recorder with me.
It is valuable, guys, too, that as you start thinking about these, the radio audience is Grand County. So part of our opportunity, part of our community building is, do we want to pick a couple of those events in the fall that we want to get more of the county? We want to get more of the county's families. It has that more local, authentic vibe as you were talking about. And, those are, as you guys think about it, it is real agile. So it is a way, and I'm sure that Ryan will tell us when we're kind of running out of money and, he'll offer us an opportunity to fill it back up if we wanted to. So that's all a part of how do we build this? And one of the other questions, I'll stop there. I don't want to distract that.
Well, and then, so kind of the next phase of that is, what initiatives are you guys really looking at right now that you don't think people know about? And how can we promote those initiatives?
Initiatives.
I heard there's some big buildings going.
We
You
don't
want to promote that.
Right? That's the question.
But as it moves more into the development phase, whatever that looks like, would you want on KWTR to have maybe a way, or on KFFR.org to be able to have interviews with the developer or with a member or two of the planning commission on thoughts? Do you want this kind of
Or-
communication to be that deep?
Could also air a planning commission. We could also air.
But you would have no one on it.
It's probably true. But with KWTR, we do have that capability. We can do big segments. I was talking to the county today. They might have a couple of meetings throughout the year that they would want to air over on KWTR.
I would have to think a little bit more in specifics for initiatives, and I think we'd need to discuss as a board our feelings on opening up, that can of worms with building projects online. There may definitely be a need for it at some point. But right now, so many of these projects are kind of preliminary that I wouldn't put that on the radar quite yet.
I wouldn't want to advertise.
No.
It's not our job.
What about space to create? Does that come into fruition this year?
Possibly, that would possibly be one we could.
That might be one too, to like get people to potentially apply to live there.
Right,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna mention, if it wraps everything up over there and we can do anything with the LURP units.
Mhm.
It's a good reach out across the community of like, hey, if you actually do wanna. This
Yeah.
is what we've done in Grand Lake for attempting to solve some of the affordable housing stuff, but
absolutely.
you actually have a opportunity to buy something, and this is where we're at with this.
Yep.
That will also, hopefully further as hopefully that art-based thing
Right.
comes through.
Yeah, I think those are great ideas for us to keep in mind as we move forward. Like I said, we're preliminary on a lot of that, but I hadn't thought of that. And I think that's a great thing to keep in mind.
We're looking at, I was talking to Christine Travis from the county today. And we're saying maybe we tell people where their money is being spent at the county level, how much money is being spent on roads and bridges. And actually making little spots along those ideas. And so people, so that transparency is like, oh, my money is being used for something that I use. So, think
Yeah.
about that.
Where do we stand on the what is it, the night light thing?
Dark sky.
Dark
Yes,
sky.
thank you.
Oh, yeah. That could be huge.
Our 12 months is after the end of March. We continue to do monitoring. We actually monitor 24/7 on a device right outside the building here. And we should hear later on this spring. Katie Hearsum has taken over the dark sky program for us.
Yeah, I think, if you guys get dark sky destination, that should definitely be one of the messages.
Yep, that's a great idea.
You might want to talk to the theater people on what the shows are coming up.
We are through the
Okay.
creative district.
Okay.
You've got a meeting with Michael Querio.
Yeah.
Soon, right?
He's doing it.
So a lot of the arts are being covered by the creative district, so
Good, good.
we can certainly duplicate some of those efforts, but let's, make sure that you get the best bang for your buck.
Shadow Cliff is doing one,
Mm-hmm.
RMRT,
Folk school.
yeah, folk school. There's a couple others that we don't like.
Yeah. So I know I'm throwing a lot at you. If you go to the very next page, just timeline here, by June 2025, we expect to be fully covering Grand Lake. I'm hopeful that it might happen as early as April, but there's always things that keep popping up. Like I thought we would have KWTR up by by December 24th. So things just happen, especially with snow and stuff. So, but definitely June, that's when we'll be live here. And then understand that we are a non-commercial radio station. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. So we are limited in what we can and cannot say on the radio. In fact, the FCC chairman right now is cracking down on what nonprofit, non-commercial radio stations can and cannot say on the radio. So here's, a general sponsorship message sounds something like support for KFFR's expansion into Grand Lake is made possible in part by the town of Grand Lake, committed to fostering community connections and supporting local voices. Something like that, but we can target that a little bit more specific. Say in part by the town of Grand Lake, the newest dark sky city in Grand County or in Colorado, right? Something along those lines. And we work with you on that. You know, you tell us the best way to do is say, here's the bullet points of what we want, and then we'll put together the script. If we can get your voices on those scripts, I think it makes it more powerful, right? We can certainly get our legion of DJs to be the voice of Grand Lake, but Steve was the voice of the Grand Lake Creative District over the last year, and I thought those were really great messages.
I read
Yeah,
Ski
exactly.
Just wait.
And then, you know, a little technicality too, as a nonprofit, non-commercial radio station, we don't sell airtime. So we can't say, give us this much money and we will be live at your event. We can't MC your event. We can certainly, if it's educational and if we believe that it's a good community outreach, we can cut into those events. And so that's kind of same thing with the Winter Carnival. We think that's a good community event that we want to be a part of. So we're doing that from our end. So really think of us as like the promotion piece. That's the stuff that you're paying for with some limitations. But we do have all the equipment to do everything from a live remote. I think I'm really excited about working with you guys. I don't know if we have any final thoughts, but do you guys have any other questions or do you feel like you understand what this partnership can look like?
Nope.
Julie, do you have anything? No?
No, nothing more.
I think it's great. I'm excited about it. I like a lot of these ideas that I hadn't thought of with the dark sky and different projects like that and bringing focus to those types of things.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot here for us to consider and talk over with the events with Sarah Weeks and Elena and figure out which ones. I like Matt's shoulder season ideas too, if we need to condense, because we do a lot.
Yes. Well, I think the important thing is just communicate with us. Like, hey, this is happening. How can KFFR help? Right? I think the more you communicate with us and the more it's on top of mind, the better results you're going to see.
Love it.
And you know where this guy lives, so.
I don't know.
I'll give you guys a card. Yep. And a sticker. So our campaign right now is we're radio by people, not machines. All the algorithms out there are telling you what to listen to. If you want real people telling you what to listen to, tune into us.
Awesome.
Like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ooh, free stuff.
Free stuff.
Thank you.
Classic rock, right?
Yeah. I'm intrigued.
I can see
And
pickleballers and us
so
playing
that
with
survey.
rappers.
Yeah.
It depends on who you're playing with.
I have it if not.
It's a mixture of,
Some of them can't hear very well. so-
yeah, that's true too. That's true. Somewhere we get more of the, probably the rappers.
I can hear John all the way away.
John's.
Thank you very much. We appreciate
Ryan, thanks for being here.
All
like,
of that.
All weekend, sort of.
Well, he was here most of it. I was all over the place.
He was here way more, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Yeah,
guys.
thank you. Feel free to reach out. If you have any thoughts, concerns, questions, happy to address them.
They're doing a kickoff party for ski touring on that Friday night with live music. And then a party after the awards day on Saturday night with live music.
Perfect.
One will be at the Larry and the other like Buffalo, I think. Can't tell you.
Thank you very much. All right, next on the agenda, we have Matt Reed discussing purchase of HKD Super Blizzard.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
give a little background before Matt can tell you about why we're talking about this today. As y'all have noticed, the weather changes up and down. And we seem to be putting an awful lot of time, money, and effort into creating the idea that our winter economy is based in the middle of a snow globe. All of the events that we seem to be bringing have that kind of winter feel. And after watching the lake not freeze for 3.5 months, you start wondering that that time to build the snow globe and keep it going is a challenge. One of the reasons that we are doing ski joring, as some people said, quicker than people thought we would, is because a couple of the other events canceled because they don't have enough snow. Those are typically the ones that are towards the end of March, looking at long-term forecasts and all that sort of thing. Matt and I had a discussion about what if you bring in snow? And so we started looking at what a machine would look like. This was going to be a topic of discussion for all of you guys when we start talking budgets and we start thinking about what Public Works needs and what can we do to build up the economy. That said, we had 40 degrees for a week before Winter Carnival, and I asked Matt to reach out to the guy and say, hey, do you think maybe he'd demo it for us and, see if we can't make a snow globe on the cheap? And it turns out that's not free, but he does happen to have a machine that's back from the X Games. And if we wanted to rent it for $10,000, they take that off the price of a purchase. And all that to be said, we figured it was fair to have the discussion, because if it's not something that we feel makes sense, and there's other opportunities, and as you get into the discussion, I'll share some of Trustee Sobon's thoughts on the matter that he shared with me. But I know it's early, but we could get it if we needed it for ski joring, and there's no way to demo it in August for you during budget time. So if you wanted to
That's something
consider
to
it,
put on
this
the
is,
radio station.
this
It's
is
snowing in
probably,
July.
right? They could do it.
They could
No,
do it.
they couldn't because they don't have a freezer, but
You have to, I mean, it depends.
you'd have to buy a chiller.
One thing, it's on.
So with that, this is what the super blizzard and this is what snowmaking and making winter
So
snow globes looks like.
I've researched these snow guns. This is the third time now that I've gone through this. Once was for the trail groomers when I was with them years ago. Then again, when we were trying to build snow cross tracks and move 35 acres worth of snow down to the dirt and have hay everywhere. And so I researched them then, and then again now, and I think, our world is changing faster than anybody wants it to, as far as the climate goes. We couldn't tell by a couple weeks ago, but then last week was pretty evident. If we're gonna we missed Christmas on the snowmobile trails in and out of town. That's a pretty big miss for us. There's more things that need to come into play, or, pieces of the puzzle that need to land for this to help a lot with that, but it could definitely help with it. When we start talking about Winter Carnival, they actually tried to make snow kind of not fully a few years ago with Bernie, and they made like snow cones essentially. That was kind of a poor, they tried, but things have come a long ways. Technology's changed, things are more automated now, so instead of somebody out there trying to adjust how much fan and air and everything else, it's all automated, and it does it based on pressure and temperature and humidity, and it does it just like the fuel injection in your car. So HKD is the only manufacturer that has what I kind of think they gear it towards, like Nordic trails or like town parks, things like that. They're the only ones that make this trailer mounted all-in-one unit. It's about $80,000 for kind of the big, nice, fancy one, and Really the only option we could even entertain essentially on this. Cause we don't wanna we want the automation. We're not gonna have professional snowmakers working for us, unfortunately. That's just not in the cards. These guys gotta mow the lawn, they gotta plow the snow. So we're not gonna have a dedicated snowmaking crew, so automated it would be really important for us. We have to have the high pressure pump on it, on the unit. So the one that we could rent would be a fan gun with a high pressure pump on it, no generator. So we would have to, the water department has a much larger generator than we would even need, but they have a large generator. We could do it and test it with that down here on a hydrant. All you need is positive pressure. And so, that being said, if we were to entertain looking at one of these, we don't want to have a generator and a snow gun. We want to pull the trailer out there, hook it to hydrant and turn it on. That's why, and that's what the 80,000 gets you, is the all-in-one, hook it up to the fire hydrant, tell Seth, hey, can't use one side of this for a little while. We're gonna be making snow. And away we go. We got to work out some stuff probably with Dave in the water department on water metering things. But Public Works has a lot of water taps. And we have multiples that aren't being used, even in the summertime. And even those in the summertime, I would be surprised if we are hitting our 10,000 gallons a month usage at most places that we utilize them at, like Point Park. There's no way we're utilizing 10,000 gallons of water at Point Park. You know, maybe here, maybe, but not veterans, not, yeah. So we'll work on that. Those are some of the kind of details that we've got to hash out. When we meter the water, it'll be like the fire department, you know, we did those are kind of some of the things we got to nail down. You know, obviously these guns produce different quantities of snow during different temperatures and everything else, but ideally, one of these guns would produce around 31 tandem truckloads of snow in 24 hours. Is about 312 cubic yards in an hour, or in 24 hours, depending on all the specifications. So, like for Winter Carnival, I figured that was 50 truckloads in there that we hauled in. When we haul it out, especially with the snow blower, it beats the air out of it, and we hauled it out in probably 25 loads. But that's another thing we'll be talking about in the future too. Is
So question, 50 loads to do this
yeah,
on this last weekend. With something like this, you're gonna park this at the end of the street.
below 225 feet or 250 feet. So we could put it in the middle of a block and run it one way half the time and turn around and run it the other way. And in a day and a half, we would have it all done.
Okay.
And so we
So
probably
it cuts down on
Hauling.
the manpower and the
Right.
hauling and everything.
Big
Because you
time.
can turn that on and
walk away.
Walk away.
Essentially. I mean, we need to check on it, make sure the water supply is not freezing. But when you're talking about 200 gallons of water a minute is what, or I'd have to
I
look
think
back.
it was a minute. Yep,
Yeah,
It's minimum.
it's not gonna freeze.
no,
So,
it's gonna be really cold if it does.
yeah. And then we'll be making a pile. You know, unfortunately, I think it's the way we were gonna kind of have to start talking about going. We could have a tubing hill, right? Or, a little snow pile like I built down here. Right away, essentially, as soon as the temperature allows it, we could have a little hill in town park that kids are playing on. We could take it over to our sledding hill over there and make nice clean snow. That's the other piece of the puzzle. Instead of hauling in snow that we've already moved 8 times, we're gonna have nice white snow.
I think
No
there's a
weird
piece
things.
of this that, thinking at first, do we need it?
Yep.
But I like the idea of being creative with what can we do with this to bring more of something and people to town? If we have Snow Hill, the ice sculptures that we've talked about, more of a Christmas town, like you and I've even
Winter
discussed.
carnival, or not winter carnival, but tree lighting.
Tree lighting.
Santa could be on snow. This year he was, last year he wasn't.
Right.
And
So I do think that there's some creativity here that we haven't even thought of that it could be utilized for other than the obvious needs.
And this is just conversation, I mean, to see if you guys want us to pursue grants for this. If this is something you're even. You like the idea of having more options?
When it's not being used, does it need to be in a heated space?
No, they drain themselves.
Okay,
I mean, we would try to probably keep it inside. There's
but
some
it doesn't,
stuff
it
we can-
wouldn't be necessary then?
No.
Okay.
They'll have
Just
drains on the
curious.
bottom of it. Just open them and walk away. That being said, we'd probably keep it
If you
somewhere
could,
heated at least most of the time
yeah.
in the winter time. Just for the diesel
If
engine
you,
and stuff.
yeah, if you have room, right,
Yeah. We kind of are struggling on that.
Right.
But
yeah,
The park has also shown a willingness to consider throwing the snow across our sunscape for snowmobiling. So that part behind Wolfie's up to the woods, as long as we weren't taking their water, but if we were putting water into the park, there seems to be a willingness to do it. You can't take the water out, but you can put the water in, but since we have water in the park, I mentioned to them that we'd just be kind of transferring our rights.
Yeah.
But oftentimes, last year, we couldn't get the trail open because of that 1/4 of a mile.
right.
There was plenty of snow once
So
you hit
they
the
let
woods.
us put
The
some,
sun just kept melting it out.
So, I mean, is this gonna be used for events and things like that, but is it also gonna be used to keep that trail open?
Yeah, and we have a hydrant 200 feet away from
So
that,
this
not
is-
probably not even that, we could. Couple sections of hose, we could have it running there for a week straight. We'll have a pile of snow, 4 acres long and 50 feet high. For Cam to work with right there.
Kind of like the Argo. You know, that there are a lot of options. What we don't want to do is buy something that is,
city.
Single use one
Yeah,
weekend a year. kind of
yeah.
thing?
and,
Right,
and it's also economy driving that
right,
people don't come up here to go hiking on the dirt in the winter.
mhm,
Yeah, and I think this is just. This is insurance for us.
mhm.
We're investing a lot into winter, we're investing a lot into the events that we're having in winter and kicking this off if we have. I mean,
A lot of-
meteoring. That pops up and it is dry.
You think
That's
there's a
not the
good,
atmosphere we
Yeah.
wanna portray, that's not the experience we wanna give.
No,
you think there's a good chance to
We
get a
can't
grant?
predict that.
of what?
A grant?
I think this is a good opportunity for like a tourism grant probably. Steve might have some better ideas for this.
Yeah.
Fortify
Um,
back our base.
One might have to go a little bit deeper into some of the grant cycles, but you could even think of it, get creative as a GOCO grant to create a winter activities all year long, like Ruby Hill got money. You know, they blow snow in Denver to make a fake ski hill in the middle of Denver. And that came from grants.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It has a lot of possibility. And when I was driving out Saturday afternoon, I had to go to City Market. That we pulled out of town, right in the middle of town. There was all this activity and all this snow stuff. And by the time you got to Dairy King, it was dry,
Mhm.
like it was anywhere else in the middle of the
Right.
winter. But you drive into Grand Lake and there was this little festival of snow.
Might have been bumpy, but trying to leave it here, especially through this weekend. It's been a battle
What's typical like operational maintenance costs turnover, like, are you
Yeah,
looking at
that was
buying
mine.
new?
Like,
I
so
don't
is-
think we have an option on that.
Yeah, I don't know,
It's
I haven't
kinda-
shopped for a snowmaker in a while.
No,
so general basic maintenance on this style stuff, aside from the electronics, I believe should easily be handled in-house, right?
it's
just-
simply, it should be an oil change of the, and it's not even that large of a generator. I think it's a 65K. The one
Yeah,
that's sitting on the trailer is 125
so
at the shop, so.
did they give you like a general life expectancy?
I didn't ask for like hours, like what you would expect typically out of a diesel. Anything
Well, not so
diesel,
much
kind of
just
lean towards-
the generator motor, like this, if it comes as a trailer unit, like. Are they
It's aluminum.
thinking generally if you use it? Like a ski resort would, you're probably rebuilding the pump like once a year.
Yeah, no, I
Things
would
like that.
expect. And I haven't dug into that piece of it yet. I mean, the diesel motors can be good for approximately 10,000 hours. It's kind of what you lean on towards for those.
10,000 hours.
Yeah. And so like, our oldest loader now is sitting around 7,000 hours, 7,500 hours. Give you an idea.
And is that, you said oldest loader, is that oldest loader 10 years, 5 years, 2 years, 1 year?
It is a, 20,
And is that how many?
20 plus years.
7,500.
7,500, okay.
And we're looking around 500 hours a year on the tractors is what we are putting on typically, 300 in the winter, 350 in the winter. For sure. So 500 is about a good average to figure you see on our tractors in the year. So. This one, who knows? It could, as soon as we buy it, it could snow. That would be how it would
Next
go.
8 years.
Yeah. I mean, that would be great.
We're
Because then we're
gonna
not
buy it,
burning
have the
any
best
diesel.
winter ever,
Yeah. Those are just, but this is the insurance that we
Insurance.
don't have right
Right.
now.
Right,
So
I like the concept.
put all these things, and it's just conversation's sake at this
No,
point.
I like the concept.
I'm not even.
No,
I think-
promoting winter stuff, we need snow.
Yeah.
And
That's
if
our
we don't
winter
have
economy.
snow, we need to,
Did you say that
Snow.
trustee Soban had comments on this?
He's interested in alternative methods, working with our partners to look into snow seeding that, could these investment dollars be used to be able to leverage a greater snow impact across the area?
Draw a whole basin.
Yeah.
mm,
And I think some of it comes to, it's a hard cost. I mean, it's a lot of money for somebody else's event. Right? We're happy to have them here because it brings in people, but do we want to invest to make sure that people's winter ideas are guaranteed to happen here?
Looks like Winter Park is already doing cloud seeding.
They've been doing it for 15 plus years, I'm sure, maybe more. And it's funded primarily, I don't think it's the resort, it's Denver Water paying for it over there, I believe, primarily.
it is.
Northern water when it's.
That they should, I mean. I think that's who Michael's talking about, partners. I mean, it should be them. They're the ones that are gonna benefit the most from it being here. So,
I think that, I mean, I would like to look into that as well and kind of how Winter Park's doing it, how they're managing their snowmakers, what that is, if they have any recommendations, but I think investing something into manufactured snow, what are we calling it?
yeah. box snow.
Is a winter tourism insurance policy, and it also gives us the flexibility to maybe do other events, like, I don't know, snow castle building competition,
There you go.
because I'm in.
If we had Frozen over at
Igloos.
the ball field, we'd have every preteen girl in Colorado.
That'd be a
Their dads
moneymaker.
spending-
It creates an opportunity for a different economic driver and something quick.
It's kind of,
I like it.
Okay.
It's investment in the future.
yeah, I mean, I think staff and board and everybody, we're putting so much energy and effort into these winter and shoulder season events to try to build a year-round economy here. And this,
It would really be nice to be able to say, because that's something we have not been able to do, and something like the trail groomers can't do, is to say, you can ride into town from January 1st to March 31st.
Right.
The trails are open from this day to this day, and it's
how about December 20th?
How about November 15th?
When they should open.
I'm in.
Yeah, and that quarter mile's always been a problem.
Yeah, that's gonna be, you know,
The other,
kind of a crutch.
the other piece is the possibility of, how do we leverage our other partners? And I had a conversation this weekend with the fishing tournaments coming up. What if we had something for fishermen in the afternoon with the creative district, fly tying class or anything else that might have to do with something that fisher people would like to do because they're done at it's time.
Sorry, honey.
They're done at noon.
Right.
So so they come up, they stay Friday because they got to get up at 4 a.m, go fish, but they don't have to stay Saturday night. But if they had something to do Saturday afternoon, they'd probably stay Saturday night. Yeah. And that gives us another night and it keeps more stuff open. And
They'd be interested in a kegger, I know that.
They would be interested in the kegger, a kickoff party.
that's
Oh,
fact.
Yeah, you're gonna need more.
I like the concept.
Mhm. I do too.
Okay.
60,000 a year for 10% more snow.
Really?
The cloud seed, 60,000 a year.
For 10%,
60,000.
for 10%.
For 10 more inches.
And there's another one that says it's 200 to 300,000. That's what Vail is.
That makes this look like a pretty good deal.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's per resort, I don't know if that's Vail Resort's annual cost total, but
Denver water's gonna have to come up with a lot of money.
5 to 10%.
Northern
Northern water, yeah.
Well, this is also a spin on us as being the headwaters that could probably leverage, some of the things that you're known for. That we do snowmaking at the headwaters because we take it out, put it back in. We don't waste any water. We just turn it from water to snow. We use it as snow and it goes back to water. So even the people at Lake Mead still get to enjoy that water.
Right, we should make Arizona golf courses pay for.
For
Snowmaking?
Snowmaking.
Cloud seeding up here,
Yep.
like $1 million worth a year.
Yeah,
It's not a bad
that
idea.
golf course looks real green right now.
Yeah.
Trustees, thank you. I think
Thank you.
I have guidance. We will continue to investigate it. The one last question, we don't have $10,000 budgeted.
Not for rental equipment.
Do you like the idea enough for us to try to see what that actually looks like and bring it back to? I do.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And if you like it, it's not a waste. It goes all towards
Exactly.
the purchase. If we purchase it within a year, to clarify that.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be calendar year, not 2025, but it's when we're ready. So.
Okay.
And they probably will work with this one.
Got it.
Thank you, Matt.
So,
Thank you, KFFR, for coming as well today and the update. Lots for us to consider and think about there. At this time, we'll be taking a brief recess, returning to our regular meeting at 6 o'clock. I would like to say, Matt, because I don't expect you to stick around till the mayor's report, but I will be speaking to this weekend and all the hard work. And since you're here, thank you. It was a wonderful event. You guys all worked so hard and thank you very much.
Good job.
for this weekend. Okay, we are adjourned until 6 o'clock.
Okay, you're good to go.
Okay, good evening. It's 6 o'clock on the 10th of February, 2025. Thank you to those that are attending here in-house and on our Zoom. I'd like to call this regular meeting for the Town of Grand Lake Board of Trustees to order. If you'd stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Under announcements, I'd ask that you please silence your phones or any other devices at this time. Remember, we are recording. Any conversation you need to have, please take it outside. The recordings for tonight's meeting will be available for review within the next 24 to 48 hours. Under roll call, we have all of our trustees here tonight, except for Michael Soban, who has had something emergent to take him away. There is a chance he could show up. If he doesn't, we'll go ahead and excuse him now. If I could have action from the board on his absence.
I move to excuse trustee Soban from tonight's regular meeting.
I have a motion and a second. Please pull the board.
All right, trustee Shoner,
Aye.
trustee Soban, or sorry, trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Casso,
Aye.
trustee Ornson,
Aye.
Mayor Kudron,
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. Thank you. Will the clerk please poll the board for any conflicts of interest regarding tonight's meeting?
Trustee Ornson,
Conflicts.
trustee Casso,
No conflicts.
trustee Miller,
No conflicts.
trustee Shoner,
No conflicts.
Mayor Kudron,
I have none.
and Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
And I have none. Manager's report, Mr. Kudron.
Good evening, trustees, members of the community. This week, we've had up and down weather. The town bathrooms that are located behind the library, they suffered damage when one of the library's water pipes burst during the recent cold spree. The library filed a claim. The work had been completed and the bathroom reopened Friday afternoon. It looks really, really nice in there, almost like it's brand new. Both of the town rinks are open. The ice conditions are good. The weather has deteriorated the surface and the Zamboni is having fuel issues. So you will see that the regular rough conditions that are out there, the natural conditions, are likely to continue for a little bit longer. We're working on a fix for the Zamboni. At the last meeting, we talked about the issuance of a series of requests for qualifications for a number of different items. Of the 5, 4 have closed. I've been able to use the responses to make recommendations on 3 of the items, and the other 2 will be completed later this month. I'll be speaking to you a little bit later. We have received 18 requests for proposal for architect and engineering services. And per the state and federal guidelines for the project, I'm going to be asking 2 to 3 of you to review some of those and give me some feedback in the next day to 2, because I want to keep this moving along. We'll talk about that at the end of the meeting. Marquee progress continues. You noticed that the material pile on Grand Avenue has been removed. That's because there's just a small amount of stonework that is left. They'll be starting with the welding as soon as the weather gets nicer. It seems whenever they're ready to start working, the weather gets bad. As the temperature fluctuates, you'll notice that there are problems that occur with services around town. It's important to remember when water lines freeze, when sewer lines freeze, it is the responsibility of the property owner to repair those services up to the main lines. We can give you all the best advice. If you have water lines that are freezing, get a bleeder. If you have sewer lines that are freezing, make sure to run cold water and not hot water down, and run a lot of it down when you use little things in your, whatever you use your sewer for. But if you use a lot of little things, they all clog up and then you have a sewer problem. And if you don't address it right away, it gets longer and worse and much, much more expensive. So when those things do happen, if you think that it's a town issue, or if you think that it's your issue, contact the town. We'll let you know how to get started. The other thing that you'll notice is that when things start to melt and the sun comes out, it seems like the whole road comes apart. Our goal is to keep the road as good as possible. We don't want to take all of the snow and the ice off. So before you wake up and after you leave town, Public Works is out there scraping, making lots of noise. If you happen to live right close into town, that's what those squeals are at about 5:30 in the morning. That's the blades trying to get that ice off. In mind, I'm changing pages. We don't clear every pathway or drive. Make sure that you know we're not trying to put berms in front of your driveways. Winter Carnival was a great success. At the posting, when I posted this on Friday, there were a whole bunch of people and there were all kinds of new events. And we just have to keep making sure that that continues. This coming weekend, the town board has ordered extra snow to come on Friday. Like for Life Poker Run will be happening Saturday. Public Works is prepared for that. I think their scheduling is just so that they get extra time because they have to work every Saturday and Sunday, it seems. 218 happening at the house, 5 generations of history in Grand County, featuring Ashley and Matt Reed Tullinen. So there are going to be some good stories, and everybody come with your questions. On the 22nd is ice fishing tournament on Grand Lake. We do take a pause on the 1st of March. Everybody take a breath, and then ski touring comes March 8th. So if you wanted to know if there's something going on in the wintertime in Grand Lake, we got it going on. And that's even before we start talking about performances, ballet, Moors and Macumber, and art classes and pottery classes. So stay busy, everybody. Next board meeting is February 24th. Any questions?
None.
No.
Have none.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Kudron. All right, next we have this time is for public comments. This is the time for unscheduled comments. This time is reserved for members of the public to make a presentation to the board on items or issues that are not scheduled on the agenda. The board will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the board make any decisions on the items presented at this time. Rather, the board will refer to the items to staff. If a member wishes to comment regarding items up for discussion by the Board of Trustees on the agenda, time will be allocated at the beginning of each non-quasi judicial item. For items of a quasi judicial nature, time will be allocated during the public hearing conducted for that time. If you'll please notice the clock above, please be mindful of the 3 minutes of time given to each individual for comments. We much appreciate this consideration. We've got a long meeting tonight. We know we're going to have comments, so please do be considerate of that 3 minutes. Who would like to speak first? Please come up, state your name and address for the record. Anybody's here to speak at this time?
Gothard Lane, 1302 Spruce Drive. I have some questions. Actually, I'm asking, we have the treasurer come to the next meeting. You sent this out about the water bills and the 27,000 gallons per month. If you go over, you get charged $2 for every 1,000. And I reviewed mine, when you 4 months of 27,000 gallons, 108,000 gallons. My 4 bills this past year were 10,000 gallons, 39,000 gallons, 6,000 gallons, for a grand total of 125,000. Subtract 108 from that, that came out to 17,000 gallons. And so I should have been charged $34. for that. But it appears to me that y'all don't give any credit for when you don't use the 27,000 gallons.
Correct.
But you will charge us for when we go over 27,000 gallons.
Correct.
I don't know if that's completely fair, but I'd like to know the rationale behind it. Because I think you might be considered taking advantage of people, because the 2 months, my third bill was like, say, 39,000 gallons. That was 12,000 over times $2,000, that's $24. And the next month was 6,000 gallons, that was 39 over 2,000 by $2 came to $78, which means that was a bill of $102. Versus if you just let the year go, it would only cost me $34, which is, you might say, a net loss of $68 to me. I don't know if that's fair. I mean, we're good stewards of the water early part of the year, but yet you're taking advantage of when we're trying to keep the town look nice, have nice lawns, nice flowers, and things like that. So I'd like to know next meeting from the treasurer, why do you do it that way? So I think you're really taking advantage of people. You haven't used the water in the fall. Plus, I'm kind of curious. My bill says 10,000 gallons. That's a nice round number. Why isn't it 10,023? I mean, I like to know each month or each quarter, when do they read the meters? I know they do electronically. But I like to know, why is it so much of a round figure? Is that a base figure? We don't, whatever, I don't know. So,
I'll be
there
happy
you
to
are.
share that to you at the next meeting.
There you go.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other comments at this time? Okay, I'm not hearing any. We'll go ahead and move on to our next item on the agenda, which is our consent agenda. This is where we as the board consider tasks that are of a regular nature and for record-keeping purposes. If a board member wishes to consider any of these items individually, that is appropriate to do so at this time. I'll entertain action on the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda for February 10th, 2025.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Please poll the board.
Trustee Shoner,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Arnson,
Aye.
trustee Kuso,
Aye.
Mayor Kudron,
Abstain.
and Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, next, moving on to items of discussion. We've got A, consideration of resolution 7-2025, a resolution setting certain fees for the Grand Lake Rotary Club's Grand Lake Ski Joy Volunteer Lunches and Beer Garden event on March 8th, 2025 and March 9th, 2025.
Right, I will take this on behalf of our event manager, Sarah Weeks. Rotary Club is a global network of 1.2 million neighbors, friends, leaders, and problem solvers who see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe, in our communities, and in ourselves. The Grand Lake Rotary Club has offered to volunteer for the Grand Lake Skijoring event, providing lunches to the event volunteers on both March 8th and March 9th. They will also be facilitating the beer garden for the event on both days as well. They are requesting the board waive the rental fee for the use of the community house in the amount of $600, the rental fee for the use of the town hall kitchen in the amount of $200, the rental fee for the use of the Hecker Pavilion in the amount of $280, and the rental fee for the use of the town gazebo for the scheduled time in the amount of $140, as well as electricity for $25. They are a nonprofit organization, and we did provide the code there for you to reference. And yes, I don't think I have anyone here though from Rotary. Do I? I do not.
Anyone have any questions for Miss Carol? Hearing any?
With,
Oh,
sorry, with the use of the community house and the kitchen.
Mhm.
I skip over a portion that essentially states that they are responsible for and do we have any type of?
That's in our rental facility agreements. So they've already paid deposits. Yep, we still require to collect the deposits.
Any other questions? I'd entertain action on the item if not.
I move to approve resolution 07-2025, a resolution setting certain fees for Grand Lake Rotary Club's Grand Lake Ski Joring volunteer lunches and beer garden event on March 8th, 2025 and March 9th.
Motion?
Second.
In a second, please poll the board.
Okay, Trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Casso,
Aye.
trustee Arnson,
Aye.
trustee Shoner,
Aye.
Mayor Kutron,
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you to the Grand Lake Rotary for this. This ski touring event is coming quickly and we're excited about it. So really appreciate the Rotary joining in and bringing volunteers for this portion of the weekend. Next is item B, consideration of a new special event application and resolution 08-2025, setting certain fees for the Colorado Corvettes Club special event Grand Lake Corvette Show.
The Colorado Corvette Club was founded in 2005 with the goal of bringing people who love Corvettes and people who enjoy doing charity work together. They are a club of around 30 members. While they give to various charities throughout the year, their big fundraiser is the annual Corvette Show. This show has been held previously in Grand Lake 12 to 13 times, with the number of Corvettes being as high as 136 in a single show. Throughout the Corvette community, the location in Grand Lake is very popular. The Colorado Corvette Club constantly receives inquiries from other clubs and Corvette owners asking if Grand Lake is happening this year. The Colorado Corvette Club, as well as town staff, are excited to get this show back on track with the hopes of once again making it an annual event. Because they prefer to support charities where their contributions will be impactful, this year the club has chosen to support Grand County Pet Pals, who are excited to be a part of this event. They request the board waive the new special event permit fee of $250 and the rental fee for the use of Heckert Pavilion in the amount of $130 as they are nonprofit. Again, the code is there for you, and I think Steve probably, do you know anything else about this event? Any further
But
details?
when the Corvette Club came back, as some of you who have been here for several years will remember, we used to close off Grand Avenue, and that was for a day in August. As the traffic on those days got bigger and the economic benefit to the cars being on the road diminished, we moved them down to the lakeside. Some of the people that were organizing didn't care for the way that it moved, and some of the timing was poor. This year, the president returned, came back, and in the couple of years since the Corvette Club has been gone, the town was able to put on the Colorado Grand back in 2023. Because of some improvement work that was done behind the Heckert Pavilion and understanding the weights and the water system, we were now able to offer that to the Corvette Club. So what the show will look like is that both Pitkin and Garfield will be closed just for the one block here between Park and Grand, so that there will be cars on both of those side streets. There will be cars along the grass like the Colorado Grand and then the front parking area in front of the marquee. That will allow for them to have about 150 cars. The last several years that the Corvette Club came, the amount of their benefit was between $5,000 and $6,000 to the beneficiaries. So they do really good work for the nonprofits in the county, as well as come and show off some really shiny cars.
Thank you for that, Manager.
The date of this is, it's changed a couple times. I just want to make sure. August 23rd. So that'll be the weekend after Buffalo Day. Which it'll bring in post-school crowds. As schools go back, you'll be bringing more crowds up where the families are starting to leave.
We suspect, I guess there's still land in between it, but art space to be going on at that point?
Likely. There may be groundwork the soonest, but construction docks at this point, the schedule's looking not into even September. At the soonest.
Other questions for Elena?
These are pictures from the Colorado Grand and how they were lined up.
Not the most recent one.
That was held the second week of September.
I'll entertain action on this item.
I'll do it. I move to approve resolution 08-2025, a resolution setting certain fees for Colorado Corvette Club's special event, Grand Lake Corvette Show on August 23rd, 2025.
Motion
Second.
and a second, please pull the board.
Trustee Cassell. Aye. Trustee Arnson.
Aye.
Trustee Shoner.
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Kudron.
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. And thank you again to the Corvette Club. We're glad to have you back. Always.
Hi, this is
great.
Mike Krieger, president of the club. Thank you very much for approving it.
Thank you. We're glad you're coming back. Looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Next item is C, consideration of a new special event liquor permit and resolution 09-2025, setting certain fees for a special event liquor permit for the Grand Lake Rotary's special event Grand Lake Ski Joy. Same event, same group.
Same thing. They are requesting for a special event liquor license to sell fermented malt beverages on both March 8th and March 9th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I heard there were talks of possibly having a band there in the park, but I haven't heard any information. So fingers crossed on that one. And then all Grand Lake Gentlemen's Club will be serving and they will be tip certified on Sunday.
Nice.
Let's see, I got my map up there. So the red lines will be the liquor boundaries, including the community house. So people can go in there and warm up if needed. And let's see, and they are requesting that the board waive the $100 special event liquor permit fee for this event, and we have not waived any fees for them so far this year.
But we're keeping track.
But we're keeping track. Oh, yes, we keep track.
I make a motion to approve the special event liquor permit application and resolution 09-2025, a resolution setting certain fees for a special event liquor permit for the Rotary Club of Grand Lake special event, Grand Lake Ski Joring, volunteer lunches and beer garden.
You have a motion
Second.
and a second. Please pull the board.
Trustee Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Arnson.
Aye.
Trustee Cassell.
Aye.
Trustee Shoner.
Aye.
Mayor Kudron.
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. Thank you to the Rotary again and the Gentlemen's Club. We're glad you're going to be certified as well. Item D, consideration of resolution 2025 affirming compliance of a petition for annexation of a parcel of land located in unincorporated Grand County comprising 6.88 acres located at 120 County Road 663, Grand Lake, Colorado, and setting a public hearing on the annexation.
Hi, this is Angela Snyder. I'm contract planning for the town of Grand Lake.
Hi, Angela.
Town received this. Hi, it's good to see you. So we have received an annexation petition from Mike Ruger and Linda Randall, January 24th, 2025. So this year. This is the first step in an annexation. So normally when a land use application comes in, staff reviews it for completeness and staff sets a hearing date, and then it comes before the board for a decision. However, for annexations with state statute, it requires the town board to determine the if the application is complete and if it is eligible for annexation, and then the statute asks the board to set a hearing date. So I don't know, Elena, I do have a PowerPoint presentation to show the property, but you're showing from my staff report on the screen, so I
Yeah, you
leave it
can-
there.
You can go ahead and run it if you want to. If you
Or
want.
should I take over?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll send a request just because. Let's see here. Let me know when it's working if it's. It's okay if it doesn't work.
I can run it too when you do.
Okay, we're gonna
Basically,
switch
there
off
are
and Elena's gonna show the presentation here.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Oh, sorry. And then the light went off. Okay. Okay, let's try it again. That should work. Okay, good.
Can she see that it's up?
I don't think she can.
Can you see our screen right now? I'm sharing it. So she should.
Oh,
There we go.
you
Okay.
know,
Yeah.
I can't. Can you see the annexation petition?
Yep,
Now we
that's
can.
fine.
Yep.
Okay, good deal. So the annexation process in Colorado is that the staff receives the annexation petition, then the Board of Trustees make a determination on the eligibility. Then the Board of Trustees sets a date for a public hearing to consider the annexation. Then staff begins the official review of the annexation. Then Planning Commission makes a recommendation on the zoning. Then it comes back to you, the board, to hold the actual annexation hearing. It can be a little confusing, and that's why I take the time to explain it. The annexation does not become official until after the 30-day appeal period after the annexation hearing. So as shown in the other picture, the Ruger property is this piece by the blue flag. It connects the town to the water treatment center. So the eligibility criteria that the board needs to find satisfactory is that the property has at least 1/6 contiguity with the town, and it does have more than 1/6, and that it is capable of being integrated with the annexing municipality. So can it connect to the town limits? Well, this is my interpretation. It connects from the town limits to town-owned property. It has water and sewer lines already running through it. So in staff's opinion, it is capable of being integrated with the annexing municipality. The third point is that you can also determine that the area proposed to be annexed has the contiguity with the annexing municipality, and that can be a basis for a finding of compliance. So, and then another last point is that at least 50% of the property owners have to have signed the petition that we received. And we have indeed received 100% signatures of the property owners of the property. So staff advises the board that you accept the petition, that you find that it does meet the state statute for a petition eligibility, and that we set a hearing date. Now, the draft resolution in front of you and my memo both say request that you choose a March 24th hearing date. However, the applicant is unable to attend that day and respectfully requests a hearing on April 14th. That concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Angela, this is Scott Krob. I think that April 14th.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
good. It's good to see you or
Yeah.
hear you.
I guess my only concern is that the hearing, the eligibility hearing has to be no less than 30 nor more than 60 days. And I think April 14th is.
Oh, that's true.
60 days. So we'd have to hold it earlier and then continue it probably.
Okay. That's a good idea.
So Scott, Christina here, to clarify, we can approve the resolution for March 24th, and then at March 24th, we'll do a continuation until April 14th.
Yeah, and there's a couple things you'll have to do on March 24th, but we can walk you through it when that comes. You have to have an hour of testimony, but you can usually accomplish that by opening the hearing and then just let it sit there while you go on with your other business and then come back to it. So yes,
Okay.
I would recommend you set it for the March date, and then on that March date, you continue to the April 14th date.
Okay, so trustees in your, you can read it as it is with the March 24th date.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions for staff? Mike, you want to talk? You want to come on up, give your name and address for the record? And tell us why you want to be a Grand Laker.
Everyone, Michael Ruger. My wife is not here, but she is also owner of the property. And it's just a correction. I think you stated 6.88 acres. It's actually 4.88 acres. And I think that's what's on the document. So it's right up on the way to the water plant. And our goal is to have it annexed into the town and take advantage of the town water that runs right down the road, runs right through the property, and the sewer line and everything else. And so we would like to have it ideally annexed by the town of Grand Lake. And then our goal is to subdivide it and develop some of the sites with high density or residential estate. High density, I think, is the zoning that everything else around it is.
Low density.
Low density, sorry, thank you. And anything else? I do have, if it's helpful, I do have some other surveys that are larger and a little bit easier to read that I can leave with you.
That would be great.
We can wait till the next hearing. Then my other question is, if we move forward on the 24th of March, do I need to physically be here in person, or can I do it over Zoom? Because I would be available over Zoom, or I'm just gonna be out of town.
Yep.
Yeah. So the 24th might be an option.
Zoom would work. And as we get closer to see what your time frame is, we'll be ready to hear that motion.
Yeah, we've owned the property for 5 years now, I think, and we're very excited to build a cabin on it and start really enjoying the property and enjoying the cabin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Like to step away really quick and address that trustee Soban has joined us. Thank you for coming.
Angela, if you could help the Board of Trustees, the steps that come after the board hears the next step on the petition, then it goes to the planning department for annexation and zoning?
So the planning commission is only giving a recommendation on the zoning request.
Mhm.
They don't have a say in the annexation.
When does that come along?
So the planning commission ideally will have a planning commission before the March 24th date to give you recommendation for that zoning. Then we take the annexation, followed by the zoning. It's usually like the same staff presentation, but with two decisions. So you would decide on whether or not you're going to annex it, and then if you annex it, then if you accept the proposed zoning.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? None? We don't have any questions. I would entertain action on this item.
I move to approve resolution 10-2025, a resolution affirming the annexation petition received for 120 County Road 663 is in complete compliance with Title 31, Article 12 CRS, and move to set March 24th, 2025 as the date for the annexation hearing.
A motion.
Second.
Second, please pull the board.
Trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Cassell. Aye. Trustee Arnson,
Aye.
trustee Soban,
Same.
trustee Shoner,
Aye.
Mayor Kudron,
Abstain.
and Mayor Pro Tem Bergquist.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, Angela. All right, moving on. To E, quasi judicial public hearing. Resolution 11-2025, consideration of zoning regulation variances on lot 12, block 12, Grand Lake subdivision, more commonly referred to as 825 Lake Ave, and the Leatherwood development site located on lots 4 through 6, blocks 5, Grand Lake subdivision, and lot 9-14, Leatherwood Inn by the Lake subdivision, more commonly referred to as 1016 Grand Ave and 1001, 1005 and 1007 Lake Ave. Thank you. And we have Josh. Hi, Josh. Thank you for being
Hello,
here.
board members. Yes, can you all hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. All right, I'm going to get my screen share up here for a presentation. All right, you should all be able to see my screen share here. Good on your end?
Not
yet.
Not yet.
Okay. Let's see. Showing it's good on my end, but let me try another way.
And it's showing on my screen, John.
Okay, so it's more across over to the chambers there.
Yeah.
Let me just do the whole screen and see if that works.
There we go.
Got it.
That working in the chambers?
Yep.
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. Trick is you got to do the whole screen, not just a Windows. So we'll try it this way. All right. Thank you all for your time this evening. So before you is resolution 11-2025. And again, this is for multiple variance requests associated with the Leatherwood development project site and the off site at 825 Lake Avenue. And I will spare you and not repeat all the location addresses that were already stated for the record. But here within your packets, what we'll do is we'll go over some high levels from the staff memorandum and supporting information. And then be available for any questions as the applicant dives into their presentation and items. So the two sites are located in the core area of the community, here shown on the visual. Zoning for the site one, 825 Lake Avenue, is commercial transitional. And for site two, which we'll call the Leatherwood Development Site, is commercial. The current use at site one, 825 Lake Avenue, is storage, parking, and existing trash recycling dumpsters. And the planned uses for that site are the accessory structure for a garage and trash and recycling enclosure to be constructed on that site. Barring any other discussions that come up through the development process regarding open space. So I don't want to completely exclude that, but it's also not part of the variance request specific to the structure. For the Leatherwood Development Site, Site 2, this is a vacant property along Grand Avenue. It also has existing lodging and residential along Lake Avenue. And then the planned use is a larger mixed-use development that incorporates upper floor residential, ground floor commercial uses. So what we'll do is we'll be walking through the 5 core requests that the applicant has within the variance request, highlighting additional notes from staff, and then getting into the next steps of the process. So first request from the applicant is to allow the offsite open space at 825 Lake Avenue to count towards on-site requirements for the Leatherwood project. So what this is intending to do is the on-site requirements for the Leatherwood development site. There's some additional open space needs, but allowing the 825 property through the development process to be fleshed out, what that looks like, kind of the look, the feel, how the ownership maintenance is addressed, and have that square footage count towards their total on-site square footage. 825 is about a block and a half away from the Leatherwood development site, and has the potential to serve as a connection and provide some additional open space into an area of town where there's some additional residential units. We have the code section referenced here. I won't read through all the different code sections that are referenced, but they are also included within the packets. And really the gist of the code section is that it requires an applicant to provide on-site open space dedication, on-site open space, excuse me. The next request is to allow construction of an accessory structure, garage, and refuge, or the trash and recycling enclosure within the rear and side setbacks at 825. One item we've also identified through the review process, and as our team has gotten deeper into the code, is the maximum accessory structure size that's included within the definitions in the municipal code. And that establishes a 10% limit for the maximum building area. The existing structure as proposed is about 3 times the size, 3 to 4 times the size. And so any variance consideration with the setbacks and the structure that's proposed will have to take into account the maximum accessory structure square footage as well. These are the site photos for the 825 site. As it says current, this is of course about a month and a half ago when I was in town last, before the planning commission discussions, but here we are on the far right. This picture, the alleyway, I'm lined up with the alleyway looking off kind of to the west direction. And then on the picture on the left, standing at the curve of Lake Avenue as it starts to wind around the project site. 825 Lake Avenue, is noted in the staff report, is surrounded on 3 sides by public right-of-way. You have Lake Avenue on 2 sides and then the alleyway on the north side. I do know the applicant provided some additional printouts for you all that I believe were distributed earlier with some modifications, some adjustments to the overall design of this site. However, what I'm utilizing are drawings that were submitted as part of the core application and that were used as part of our analysis and how we were calculating a lot of the dimensions and the requirements and the setbacks. And so those are the items that you're seeing before you on the screen, are those original drawings that again were part of the application that we analyzed. The next request is to allow a residential unit to remain within the front 50 feet on the main floor, known as the Lake House along Lake Avenue. There's been an existing residential type of structure that's been used as a kind of non-conforming use. Generally, the code requires within the district that the front 50 feet of the ground floor be commercial. And so really with this request, the applicant's looking just to continue that residential nature of the property, in addition to all the additional commercial square footage that is being incorporated, which we'll see here in a couple of slides.
Josh, real quick, sorry to cut you off.
No, anytime.
With the previous request, number 3, I just want to make sure everyone understands that the structure with the garage and trash receptacle has nothing to do with the Leatherwood project. This is strictly for the
Leatherwood site.
Yeah, the on-site right next door across the alleyway there. So just before we get too far, I want to make sure that's understood. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect clarification. So here with what should be 3 of 5, so 3, 4, and 5, I apologize for that. These will be the Leatherwood development site specific variance items, for site specific elements. So the first is the Lake House, which is along Lake Avenue. And I'll point it out in a picture here moving forward. And so this is for that front 50 feet to remain as a residential type of use. Number 4 of 5 is maximum height. And so this one, based on some revisions from the first planning commission discussion in how the applicant was measuring the height, and at the request of the planning commission, the applicant adjusted this to be the maximum height off of Lake Avenue of 52 feet for building 1, which is on the hard corner of Lake Avenue and Garfield Street. And this was for the principal building. Building 1, it excludes the elevator shaft as that is allowed to extend above the maximum building height. The additional item that came up during the commission's review was the event center building, and this was based on the drawings that were provided for the planning commission's final review and deliberation. It showed the event center building with a height extending just over 43 feet. Based on code, the maximum height allowed is 35, but with the topography on the site, if any of you have been in that area, you know that from the alleyway in Grand Avenue down to Lake Avenue by the lake, there is a substantial grade and drop off. You really see that along Garfield when you get to about the alleyway and that drops down into Lake Avenue. So that's where the applicant would be allowed up to about 40 feet under the existing code. And so what we're looking at is about a 12-foot maximum height on building 1 adjustment and a little over 3, I think it's like 3.5 feet. I'll let the applicant speak to that a little bit more for the event center building. Lastly, we get to how the open space is calculated on the site. Based on some adjustments on the site and the applicant taking into account some of Plan Commission's recommendations during the sketch plan review, some adjustments were made, and that triggered the percentage by like 1 to 2% adjustment, where it tipped the project into a group 4, where they would have had to provide 45% of the land area as open space on the site. And so the applicant is requesting that group 3 35% be what is counted for this site with the existing proposed development plans. Again, the plans are included in your packets for reference for a lot of the discussion, but post variance considerations and discussions, the applicant still has to go through the development plan process, which has presentations and hearings before Planning Commission and the board. Here are pictures of the site. Here's off of Lake Avenue. You can really see the topography difference here of what exists today on site. So what we're seeing here is about where building 1 would be located on the site. And down about where that vehicle is on the top left picture, that's about where the lake house building is, where the ground floor residential would remain or is proposed to be remaining. Here are some renderings provided at the last Plan Commission meeting, show some refinement in the architecture, really maintaining on the top view that look off of Grand Avenue, maintain that two-story presence. And again, architecturally, this is to help really discuss the height and the nature of the development. In terms of the actual details, that's what will be fleshed out during the development plan process. The image on the bottom, the rendering on the bottom, is off of Lake Avenue. So you can see the snack bar there and the building behind. It's worth knowing a couple of those first buildings. That first one is the event center building. So that's the one that extends a little over the 40 foot by about 3.5 foot to get the roof pitching. And so what the applicant has done since the board has seen this last, which was about last May, June, I believe is what the applicant noted. When it was discussed preliminarily, they had more flat roof line profiles, so they've added more pitching throughout the property. And so that's where you're starting to see those heights adjust just slightly throughout the property. Here are a few elevations. Again, there is a lot more in the packet, and I have those PDFs available to pull up as we're talking through. Just let me know what you want to see when that time comes, and I can flip through the images. What the top image does is it's showing you off of Lake Avenue from that lake perspective, looking into the site. So building 1, again, on the left here, top left corner, that's the building that has the over 50-foot height. And then you have the Lake Treehouse, which is an existing building. And then the event center was being proposed. There's just an increase in that height in the top. On the bottom image are those perspectives with Lake Avenue or Grand Avenue, excuse me. So I'll run through some of this text. I never like having too much text on a screen, but it's kind of hard with variances, is that the Plan Commission recommendations. So first, the Plan Commission recommended approval at a 4-2 vote of the adjustment to the on-site open space land area. So to use that group 3 35% calculation instead of the 45%, to allow that off-site open space credit at 825 Lake Avenue to count towards the on-site credit, and to allow the first floor residential unit to remain along Lake Avenue. The commission did recommend denial for these following variances in a 4-2 vote as well. The side and rear setback encroachments at 825 Lake Avenue, as well as that maximum accessory structure size at 825 Lake Avenue. Part of the reason for the maximum accessory structure size more or less had to do with the concern that the rear and side setback should be revisited. The applicant should look to modify the site to try and get the building and structure to fit the setbacks that are in place, which would be 20 foot off the alleyway and 5 foot off of Lake Avenue. And so based on that, the maximum accessory structure size could change or be modified. And so the commission wanted to make sure first that the adjustments to the building on site and where it was positioned and placed was figured out before requesting a variance and kind of having this open-ended variance. The last variance that was recommended for denial was the maximum building height for the Leatherwood site, and that was for both building 1 as well as the event center. There were concerns with just the overall massing. Commission did appreciate that the applicant stepped back the levels as you went up, but still were concerned, especially with building 1 primarily, the just overall massing and overall height of that building. And what the commission used were the findings of fact within the packet that are also highlighted. Excuse me, went off the wrong screen. The same variance criteria and considerations for variances. And those are included within your packets as well as just highlighted here on the screen. With that, from the Board of Trustees, of course, from your standpoint, you could either approve the resolution, approve with conditions, deny the resolution, but anytime we deny a resolution for a variance, we'll have to establish the findings of fact based on the criteria included in staff's memo in your packets. And like the Plan Commission, the board may consider approval or denial of certain variance requests, and kind of breaking up those different variance items. And we're happy to work with you all and walk through that as we get to that point. Scotty was really helpful with the Plan Commission, guiding them from a legal counsel perspective. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I do know the applicant has some additional information to present and discuss regarding their variance request. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. So to clarify, we give staff the opportunity to speak. We'll give the applicant the opportunity to speak and answer questions. And then we'll do public comment of 3 minutes. And then the applicant will have an opportunity to respond at that point, and then we'll close the public comment. And then it's open to the board to ask questions of Josh or the applicant and move forward. So that will be how we'll structure and organize from going on. So Josh spoke. Thank you, Josh. Mr. Kreitzer, if you'd like to speak or state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Gabe Bello, I'm the architect for the project, working with Scott Munn out of MA Studios on Grandview 315. So thank you, Josh, for all the information. I think I just wanted to add a little bit of clarity and a little more description to what Josh laid out for us, but obviously we're focused on the variances and not the full development plan, so we can get into more detailed discussions about the architecture itself. But really, I wanted to take a step back because it's been almost a year since we've been in front of the board. And since then, we've met with the planning commission at least 3 times, maybe 4, sort of heavy in there. But essentially, in an effort to collaborate with the town, with the community, we have continually revised our plan and our vision and our general set of drawings so that we could really get into the details and make sure that everyone fully understands what we're going for, and really so we could be here to clarify and make this work. And really, where we began with our general set of parcels that the ownership owns, we saw a pretty incredible opportunity to connect what right now is a set of fairly disused and vacant lots on Lake Avenue, and an alley that's not code compliant in terms of grade, with a couple vacant lots on Grand Avenue, and really an opportunity to combine all of these into a master plan vision that allows us to create a new activated pedestrian connection between Grand Avenue and the lake itself, right? And so because of that, our initial set of drawings showed a large plaza cut through the site. Back in May of last year, when we were in front of the board, we had one large 3-story building on Grand Avenue, and we had another couple buildings on the lake side, but they were all pretty large. They were all 3 to 4 stories. They were all quite dense. And a lot of the feedback we received in that first trustee workshop, as well as the first couple of planning commission meetings, was that there was far too much density. There was too much mass to it, and we really needed to take a step back, further hone in our relationship with the scale of Grand Lake and really make these things work. And so in that effort, we split the large building on Grand into 2, and then we took off the 3rd story of both of those buildings to just bring our scale down. Because in no way are we, attempting to really be overpowering. We want it to fit and we want it to work with the community. And then the event center was originally a compilation of event center, treehouse, lake house, all in one large building with 2 new residential floors put on top of the existing foundation. And we simplified that. We removed the top floor. We actually cleared out the bottom floor and made it a public commercial residential space so that there would be more pedestrian activation and less of an odd sort of conflict with residential use right on the property line as exists right now in that event center space. And then on top of that, we have reduced the commercial on building 1 pretty greatly. We sort of pulled in the envelope on our first floor because the planning commission numerous times sort of mentioned that commercial tenancy is a little bit unstable and there's not that much need for new commercial tenancy that'll be empty half of the year or potentially used less functionally than residential space. And so because of that, a few of our variances were born, right? We had always been planning on proposing the idea of using the open space at 825. And our original designs showed 35% open space with that included and 25% commercial use. When we reduced the commercial use in building 1, even though we added some back to the event center, et cetera, our percentage dropped to 22 and change. And so one of our variances is simply to allow us to be at that 35% criterion instead of the 45% that would be incurred, because we changed our commercial percentage based on planning commission direction. So beyond that, I think when we get into the heart of the variance conversation, most of the questions, most of the feedback, most everything that we've received about this project is about the height, right? It looks big on paper, we know that. And between the last couple rounds of meetings, we added some additional renderings to the package, tried to show sort of what it really looks like from the human scale. And something that was incredibly important to us laying out this building and the whole project is the presence of the development at street level. And the idea that we're creating new covered boardwalk pretty much around the entire perimeter of the property, as well as the fact that we're stepping back upper floors per code and beyond just the base code requirements for those step backs, is all an effort to reduce the presence of these buildings on the street level, but also to provide some density that we think would be a really special opportunity for this very central site in our downtown core commercial district. So with that being said, I know variances generally are defined by an explanation of hardship, and the hardship is usually defined as, some sort of extraordinary circumstance that can generally be boiled down into a sentence or two. And obviously with this project, they're a little more complex, but the essence of it is that the exceptional circumstance that we're experiencing is the fact that all of these lots right now in the central Leatherwood parcel are extremely central to the commercial district. They're extremely adjacent, not only to the pedestrian circulation flow of Grand Avenue, but also to the seasonal variety of Lake Avenue and the opportunities that present themselves there. And we really just felt like it would be a disservice to the community to not show what we could do here by creating this new pedestrian plaza, this new activated commercial space, mixed use space, the opportunity for more people to live in the downtown core, which would obviously provide some economic stimulus, et cetera. And the fact of it is that we're compliant with our parking and our overall sort of building coverage planning. It's just a simple matter of this building height because of the fact that our site has almost 15 feet in grade that it navigates vertically. So part of the special condition there is the code requires the front 50 feet of any lot in the commercial district be of commercial use. By the time you get 50 feet into our lot on Lake Avenue, you're 10 feet underground. And so there's no usable building behind that. So therefore, the code requirement that residential parking is on site, in building, and on the ground floor on the back of the building means our second floor is almost entirely parking for building one, right? So we ran into a bit of a sort of pinch when it comes to laying out useful, functional residential units when we only have a small remainder of the upper floor and then what would be an even smaller third floor due to the building setbacks. So we felt it was appropriate to sort of use the existing 3 houses max height and shoot for a building that is well under that or at that level, to provide some what we feel like is appropriate density. And it's really shielded from most of the public view because it leans back so far from the lake and because Rockies is only a few feet shorter than it on the Grand Avenue side. So in general, we really absolutely intend for this to not be visibly overpowering. We want it to fit with Grand Lake. We want it to abide by the sort of sawtooth profile idea, which is breaking up a large elevation, a large facade by providing new materiality, new architectural sort of articulation, and that's absolutely a priority for us. But we did provide sort of set of 3 new sheets today, and it's just sort of some additional dimensional clarification. I see you guys looking through it there. Page 1 is focused on the Treehouse Lake House Event Center trio of buildings. Page 2 is 825 Lake Avenue and a couple of different options we're now exploring for the layout and the design of the site. And page 3 is a little more focused on building 1. And just to sort of call out the basic numbers there.
Josh, can you pull that up on the screen, please?
Yeah, I have my screen being shared, I think. Should be able to see it on your end, or if you have to highlight mine.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, and Gabe, just let me know what you need. I can switch between the exhibit you just provided today or the main development plans.
Yeah, I think go to what I just provided today.
Okay.
Okay, so this is page one of that addendum, and basically the treehouse, lake house, event center are the sole focus of the page, and part of what we wanted to illustrate is, excuse me, the existing height and scale of the treehouse is the tallest thing on that block, right? And our intent is to reduce the scale of the treehouse a bit and to also sort of fit it in with the lake house, which is staying exactly as is in terms of footprint, in terms of height, everything like that. And so as you can see sort of in this middle drawing, the existing treehouse is almost 4 feet taller than what we're calling the new treehouse. And the new treehouse will be at a height at 47'3" above the sort of lowest point of that larger Leatherwood property down there. But it's almost 5 feet lower than the existing treehouse building. And so we wanted to sort of show that in a diagram to help calibrate why that number is so extreme. And the fact of it is, you know, right now it's a standalone building on the back half of the site. And if we were to measure it according to code, we have to measure down to the Lake Avenue frontage, to the lowest part of that property. So that's what's making that number so large. Josh, if you go to page 3. So this one is really focused on building number 1. Overlaid a sort of red rectangle on the top of building 1 to show what we could do if we really just like went with a flat roof design instead of doing something that had a bit more mountain articulation, right? And a bit more sort of climate friendly articulation, like that. And essentially we can lower the max extent of the building by a couple feet, but in reality, we don't feel it's appropriate to the site. We don't think the architecture would work well or match. And we think in some ways it would probably look like an even larger, massive, a single uninterrupted silhouette. That being said, the building 1 measures 51'3" the top of that roof from the lowest corner of the site. So it's, I believe, 4 inches lower, something like that, than the existing treehouse line adjacent there.
How tall is the building?
The lake house. Oh, it's 15 feet. 12 feet shorter. Then the treehouse, so it's the lake house itself is 38 feet, something like that.
You're wanting to put 51'3" next to it?
Yeah, so the lake house will be physically under the treehouse, right? So
Yeah.
So the treehouse will be up there at 47'3".
But you're saying that Lake Ave on the front.
No, at Lake Ave on the front, it steps down significantly. Building 1 also steps down significantly on the front. So you can see sort of here in the top right drawing, building 1's high point is back here, maybe a third of the way back from the right. So the front portion of this building steps down continuously at each level to reduce the mass and to add some articulation so it doesn't look like one giant block.
Mm-hmm.
And then beyond that, so the building 1 is at 51'3", treehouse is at 47'3". The event center itself is measuring at 45'6". And all 3 of these buildings are busting that 40-foot limit just because the topography is so extreme on site and because we're measuring not only at the alley side where we have a 0 lot line condition allowed by code, but also all the way down to that Lake Avenue property line frontage, which is extreme, to say the least. And we can dig into specific numbers all day, but I think really in the end, part of what's going on here is that, the variance request specifically calls out that this is not to be determined as a special condition or a special sort of granting permission to one property owner versus everyone else in the district. And we absolutely recognize that. We think that the extraordinary circumstances being that there's this opportunity to provide a plaza, to provide some additional density, to provide open space that connects Town Square to the lake and beyond, is really quite special. And what we have been attempting to communicate, and really part of what I wanted to clarify today, is that building 2 and building 3 on Grand Avenue, code-wise, could be much larger, could be more dense, could be more plain. And in order to sort of render them as we have, as 2-story buildings that step back from the street, that have sort of open public space and warm public space adjacent to them, we are set on keeping them at 2 stories. And we would like the variance to be specific enough that the commission feels comfortable allowing the buildings on the lakeside of the property to go to these specific heights and capping all future development on the Grand Avenue site at those sites at our sort of proposed max, which is 31 and 34 feet. So below any sort of code requirements there. So essentially, in the end, we know that the Planning Commission recommended a few approvals, a few denials, and we wanted to just stand here today to further clarify some things and reopen the discussion with the board. Yeah, and we look forward to your comments and your feedback.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead. Oh, you do. I'm sorry, Jim. I didn't see your.
I'll be brief. Jim Kreitz, Grand Avenue number 206. I just want to start off by saying that we have spent well over a year and multiple design changes to try to make everything work. And moving densities around, we have all on-site parking for all of the condos that we've asked for. And the variances we are asking for is truly are a hardship. It is the steep slope on the building. Gabe brought up and he described it very well. That and by the way, I'm project manager for Spirit Lake Condos LLC, and I'm speaking for the group. And so the severe slope, and he brought it up about when you put and it's the most important part of this whole thing, and I just want to put it back out there. But with the parking being on the main level, normally the code requires that the parking be in the rear. We can't do that because it's so far down. And so our parking is on the second level. And if we have a 3-story building and you have a steep slope, you have a 3-story building, you have the parking in the back, you have a step back in the front, you have very little room to build on the second level. You got commercial down here, you step back, you got parking here, you have a very small area, and you step back again, and then you have some more up here. So the amount of usable residential space is very small when you look at the second and third level. That's why we're trying to get the variance up above 40 feet so that we can have desirable residential with the on-site parking that we are allowed. And by doing that 4-story, and that came from one of the first meetings we had with the board. The reason we're doing the 4-story is I came up with the idea to take the 3rd story off of Grand Lake and put it on the 4-story on the lake side on Lake Avenue. With the step backs, you don't notice it that much. So I just wanted to bring that up. One of the other things that Josh did not talk about, I don't believe he did, is that the reason that the code allows adjacent properties to other development, which is the Boardwalk Plaza development, for parking. And it was the first or second variance, we got a denial of that because number one, we were in a setback. And it is not part of the development of Leatherwood, but because it's adjacent property to Boardwalk Plaza, we have the right for the code to have parking on that site for Boardwalk Plaza. So what we would have would be a easement perpetuity on the property for the garage space and the dumpster space on 825 Lake Avenue, which would restrict any future development of that site. The balance of the site is open space, which is part of the packet that you have. There's 2 designs there. And I want to step back on that. And if I'm jumping all over, it's because after my mind's taking me and I'm not focusing that well tonight. So if you look at, it's the second page in the packet I gave you today. If you look at the design there, we did come back in and we met the setback requirements. We shrunk the size of the garages to get it out of the east and west setback. We did not have the ability to take that out of the back 20 feet. The code says that you can't have any garage, any structure in the rear 20 feet of a piece of property, basically the alley. The board did grant us variances for the Park Avenue project, which they worked very well. And they allowed us to build garages in the back 20 feet on the property line in the setback, which worked very well. And there are other garages and structures along the alley going both east and west in the rear setback. So I want to make that clear. If you won't allow us to do that, what we did is we took the parking structure in option B and took it out of the rear setback and we put it along the eastern side of the 825 Lake Avenue right away. You will see that in option B. We did leave the trash structure in the rear setback because when the trash trucks come in, they want to come in straight and it's an enclosed area. So they'll get out, open the gates, take the trash containers out. It is out of the east setback in the west setback, but it is not out of the rear setback in option B in the packet. So if you don't want to allow anything in option A with it, which is the garage in the rear 20 feet, then we would like at least the opportunity for you guys to give us the approval to have option B, which is build the garages farther to the south in the lot, which gets it out of the setback. There will be no structures in any of the setbacks if option B is done. Option A would only be in the rear 20 feet, not the east and west. So I wanted to bring up about that. The reason that we're asking for the one variance, and Josh brought it up, is solely in the first planning commission and public hearing that we had. We talked about, it was brought up by planning commission staff that the use, we don't need any more commercial in town. We've already got lots of commercial. We went through the reasons for that. So we reduced the commercial on the bottom level. And I want to make this clear that on the ends of the commercial building, the first level. And by doing that, we got below that percentage of 35%, and it triggered of open space, because when you have less commercial, you're allowed to have less residential. And it's really hard to make those numbers gel. So we were just 1 or 2% short of that. So we're asking for a variance to stay within just a tad under that 35%. And that's what that is. We brought the building in, the commercial, and there's more outside seating area and or plaza area on each end of the commercial because of that. And that's what that's for.
How much was that reduction from the original plans, Jim?
I'm thinking it was around almost 3,000 square feet commercial. Isn't that great? I mean, we could get it for you by the end of the meeting, but
Gabe said 22%. Was that number?
It was, yeah, it was 2,000 and change in terms of the square footage, but we went from 25.1 to like 22.6% commercial. So a little under 3% reduced and still quite close to that 25%.
Thank you.
If we don't get the variances for the heights, it's very likely that we will have to go back to the 3-story design for the buildings on Grand Avenue, which we don't want to do. I've had discussions with one of the neighbors that's here tonight, and they don't want the 3-story structure. We did that early on. We don't want the 3-story structure. That's where this whole idea of increasing the height to get to the 4-story was, so that we reduce the mass on Grand Avenue. Gabe explained that also. We talked about different structures in town that are, that we don't have, number one, any 4-story structures, and number two, that we don't have anything over 35 or 40 feet. I had my surveyor go around, Warren, and he measured several buildings in town. And one of them is Eagles Landing. When you stand on at the southeast corner of the Boardwalk Plaza project and you look at Eagles Landing, that structure is 49.2 feet tall from the asphalt to the top of the building. On the west side of Eagles Landing, yacht club condos are 43.29 feet. It's 4-story structure. The old lodge down on Carnes, I don't know what the name of it is. It's been there a long, long time. It's well over 50 feet. The condos across from the post office are 37 feet. And the gateway is 37 feet. So there are structures that are within distance of our space. Show you one thing here. This may be a little bit archaic, but what we're asking for is basically at the treehouse, we're asking for a variance of about where my thumb's at on this tape. That's about how much more we're asking for to do a gable roof. On building 1, we're asking for basically that much where my thumb's at. So it's not, I know it may seem a little bit different to do this, but it goes above what's allowed, but it's just not, when it steps back per the requirement, it just doesn't seem that it's, to me, and this is my opinion, it just doesn't seem that terrible. So I wanted to bring that up to you. I'm welcome to field any questions. I don't have a lot more to add. Gabe did a great job. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so I know we're building our questions, but I still want to give time right now to the public for questions. Remember the 3-minute clock, please. And if you'd like to come up, give your comments, state your name and address for us for the record.
And while the first person is coming up, I wanted to read into the record on a letter that I did receive addressed to the Grand Lake Town Council. I'm writing in regard to the space of the former miniature golf spot in Grand Lake. I've heard for some time it's being considered to allow someone to build condos in that spot. I feel that I need to speak up about my feelings on this. I've been coming to Grand Lake both in the summer and the winter for over 30 years. I love the uniqueness of the town and the peaceful environment. It gives me a nice respite from all the commotion of the city. I know times change and not always for the better. If you allow this spot to have condos built, it'll ruin the town of Grand Lake. It'll make it claustrophobic. This space should be for 1 or 2 story shops or an outside eating area or a relaxing area. I hope you will seriously consider this. Please don't ruin the town of Grand Lake. Judy Meyer.
Thank you, Manager Gudron. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mark Gibson. I'm at 209 CCR 662. Thanks for your time this evening. My wife and I moved here a relatively short time ago in 2019. We moved here because this place is not Silverthorne. It is not like Highway 9 at Silverthorne, where we have stacks of shacks that isolate the waterfront, and stacks upon stacks upon stacks, which are essentially sterile and soulless. I'm afraid this is what you're looking at tonight, consistent with the previous gentleman talked about. You're considering all these variances and all these exemptions on a development like this in such a sensitive area. You've got to consider the record of this developer and his record across the state and across the country. Be very careful about that. Whenever you have exemptions, you talk about giving away open space. You talk about we'll have future issues flushed out in the development process. These are all red flags. Will O'Donnell is going to testify tonight. You all know him, but you should realize that his first job in life was working for Dana Crawford. She's one of the developer's developer. She kept Larimer Square from being ruined and leveled. She and David French kept preserved the clock tower on the 16th Street Mall. He has learned all of the tricks that the developers can play and all the ways they can create an entitlement that may look good with all these line drawings, but the line drawings change after that entitlement you gave him is flipped to the next owner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. Yeah.
Jim Cervenka, 236 Lakeview Drive, Grand Lake. And this evening, I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Grand Lake Area Historical Society. And we have even more concerns now that the height requested is 12 feet or so on building 1 and several more feet looking at, I believe it's the event center. I got a little bit lost on which building we were talking about. But the 7 considerations that both the planning commission and you all as trustees of the town need to consider are: 1, the compatibility of the proposed action with the surrounding areas. And it's clear that building 1 would tower over the existing buildings presently along Lake Avenue. To the west of building 1 is the 2-story Western Riviera Motel. To the east is a single-story snack bar and gallery addition to the 2-story nationally designated Hoffman House Museum. Whether the proposed action is in harmony with the character of the neighborhood, and a 52-foot tall building is not compatible. We mentioned 3-story building on Grand Avenue. Yes, Rockies is a 3-story building. Is it taller than any other building there? Yes, but it complies with the zoning regulations. the need for the proposed action. Well, the applicant stated the hardship is that it is impractical to stay within the required 40-foot height limitation. It's only impractical if a fourth story is needed, other than for the purpose of increasing the financial return to the developers and by providing, quote, additional penthouse units overlooking the lake. The effect of the proposed action on future development in the area, we're already using existing development that is non-compliant to justify more non-compliance. What precedent does establishing a 52-foot height in the 35 zone also offer? Size, shape, topography? Yeah, it's steep. What are the alternative possible designs? A 3-story building 1, not raising that event center more than the existing standards allow, and has to be due consideration of the town's comprehensive plan, which calls for Grand Lake being an authentic place, which mentions the effort to preserve Grand Lake's unique rustic small town character. Staff analysis speaks of preserving the character of the community through design, and a 4-story building on Grand Lake does not do that. So the requested variances violate 6 of the 7 factors that you are required to consider. So on behalf of the Grand Lake Area Historical Society, we encourage you to deny variance request number 4, which is the height variances as recommended by your planning commission. If you do choose to grant any height variances, we would urge you to be specific as to which building and what height is to be allowed. If there is a variance, hopefully there are none. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. All right, anybody else like to speak? Well,
Will O'Donnell, 412 Grand Avenue. I would like to preface my comments by saying that I think it's, a relatively attractive development, and I have no animus towards the developer or the architect. It's a small town and we're all sort of connected. So I want to talk to the trustees about the context of this whole discussion, which is that there are precedents that are being set. And if we're talking about a height precedence that's this much above code, let's keep in mind that we're talking about 9 primo lots in town, high visibility, centrally located. So it's this much height variance over frontage of 300 feet on Lake Avenue and 100 or 150 feet, I think, on Grand Avenue. Although that's not where the height variance is requested. But anyway, it's a massive development. And it reminds me a lot of what's going on in Winter Park. And Winter Park is not what I want Grand Lake to be. The variances being requested are so that the developer can maximize density. I don't see that as a hardship. And so that's one of the points. If you're going to give a variance just remember that you're doing so that you see this particular project can go forward. But you can't count on the fact that this developer is going to be the one that will go forward with this project. And you are entitling the land with these variances. And I'm losing my train of thought, but if you entitle the land with these variances, you're gonna set a precedent for anybody that has commercial transitional land to be able to build a garage for their supplement parking or for their dumpster storage. You're gonna allow anybody with development over, is that me? That's okay, but you know, you're entitling the land to do things that you are depending upon this developer to complete. And I don't think that you should make the assumption that this developer will necessarily complete it. And there's a dangerous precedent to entitle land with these variances for future developers or future situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Christina, can we speak?
Oh, hello, Susie Mackey.
And Jim Peterson.
That's Jim Peterson, 15 West Portal. One thing we asked earlier, how long this is going to take, and it's approximated to be 10 years, which means the downtown will be torn up for 10 years. I would like to see the developer to finish everything he's got going before we start something new. So.
And sell everything in there before we start putting more stuff on the market that's not selling.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for those
Sure.
comments. We've got someone at the podium. If you'll go ahead, state your name.
Mary Lee Lane, 1302 Spruce Drive. Agree with that, and I agree with the letter that the lady suggested on Lake Avenue. No offense to Jim and Mr. Architect, but this just doesn't, this isn't Grand Lake. You know, we've got a small town with, I think, we wanted to keep a rustic western feel to this town. Now I wandered in 71, so that's a long time, got to change. Change is not always good. Or necessary. It depends on what type of change it is. But I don't know why there seems to be a push to be like other places, or citify or urbanize this town. Winter Park, Fraser, Tabernet, Granby. Not so nice anymore. No offense to the folks that live there. People come here because we're not like them. This just seems so out of sync with, I don't know, maybe Jim has his vision, and that's fine. But it just seems like we're getting away from what Grand Lake has been fun. And what I think we want it to be. There's the flow from the Kaufman House to Miyake's. And then there's this. It doesn't mesh. It just doesn't jive. Lake Avenue and Grand Avenue, I mean, for it to be compatible with this town, with how this town has been. And I think what we really want it to continue to be. And this just doesn't fit. It doesn't seem right. These other towns, gentlemen mentioned going down to Silverthorne and whatnot, that's awful. Why can't we just keep Grand Lake, the lovely little western rustic town that people come to because that's what it is. It's not like other places. We don't need to be like other places. Let's keep it the community that we know and love and other people know and love. They bypass these other places to come here because it's different. It's special. Let's keep it that way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Gothard Lane, 1302 Spruce Drive. You know, I admire somebody like Jim. In that he's a mover and shaker. He wants to build, wants to make things good and everything. But I think town, you need to tighten up your building codes. I don't know how Eagles Landing got to 59 feet or whatever it was. Now you just open yourself up, as I think Will mentioned, to somebody else coming in and say they want to do that. The other thing I think you all got to think about is all your commercial space on the bottom of everything you're building now. This town has 6 or 7 vacancies on Grand Avenue every year. Porter Crossing, he's got some commercial space there. I don't think he's sold that yet. And now you're building this with commercial space on Lake Avenue and on Grand Avenue. You're just going to have a bunch of empty storefronts. Because this town is only what this town is. This is not Vail, this is not Aspen, this is not Winter Park. So I think you got to think about that. And considering the mass of this building, I don't want to see an aircraft carrier staring me in the face when I look on Lake Avenue. And that's what it's kind of looking to me like. I'm all for him building something, don't get me wrong. But I think it's got to be proportional. And not, as I look at it, I say, what in the heck is that thing?
Next, Michael, did you want to? Oh, you are. Okay.
Everybody, Michael McDonald, 1032 Park Avenue, trustees, mayor, thanks for being here. You guys have a difficult job, so thank you for your time. I would like to state that there are 5 different variances and there should be public comment for 3 minutes for each of those. So I'm going to ask if I could go a skosh over the 3 minutes. I did write down what I'm saying so I can stay on topic and not blabber. So this shouldn't take too long. Thank you. First off, I believe that the owner of the property should be able to build what they want as long as it meets the code. Variance 2. I'm going to just kind of go through each one I'm going through. Here we go. Variance 2 and 4. Garage and back 20 feet of the alleyway, the height variance. As you are aware, the variances that you apply in one part of the code do not apply in other parts. For instance, a variance for parking standards requires an entirely different application of code than a zoning petition. In other words, if you would apply codes for an apple to a zucchini. Well, that was kind of funny. I'm trying to make this code gets all blah. I'm trying to hear it. Here we go. Our code states that any person aggrieved of code interpretations for items in 12-2-8 and 12-2-24 and section 12-2-29. In other words, zoning rules. They must follow section 12-3-5 of the code. That section of the code is overseen by the Board of Adjustments. And yes, the Planning Commission is the Board of Adjustments, but the Board of Adjustments has other code criteria that must be followed for height, setback, frontage, etc. You need to follow 12-3-5 and not the 12-2-27. This 12-2-27 is only for extra things not addressed by the Board of Adjustments, like a steeple or an elevator shaft height, or a bay window. 12-2-27 is not for very basic height and setback requests. Variance 1 and 5. to allow offset open space and reduce the amount required. This seems like a very simple request. However, if you look into the code language, there are multiple places where the states no open space required for any building shall be considered for providing an open space for any other building. Also, open space is defined as dedicated to the common use of the residents of mixed use development. It is intended to be for that recreation, for that development, not a shared space with visitors. All shop owners have been required to provide this on their property, not a property down the street for everyone in town. As a side question about that, since the property will be required to apply for a conditional use permit for going over the allowed 50% residential units, do we even know how much open space will be needed yet? You guys might have touched on that, but if it's still in question, we don't know, so we can't vote on it yet. So we can't proceed if we don't know the actual number. This open space request and the reduction of open space requirements in changing its group number. It's not only not allowed by code, and there is not path forward for a variance written in our code since 12-2-27 does not apply to this type of request, but is also premature since they have not been granted conditional use permit yet. To flip the downtown residential area from commercial to residential. On another item about the open space being located off-site, 12-2-37 states that health, safety, and welfare be considered for something the applicant should keep in mind. The health, safety, and welfare can be brought into question by having the open space off-site for those with disabilities on-site. If there is not an accessible route from the Leatherwood to the open space allotted to the Leatherwood, man, these names are fun, Leatherwood at 825 Lake, there should be a survey done shown to meet accessible route if it can be approved as an accessible ADA route. Since it'll be a new structure and not existing maintenance. Variance 3, allowing for bottom floor to remain residential. Two issues with this variance. The bottom floor of the building is listed as commercial by the assessor. It cannot remain residential since it is not. The applicant should be requesting for the zoning to be switched to residential. This would require a rezone. Since you would be spot zoning in the middle of a commercial district, which we all know is not allowed by state statute. There have been statements that the commercial businesses are vacant and should be more residential. If that is the case, then the applicant should be purchasing residential lots and developing those, not purchasing commercial lots and asking a roundabout way to rezone them. Zoning should not be taken lightly. There are plenty of Colorado statutes that involve the process of zoning, and this particular zoning plan for the town of Grand Lake was thoughtfully put in place by months of public outreach and hard work to ensure that the town would continue to be able to grow for a long time into the future. Finally, thank you all for hanging in there. There has been talk that the code has many conflicts. Getting all dry now. Here we go. There's been talk that the code has many conflicting points. The code also accounts for that. 12-2-28 accounts for the conflicting points. It states that if there is a conflict, the more restrictive or that which imposes higher standards shall govern. Read that one more time. 12-2-28 states that if there is a conflict in the code, the more restrictive or that which imposes higher standards shall govern. It appears to me that as a bystander that lives here full-time year-round, that the developer's needs and wants are governing instead of the restrictive code. These lots are not unbuildable and they are no hardships. This defines in our code by geography and other items, which are under the Board of Adjustment section, by the way. The only hardship is for the penciling bottom line of the project, and that has never been the town's problem and to solve, and nor shall it ever be. I'm asking this board tonight that you request to table this. Don't vote on it tonight. There is a lot to chew on still. So I'm asking to please table this with the overwhelming amount of items that need to be addressed. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for my time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Michael.
I'll make mine quick, and since I have to work with Jim, I'm gonna do whatever you guys say we're gonna do. The commercial change on the bottom is absolutely contrary to what we just went over in the workshop. We're trying to bring a year-round economy to this town. You guys, staff, everybody's working so hard on it. Giving up that commercial space, I mean, I know we have plans of what that's gonna look like with commercial. Don't give that up. The topography of the land was what it was when he bought it. He already knew what it was. That's a lame excuse for a hardship. Eagles Landing is why we have the height regulations that we have. It's because of that. That's why the planning commission was formed in the first place, was because of that. Because nobody wanted that to happen again here. All right. The garages and dumpsters on the alley are an absolute nightmare for us to maintain the alleys. To put a 30-foot long garage off the alley, nobody's going to park a boat, motorhome, anything in there. That's ridiculous. The height, all the threats, one, it has to maintain a western fill, that's already been over. So all the threats of these ugly box buildings is not a threat at all. You guys have control of that too. He can't do singular roof lines. He can't do all those things. We know that. So those threats, and putting a 3-story tall building on Grand Avenue when he's already putting a 34, who cares? Talk about 2 more feet, 1 more foot to meet code. He keeps saying he can do a 40-foot building on Grand Avenue. He has to prove by a geotechnical engineer of what natural grade was if it was disturbed more than 5 years ago, and that was. So he would have to prove that there was more than a 5-foot grade difference on Grand Avenue, what originally by a geotechnical engineer before anybody could allow 40 feet there. So, thank you guys.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, man.
Anyone else? Okay. Not hearing any. So at this time, we will close the responses from the public comment, excuse me, and we'll open up to board questions of the applicant. And we've still got Josh on there to help us answer some of these questions as well. And so, board, I do, let me state a couple things really quickly, just to address some of the comments. This is what the Board of Trustees does, is look at these projects. We are not doing this project. We have nothing to do with it other than it coming in front of us. So I want to make it clear that we are working on this. We are listening to the public, the community. We've had comments outside of here made to us as well. We're taking this project very, very seriously. I appreciate the Planning Commission and everything that they have brought to us so far. It's been a lot of work on their part. We are working on code. That is one of the clear things that we are working on. And you may not see that, you may not hear that, but we are very aware of the importance of the code. And we're lucky to have Josh and those that are helping us with that. We understand that we're not Vail, Winter Park, or Breckenridge. We know that. We're not a ski area. We never will have one. And we are very aware of what Grand Lake is. And that's why we're on the board, because we've chosen to keep it Grand Lake and be responsible for it. So as we move forward in this discussion, please know we are taking this very seriously. And the last point I'd like to make is that, understand, Mr. Kreitzer, that this has been a year for you. This has not been a year for us. And it's not been a year for the public. And so the comments that that's our responsibility right now to hear and go through this process. I know that building projects like this take a long time in towns, and we're here to make things as nice and easy as possible, but it's important that we have the community as a piece of this. So I'll go ahead and open it up to the trustees. Questions or comments?
I have one from Mr. Kreitzer. Is this one big scope? You're gonna demo everything and build it, or are you doing this in segments?
Kreitzer, 828 Grand Avenue. It'll be in phases. Our plan is to do the plaza and to also start on the event center, the lake house, the tree house remodels, and probably the larger building on Lake Avenue will probably happen fairly soon. I believe that we looks like the group has secured some financing for that building.
That was my.
I won't, and it'll be by phases. So it won't be a live construction zone for 10 years. It'll be based on different phases. And the stuff will not be built and there's a use for it.
Okay.
Those phases.
So you won't raise everything and put up a fence and say.
No, it'll be on different sections.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have your financing in place?
Well, for parts of the building, yes. For parts right now, yes.
Yeah. Now, just for disclosure, I did go to the last commissioners meeting. They brought up the pen that you have tandem garages underneath. Is this?
Yes, they're tandem garages.
So, like Jim and I, it could be possible that we both be parking in one garage.
Yes, so the larger units, yes. It's a standard that's been acceptable all over the industry for probably close to 3 decades.
So if I had to get out and he's behind me, I have to go find him.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, I think there's been some housing that's been designed by the town for, if I'm not mistaken, that tandem garages were used in that study for the town, actually.
And what was the clearance in the alleyway to get into them?
It'll be acceptable to get the swing radius in and out that needs to be done. There's a setback from the.
So large SUVs can, no problem.
Yes.
Question? Not right, too much to digest.
I had a couple of questions, but you go ahead. You have anything?
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
That is okay.
I'm hoping that my comments serve some stuff and give everyone a chance to process it, so.
Okay.
Good, I appreciate it.
Sure. No. We'll look forward to your thoughts, considering you have been attending the commission meetings, and so we'll look forward to that. Trustee Casso?
Thinking of how to.
Trustee Arnston?
With the possible garages over on 825 grand. I guess what is the purpose for those? Is it for parking?
To trade.
It is for
To
parking
count in
for 3
for
of
the
the
building?
units. Yes, it's for parking for 3 of the units at Boardwalk Plaza. There's already parking on site. It's just additional parking to cover. There's a big need for it. People want it.
And I guess on that note, addressing the building size for the variance too on that. Did, I guess when you guys designed that three garage covered building there, was that close in your numbers to the actual size that could be, or is that
Oh, and Gabe answered.
I guess generally, Gabe, what numbers did you guys use to come up with the size of that building versus what is currently in code allowable?
Sure. Yeah, so the conversation about maximum accessory structure size was really glanced by quite early on because conceptually, the way we approach it, code says accessory buildings need to be on site or adjacent to the site, right? So we're across the alley, we're technically adjacent. Because it's accessory to a primary use, we consider the calculations accessory to the primary site. And so we didn't base the size of the garage on the buildable area of 825 Lake. We based it upon the buildable area of Boardwalk Plaza, which is the primary building and the primary site, right? And so we're compliant for that 10% cap when you look at the 825 garage in relationship to the overall Boardwalk Plaza footprint and open space. And part of our calculation for 825, in terms of the open space that would be theoretically transferred to Leatherwood, does not include the required 25% open space for that garage based on Boardwalk Plaza's mixed use classification. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Much easier. Yes.
Sure.
Sure.
I think we're wanting a little help from you,
No,
so
that's fine.
let's.
Michael Soban, I sit on the planning commission as well as the liaison, so I have attended every phase of this discussion from, we had two meetings with the planning commission, tabled it, moved it on to a second session where we took a little bit more public comment and stuff like that. So just do want to mention that as I get started here. First portion that I have is a question for Josh on Zoom, our planner in lieu here. It's been mentioned in the comments here, as well as I've heard previously, that it talks about a 50%. If you have your residential over 50% of the commercial, is there some sort of code that would come into play? I was not aware of it at the planning commission meetings, but it has been brought up to our attention here at the board of trustees.
Yeah, there is language in the code regarding percentage allocation of residential commercial in these mixed use projects. And it all comes down to that programming. And again, what we've seen so far are preliminary development plans. These plans haven't come forward to staff to dive into all the numbers and crunch all the numbers against code. What we've seen is the sketch level, and that's been refined to what you have in your packet today to discuss the various variances. But ultimately, what we'll do is when an application formally comes forward and they finalize their programming of the space, we'll look at all that criteria, the open space percentages, the parking numbers, the percentage of residential, the commercial, how things are set up. Again, if the project proceeds to that stage, we'll look at all those details and we'll look at if any variances were granted. These were the boxes those variances created that we have the ability to work with the applicant within. And so if there is a requirement that the final programming is off that percentage, then what we'll do is we'll work with the applicant through the appropriate step. If it's a conditional use process, that will go forward before the appropriate processing code. And again, I don't have every process memorized yet today, but we'll work through that process with the applicant, bring it forward before the planning commission and the board of trustees to be reviewed on those merits.
Very well, thanks, Josh. So would that possibly bring another variance to us? Just kind of asking in advance.
Yeah, that's a good question. So it wouldn't be a variance. It's the conditional use process. So what we would do, just like a development plan has to go through the formal process and be reviewed for compliance with code, compliance with design standards, anything like that. We'll work with the applicant, we'll look at, and if there's anything that comes out with that conditional use process, we'll run that either with the applicant's permission concurrently, so it can be reviewed at the same time. And let's say the board says, nope, we want the percentage to be where it is. Then the applicant would have to modify that internal programming of the lot and space to get the threshold where it needs to be. So it's one of those, it's kind of tough because we're looking at it from that level. We're kind of identifying some of those things for the applicant to work through and discuss, but we're also not into that level of detail on the plan itself. And that will come back forward as part of a public process.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
You bet.
Make some comments first, then I'll jump into some questions for the applicant as new information has come forward, comments and stuff like that. It's been mentioned that the planning commission is for a reduction in commercial space on Lake Avenue. A portion of the planning commission had mentioned that. I can't speak for the numbers of how many commissioners were leaning toward the fact that commercial would not be beneficial due to the non-year-round business season that we have here locally. There was a tape measure brought out to give you guys an example of the height variance ask. Some of the measurements were correct. Some, in my opinion, are incorrect. The 52 feet is 12 feet over the request. And just to clarify for everyone, any structure in town can be built up to 35 feet. Due to the applicant's grade change, we do allow an extra 5 feet to get up to the 40-foot limit. So that if the applicant were to build at 40 feet, he would not be coming to us for any variances. So doing some math, 52, 40, that's 12 feet. That is about, I'm assuming, 3 feet higher than the ceiling. Just so you guys understand that on my interpretation of the height variance. More of a question. The applicant had listed off structures in town that go beyond 35 feet. Gateway 37 feet as listed is a 3-story structure, and it also has a over 5-foot grade change that allows them to go to 40. So they stayed 3 feet below the max that they could build there. The Yacht Club condos, for anyone that is not familiar, that is the condos located down below the Conoco next to the fire station and marina. I know for some people that wasn't very clear as to what that is there. That is a 4-story structure, and I just learned that in this meeting here. As we look at their plat, they have an extraordinary amount of open space. The grass on the east and south area are extensive with, long lasting and set up trees growing in there, as well as all the parking is provided on their property and for all residents on site there. As mentioned in public comment, Eagles Landing does exceed the height. Speaking with Judy Burke on the Planning Commission, she did mention that that is the reason that these codes were put in place. Not so much today, but in the Planning Commission, those structures were compared to a lot when it came to discussions, and a little bit less of that was touched on today. So that's something I do want to mention to everyone as well. I guess the rest are questions. I don't know who would like to field them. But as we get going, Gabe, that'd probably be a good question for you, but just confirming heights once again for the two structures on Grand Avenue.
Sure. So the two structures on Grand Avenue, building 2, building 3. Building 2 is at 31. Building 3 is at a hair under 34.
Okay.
And building 2 is pretty much a flat parcel. Building 3 has about 7 feet of grade change with the alley at its current state. So theoretically is a 40-foot gap there.
And correct, looking at street view images is clear that there's over a 5-foot grade change there, in my opinion, but we just never saw topographic reasoning for that. I mean, from a street view, I can assume, but kind of tough to tell there. So that's just one thing I do want to mention. Some different numbers were thrown around in the planning commission meetings for the heights of those buildings. So that's why I am currently clarifying that for everyone here. So that would allow them to build a 40-foot structure on Grand Avenue due to the great change. Just to mention that there. As we jump in here a little more, Gabe, can you confirm the treehouse and the lake house in their current state are two standalone structures that you guys are ultimately planning on making one structure? Is that correct?
Yes, we're planning on connecting them, like they'll share a thermal envelope. The way they're structured is whatever, but right now they're connected with like a concrete slab little patio that's sort of deteriorating. The reason why we're gonna connect them is so the lake house units have access to their parking off the alley, as opposed to having to do some weird other method of getting back to their vehicles.
Totally understands that.
Yeah.
That just kind of bringing me to ultimately the facade of the buildings are all going to connect into one, and it will be one structure disconnected by a firewall, obviously, something like that, correct?
Between tree and lake, absolutely.
Mhm.
The treehouse lake house combo is entirely separate from the event center, not physically.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the tree and lake house, the event center.
Yeah, the treehouse is designed to go over the top of the lake house and be connected there. It's not two separate structures.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not gonna be just a.
That's the design you have designed. That's not
Right,
current
right
state.
now it's-
Current
Yeah,
state,
currently
they're
they're
two separate
and
structures.
they will be. Yeah.
What's the height of the treehouse?
The treehouse right now measures at, 52 feet 1, if we're using that same datum of the lowest point on our Lake Ave property line.
Yeah, if you measure from Lake Ave, it's
52
50
feet,
something.
1 inches.
But if
for-
you're looking at it from the alley, being that it is a separate structure and that is the entrance from that building. It's just a regular 2-story.
Right, right.
That's that portion of it. So yeah, as it currently stands, the new treehouse, based on designs, would actually go down just under 5 feet with the new plans in the new structure there. That question there. The parking at the second floor, that was presented by Mr. Cruiser for everyone to understand. Lane, are you able to pull up a
Gotcha.
photo where it's like, yeah, that one, perfect. So could you, Gabe, explain that portion to me of the parking and for everyone?
Sure, so basically, in the commercial district, the code requires us to provide commercial use 50 feet back from that front property line, right, primary property line. We're also required to provide parking from the rear of the building, right? And typically on a flatter site, those sort of both happen at ground level, sort of on one story. And therefore you could just go up above that with residential. For us here, we're steep enough on the lot that the garage on the alley side of things is up on level 2, where our commercial program is down on what we call level 1. And therefore our sort of building has been split level forcibly, right? Just by the nature of how the circulation is going to work for vehicles, for pedestrians, for commercial use. So that's where we sort of initially started with this concept of a terraced building. And when we laid things out last, February, January, when we really started drawing into these parcels, thinking about how this concept works, we came at it from the idea that our building heights would be calculated in a terraced fashion, right? So we would have sort of lower masses on lake that step up to higher masses on the alley. And obviously, things have changed both in the interpretation of measurement rules for code and also our plan for the alley, which we're sort of regrading and trying to make better for everyone. So that's sort of how we got there.
Gotcha. Have any considerations been made to utilize the ground below the current proposed parking as parking? So basically directly behind the commercial. Have you guys considered that at all?
Yeah, we absolutely have. It's funky to lay out structured parking in the bottom of a building such as this, especially when you have to consider entry and exit formats for vehicles. For a garage that would have multiple vehicles moving around at once, multiple tenants parking in the same bay or off the same drive aisle, we end up having huge clearances around the parking. So just for vehicles, we have a 60-foot depth if you have a parking space on either side of the drive aisle. That's no room for circulation, no room for door swings, no room for bike storage or anything else that might sort of develop in a space like that. And so it ends up sort of really killing the lower level program of the building. And in many ways, with the 50-foot depth of the commercial usage, you almost can't fit a functional garage behind that on the depth of the lot that we have. So there's ways to look at it, single drive aisles and single bay parking layouts, and they're so incredibly inefficient and earthwork is so expensive that it really makes the project not viable.
We talked about that today.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking as you talk about it and saying, well, we're using this valuable, space as parking that could be more valuable as, residential. I just look at other options of there is ground there. I mean, you hate comparing to Denver, but you go downtown Denver and they dig down 60 feet to create parking for those structures. Now you see people doing it more above ground to accommodate those parking requirements, but just something I wanted to ask about the consideration.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We absolutely consider it deeply, and I think there's a ton of implications of going deep in granite bedrock next to the lakeside that would just sort of blow it out of the water in many ways.
All right. We'll wrap up at Leatherwood here before I jump to 825. Okay, yeah, I'll jump to 825. So spoke about in the planning commission meeting with regards to subdividing. Would that still be the case for option 2 as well if we move, if consideration gets put into the new plans that you guys have provided?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think option 2, part of what we recalibrated mentally even just this weekend since we received some more useful feedback from the commission last week is it seems like the town is not interested in entertaining the idea of being deeded the park space for maintenance reasons, et cetera. And because most of the commissioners expressed no need for an additional sort of park there. And so while we're considering it open, public, unprogrammed open space, we do not plan to subdivide it in Plan B. It would be owned and controlled by the HOA and maintained as such, and probably not programmed to the full extent as park and just sort of more wild open space.
So the craft structure and garage. The open space would have to be owned by the owners of the Leatherwood.
Yeah, it would be Leatherwood's parcel, and there'd be a perpetuity easement for the Boardwalk Plaza tenants to own and maintain their own garages.
There you go.
So no subdivision, there'd just be an internal agreement based on that. So would the garages would be owned by the Boardwalk Plaza. used by the Boardwalk Plaza. Yes, what is the ownership of that parcel? Is it fall under Boardwalk Plaza or is it a completely third different name too?
I can answer that question. Jim Kreitzer, 8 Green. Leatherwood will, HOA will own the 825 parcel. It's too small to subdivide, and it'll have an easement in perpetuity. It's like a building that's built all over the country on leased land, except there won't be a lease payment. They'll just have an easement. The HOA and Boardwalk will maintain the garages and the trash area. And then the balance of it will be open space for Leatherwood.
You word this correctly, so it makes sense. I mean, we're using numbers from Boardwalk Plaza to determine the size of the structure on site. It's an accessory structure to the Boardwalk Plaza. I feel like they need to be same owners without jumping into the code. But we're using measurements at Boardwalk Plaza to determine the size of the structure at 825. I feel like the ownership needs to be with Boardwalk Plaza, especially if the use as an accessory structure to Boardwalk Plaza, especially when their dumpsters are the ones that are being utilized.
Well, in the past, I've had discussions with staff over the last 8 years that I've been doing things up here. And offsite easements, I was told, were allowable for parking for adjacent properties or within 300 feet, actually. You could get an easement from a neighbor to be able to put parking on to be able to develop the site. Within 300 feet, I believe is what the code says. This is within 20 feet. It doesn't have to be the same ownership, it can just be an easement.
But I think the difference is the structure.
Yeah, I mean.
That if it was just an asphalt lot, that's what has been done in the past.
Correct. I know considerations have been made for that, so.
So the building would be insured by the HOA. If it was to burn down, it would be rebuilt by the Boardwalk Plaza HOA and fully maintained by them, painted, snow removal, everything.
Maybe a little more clarification on the requirements for the accessory structure. And you're correct, you can be up to 300 feet within that property to utilize that as that property as an accessory to the primary there. At the moment, those are all the comments I have. I hope that provides the rest of the board maybe some insight on other questions that can be asked. I more than likely will speak again as it goes on, but those were the few things I wanted to at least highlight early on. Actually, no, I'm going to jump in. Ultimately, guys, as mentioned by a member of the public, we are looking at each variance and we are looking at the hardship from each variance. We have a handful of criteria that we are looking at to looking at when looking at these variances. The first one is the compatibility of the proposed action with the surrounding area, whether the proposed action is in harmony with the character of the neighborhood. Think about this individually for each variance, guys. The need for the proposed action, we're talking height variances, residential, off-site, open space, all of them are separate. The effect of the proposed action upon future development in the area. I've heard many talks of purchases at the existing Western Riviera to where the very similar project of stature and nature could also be built. We talk about the precedents, allow the height variance here. We say it a lot, right across the road, right across the alley is that opportunity for another structure to come here to the board and planning commission for the same variances. The size, shape, topography, slope, soils, vegetation, and other physical characteristics of the site. And then as I kind of asked for the parking garage, whether alternative designs are possible. We're weighing in on all of these different criteria for the hardship, guys. So no emotion, none of that stuff. We are looking at these facts and line items as I just outlined. So that's all I have at the moment, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. That's really appreciated, very thorough. Thank you for that. Do we need to have more discussion? Do we have more questions? Wanna,
Well, we're gonna vote on the variances one at a time.
what does?
And combined motion
No.
or separate or whatever.
Well, it depends. If we need to be specific about something, change the language, I think the appropriate would be individually. And you know, unless we're in unison on one or the other.
Yeah, just be aware that. So this seems interesting to me. We had two different resolutions at the planning meeting, and now we have one resolution. Is there a reason for that?
There are two.
Um,
They were each 5 pages.
So, yeah, so if I can clarify, so at Planning Commission, when we originally were taking that forward, we split out 825 from Leatherwood. And then from the discussion with Planning Commission, it made it more confusing having those separate out because they kind of interrelated. And the
Right.
vote was kind of taken in that way. So what we did here is you have the resolution that has both the approval or denial within your packet. But like with Planning Commission, what you can do, and I'll let Sky jump in here because as an attorney, he'll be able to speak to it better than I can. Each of the variance requests that are highlighted, which there's technically, if you break them all out, there's almost 6 if you do the accessory structure size, as the height has the two different structures. And so what you can do is capture each one of those in both the affirmative or the opposite. So Sky, I don't know if you want to jump in and kind of help guide the board on that.
Sure. Yeah, I think it may be easier if the board works through them one at a time. The only thing that you sort of want to combine with them is you get to the end of the discussion and you do end up approving some of the variances, you may want to impose conditions on those approval. And those conditions would probably apply to all of the variances that you approve. But for the sake of clarity of the record, you may want to walk through them one at a time to discuss and vote on. And then we can always adjust the resolutions to reflect whatever decision you make.
Yeah, and your resolution should capture the variance criteria as well as those other considerations that were discussed.
Right. Yep. Why you're granting it or why you're denying it.
Yep, correct. I mean, as I look at our agenda, item number E, quasi judicial, is resolution 1125, but there is no resolution 1225 as a line item in our agenda here, which kind of brings up the topic of opening up any more public comment, as there technically are 2 different resolutions within the application tonight. I don't know. That's just what I notice as I'm looking at this. I have to say that anyone else wants to speak out there, but one gentleman did highlight that he said variances, but it's actually 2 different resolutions.
So if I'm correct in here, take a look at page 5 of 8, where it has variance number 1 analysis. Do you want to take them one by one in that format?
Not sure which page.
I'm
Ivy
sorry.
we're talking about?
Yeah, I know. Give me a second.
You're talking about the packet, the variance packet?
Yeah, the packet, it would be Leatherwood variances, TB memo. We open that and go down to page, I believe it is 5. You see variance number 1, variance number 2, variance number 4, number 5. We can walk through each of those individually.
Yes, so if I may,
Yes,
Madam Mayor
please.
Pro Tem, so I would, on the staff memorandum, start on page 2 of 8. That will walk you through variants 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it also captures the accessory structure size from staff's analysis. If you're gonna walk through the variances that way.
Okay. 2 of 8.
There's two.
So variance number 1 is the offsite open space at 825, allowing that to be considered for on-site open space credit to the Leatherwood project site. And the ratios, it's not clear on the ratios because, as you've seen in the packet, there's been some adjustments and modifications regarding what that open space is, but it just allows through the development planning process for us to consider square footage from 825 that's deemed open space to apply over to the Leatherwood project site.
There's some. Thank you very much. That's what I didn't see. Okay. So would we like to walk through that? We start with variance number 1.
We start with variance 1, discuss, everyone gauges their, since
All right.
each of these variances fall under one ordinance, we might need to change the wording of
Right.
the ordinance to accommodate the trustees,
Decisions.
take decisions on the ordinance itself. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, talk about it, everyone.
Okay,
Open
so-
comment, and then we can make a decision on each ordinance.
Okay, so variance number 1, request to allow the use of the off-site open space at 825 Lake Ave, Grand Lake, Colorado, 80447. Should this be counted towards the open space requirements of the proposed Leatherwood subdivision? I think we've heard here most of the explanation of hardships. Anyone want to add to what's written in here or ask any questions regarding this?
Offsite.
Yes.
Space, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Nothing to do with structure.
Correct.
Josh, how did the commission vote on this one?
Yep. Sorry, jumping between so many screens right now. I believe it was
For that, for
4-2
each
and
variance, Josh, we
Yes.
would appreciate it as well, just.
Yep. You bet. Yep. So I'll go through it. So with that specific variance, the on-site open space land area requirements, just to allow the off-site open space credit, variance number 1, commission forwarded a recommendation of approval. I had a 4-2 vote. And then do you want me to do them all right now or just?
Let's stick with
Just one at a
one.
time.
We'll do one at a time.
Perfect. Yep.
Thank you.
So recommended approval on this one.
So planning commission said to approve this.
4-2.
Yes.
I'll just speak to it. I understand, the 35% open space, mixed use, all of that. The piece that has been brought up and, does occur to me is this is an open space area that just really becomes more work for the town. And that particular area really isn't used. It's a walking path, an awkward road. I think it's somewhat dangerous. I know we've, discussed other things to do with that road, but for the most part, I just am having a difficult time with utilizing this as a dog or children's park. There's so many other places, and I would like to see the open space where we have the best property in the town, which is lakefront.
I think it's taking really prime real estate that we really can't undo once we pass this and trading it for something off the main road, off the main track, behind someone's garage. When I was looking at photos of how it is now, aerial shots from the lake, and then comparing it to the ones included in your packet, which, probably not great to include photos of Vail resorts, considering the mentality behind Vail resorts and communities like this. But we've got a really unique downtown and lakefront area that I don't think anyone can replicate. These resources are not readily available or being recreated right now. When you look at the way our downtown properties are, we've got trees, we've got grass, we've got plants everywhere. And what you're proposing right now is to take away that from probably one of the busiest sectors of town in the prime areas and moving it off the market so you can build more housing. I think the term used was making it more desirably dense. And I think that's very contradictory to what a mountain community like this exists for. We're not trying to be desirably dense. Another term that was used was make it look less monstrous. And I think there's a great photo, and I stared at it for far too long in here, where it has your projected building in a scaled size compared next to Western Riviera. And Western Riviera looks like a single wide trailer compared to this. It's a beautiful building. And I 100% understand why you want to put that there and why you're trying to get the most out of your investment here and your investment in the town and a property that is so desirably valuable. But I can't trade this lakefront beautiful area on this property and push it off to an alley and make more space for a 4-story. And also taking away, I know this is further down on the variances, but we're going through a hardship right now with commercial buildings. I totally understand. Employee housing is definitely one of those. It's hard to run a business when we can't get employees here. If we take away that prime real estate from a commercial standpoint on the lakefront, we lose that opportunity in the future to help the town capitalize on one of our greatest assets. We have lakefront opportunity, the base of a beautiful mountain right outside of a national park, largest natural lake in Colorado. And I can't cannibalize those resources because they're so invaluable.
Can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Jim Kreitzer, 828 Grand. You know, this whole thing started with this offsite open space because we were trying to make it better on the lake. It would have more commercial square footage. It would have more residential where people want what is a huge park already, the lake, and a park on the north side, which is the city park. But this was originally we had planned to have 2 or 3 or 1 bigger building on Grand Avenue on those 3 lots. And with the alley leaving it where it's at. And then we came back and we said, okay, if we get this offsite open space, we can create this plaza, we can lower the alley and we can make this so much nicer. And have 1 building over here, redo the event center, the lake house and the tree house, and have 2 buildings over here. That's the whole reason we wanted to do this offsite thing. We all sat in this room, I think it was April of 2024, and we discussed this. And so that's the direction we went. And because if we don't do that, the alternative is, and this isn't a threat, it's just where we're gonna have to go. It's the alley stays where it's at. We don't have the plaza. We redo the event center. And we then re-subdivide the existing round that is left. And you're gonna have smaller buildings with little strips of land that nobody's gonna be able to walk on. Nobody's gonna really care what the maintenance is. And so we have a much nicer parkway or plaza by using that on the other property. And then and if we don't do this, then that property on Lake Avenue will be developed also. So that's where this all came from. We spent months trying to get it to this point, and I understand it's only your guys' first or second shot at this. I get it. We've been doing it for a long time. But that's the whole reason we tried to do this, was to create that pathway from Grand Avenue down to the lake. And the reduction of the commercial came from suggestions by people on the planning commission. So we're doing what people are saying, hey, change your plan and go this direction, but then when we do it, then you say don't do it. And so that's all I got to say. And so the alternative is we don't have a plaza. We don't have a lowering of the alley. We just have buildings with little strips of ground between. And a perfect example, I guess, would be next to Crabtree Real Estate. Is they have a little deck out there with a couple tables on it. Nobody ever uses it. I've never seen a single person in 8 years sit on that open space. Never. So that's why I look at that. All right.
Oh, Jim, while you're there, may I?
Yeah.
So may I ask a question?
Me too.
Kind of go on with that. So how do you accommodate your parking without lowering the alley? How do you accommodate your open space without having a plaza? Can you answer those questions for me?
We can still accommodate our parking in the back of our buildings. We'll still have the same thing. We just have to redesign the building. If we have a 3-story building, then that's what we have. I mean, we're gonna have less, we're not gonna have any less density, but we're gonna have less square footage. And we're not gonna have as nice of open space if we don't do this.
So by not shifting your open space from this property to another offsite property, you're saying you're going to have less open space?
No, I didn't say that. We'll have less usable open space. Let me rephrase that. Because right now I feel like the plaza is, by getting the offsite, is very usable open space from Grand to Lake Avenue. And if we don't have that, there's gonna be the event center and the tree house and the lake house over here. There'll be another parcel with another building on it. And there'll be another parcel with another building on it with 35% open space around those buildings without a plaza. And so this is a much better solution, much better. Put away the height. Okay,
I have a
take that-
question for you though.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Because I don't want to set up a bunch of dominoes and I'll knock over with one. If you didn't get your height requirements, are you gonna go back and adjust your open space and take away your plaza and your?
Well, what we will get if we don't get the height requirements is Gabe and I will have to go back to the drawing board for multiple time, which is what we do.
So, yeah.
And we'll have to
okay.
try to refigure how we can get there. One thing it does do, if we don't get it on the event center and the tree house, what we're looking for is we're gonna have to tear the event center down because it's not financially feasible to try to remodel what's there if we can't get that 3 or 4 feet that we're asking for on that building. The tree house will come down and we need to get what we have there, or we'll just have to remodel the existing structure.
That was where I was getting to. If we don't do this and you're saying you have this nice plaza and everything, you don't get the other ones, there's a possibility that you're not gonna have the plaza anyway.
No, we won't. If the building one, which is the big building, if we don't get the height variance, which is what we're asking for on that, we will try to work within the 40 feet. I'm not saying that. We're not gonna build it's like, if we have the flat roof, I think it's 40, we're asking, that's why I went to the 7 feet here. Earlier, because I looked at the map and it was 7 feet if we had the flat roof, not the 52. The 52 is with the gable roof, which everybody told us up front is we'd rather see a pitched roof instead of a flat roof.
Okay.
And that's why we tried to accommodate that and do, so we put a pitched roof, which raises the height.
That was my only question.
Yeah.
You made a comment about the other things having to go away, but
Well,
if we
don't
didn't
get the
pass
outside
this.
open space,
Okay.
yeah. And all of this is for naught. It is a house. It is a domino effect. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
But if I could just speak to that quickly as well, I think part of the vision of this plaza is allowing all the buildings on that central Leatherwood parcel to scoot towards every other property line at a sort of 0 lot setback allowed by code. But it allowed us to consolidate all this open space in what would otherwise be 5 or 6 just separate parcels, calculated separately with open space sort of wherever we could find it. So in the end, I don't want you to take it as a threat by any means, but if without getting the open space offsite, the buildings will need to be reformatted and we'll need to restudy that mixed use ratio. And it's likely the plaza gets smaller. And we just felt this was sort of an appropriate scale for it, right? At 50 feet wide, it won't feel like an alley or a tunnel. It'll be a nice pedestrian area.
It's the same as Pitkin, basically the same width.
Yeah.
The plaza.
Okay.
Any more on this? Questions?
I mean, to kind of echo what Trustee Costeau said is for the 825 property, the applicant has stated that they have already looked into it, but is it a buildable site for a single family home for a multi-use property, anything that's allowed under the commercial transition laws is 1 block off of Main Street. I'd rather see a structure going up there that benefits the town. We get tax dollars from it. We get tax dollars from the open space as well. I'm not sure how that weighs out for us here in the town, but that is the way I look at it. We have many properties in town where we are restricted on tax dollars due to nonprofits and stuff like that. So I personally would like to see a structure there over a park as it stands.
So I'm sorry to keep interrupting you guys, but
No, this is great.
No, please do.
One of the commissioner or board members said earlier about the value on the lake is much higher. We're not going to lose any square footage. We're going to actually have the same amount of square footage just because we're just shifting the open space. Because if we don't have 825 offsite open space, we're going to have to create that extra percentage, which is about 35% of 35%. Okay. It calculates to about 10,000 square feet of additional building space. And don't, everything I say, everybody gets stuck on that number. These are all estimates because we're not to the final design yet. So we're not going to lose by not building on 825. That square footage of those buildings actually comes down to the lake, which is going to be a higher value. Okay. And so I have a design for a project on 825 and we put it on hold when this project started. And so that's where this whole idea morphed from, was to try to make this really nice plaza to get people off of Grand down to the lake. And that's where it all started. And it's not because we can't build something different down on the lake. It will be smaller buildings, piecemeal, with little slivers of open space around that's not usable for anybody. And that's how we got here. Okay. And I thought it was a great idea to have a trail, little park, you know, and then all of a sudden people don't want the park over there. So it's that's how we got here.
Kind of echo that, you know, mentioned by community members and the applicant that area is pretty dangerous when it comes to pedestrian traffic. It's a zigzagging road, makes multiple 90-degree turns, promoting activity there. It's going to become even more dangerous. There's kind of a proposed walkway by the applicant that kind of goes from edge of Boardwalk Plaza along this open space and then eventually connects over to the Eslick Cottage Court and beyond to the trail that goes along Cairns Avenue there. We don't have any plans for that. We already provide a boardwalk on Vine Street along next to the theater that we have potential to use to connect to the Eslick Court and the trail on Carnes there. So by adding more, you know, applicant even came to the point where there was a request to the staff of considering a one-way road there to make it safer and easier access for the vehicles and patrons walking around there. So there's something I want to mention there.
Thank you. Anything else on this?
Real quick, Gabe, when the open space calcs were run for just the actual Leatherwood site without the off-site stuff, how far short, you have any idea of how far short that was of actually meeting standards? And if so, when you did your open space calculations on all of the Leatherwood lots, does that include what would effectively be a public plaza walkthrough, or?
So yes, our open space calculations as shown in the drawings include the transferred space from 825, which is sort of noted there in the line item.
Yeah.
And it does include the entirety of the plaza. And the way open space is defined in code is something like grade level for public use. So the restaurant plaza, the commercial plazas, the retail sort of patios spill out at the edge of the buildings. That's all part of open space. As long as it's not covered by building.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would speak to that first number you asked about, grain of salt here, because it's been a minute since I thought about that number, not including 825. I believe we were around 10% short. And so 825 clearly make things work quite well.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to add a couple of things. Over the last several months, I've been pretty quiet as mayor manager, and part of that is because as staff, I've had more conversations to try to come up with solutions for the applicant. And some of that is driven by the staff before me does the same. All of our projects we try to identify and try to help people be successful to work within our code. I want to bring up two things that specifically I feel like I need to own, and Mr. Kreutzer been defending, but I kind of pushed him along. One of them is the green space. I have often felt, because I've been here 15 years and I've never walked around the lake. And a lot of people have, and it's a real special walk, I'm told. But you go over some private places, and it's really not a place that we want the public to go to. That's kind of a locals thing, and we want to keep it that way. But one of the things that I've always believed that great places have is places for people to walk and places that are away. And the idea of a one-way road, it is dangerous there, but there's people always walking there. And if we don't put something next to Danny Schneller's house, it's just going to stay that way, or it'll become a fence. And then it'll make it even harder for people to walk on that curvy road. And then we're pushing people back out to Grand Avenue, which has good and bad. But those, to me, are two possible experiences that we could offer. That's number one. Number two is the idea of the causeway. And when Mr. Kreutzer brought it to me, I feel when I walk from Rockies down to the Silver Moose, it's more open. And I know there's a park on the other side, but it's more open than the other 2 blocks on the north side or on the south side of the street that I walk on, whether that the first block between the bank and One Love or the next block. And it's because those 2 blocks are wall-to-wall facades going down the street. And as the one letter I read, and as so many people have mentioned, it's more than what can be where the Lilliput was. It's that open space that feels bigger. And the applicants have been pushed by staff to keep Grand Avenue small, keep it open, because we're going to lose that, and that's going to have a big impact when people go down the street. Keep in mind, everybody that's new to Grand Lake drives Grand Avenue before they even see the lake, before they even know what Lake Avenue looks like. That's that first impression. And for those in the audience with the concern of it feeling like Silverthorne going down 9 or some of the other places like downtown Breck, it's because that facade, and the letter writer was correct. We would all love 1-story little quaint shops on the Lilliput land. It's not going to happen because that's not what the people that buy it are going to do. I'm not going to speak to the variances because, board, I want you guys to make those judgments. I know deeply about this project. I know that Absolutely, the applicants are trying to maximize their opportunity. But I just want to let you know that those two specific ones, I had a hand in and I kept pushing them that I thought it was a good idea. That's up to you guys to decide if that reaches the level of the variance, but I got to take some ownership for those. I got behind those pretty big.
Number one and number two.
Pardon?
Just one and two.
The open space on 825 and the variance to the 35% to keep the causeway, that the open space requirements on the project, which includes 825. And as Jim tried to say, he believes that it'll feel better. Michael made a specific point about open space. Open space isn't for us. Open space in our code is for the residents of those projects. So as it's been said, the spaces that were being asked for variances are private spaces that are going to be given to public opportunity. That's kind of the reason that they're asking for variances. They just have to give space to the people that own the property afterwards. They got to give zero to the public.
I definitely like the idea of the, what did you call it? Sorry, the plaza. Thank you. I do like that. I think that's a great space to be able to look, from town down to the lake. I like that. Yes. And, but my concern still goes to that, open space that I don't like that open space spot. I'm all for it. And to your point, I think having more space for people, tourists, residents, is excellent. But that particular spot there does worry me from a town perspective of taking care of it and the traffic. Struggling with that one right now.
Well, we could just make it passive open space where the public is not, it's not a public park, it's just an open space, passive open space. That's what it is. That I originally came in to have it as a public park, but then it was kind of shot down in the planning commission. So
Having which one is just passive open space?
825.
825. Kind of what it is now.
Kind of what it is now, but cleaned up. Yeah. All the buildings off and cleaned up, just a seeded grass area, just kind of what it looks like on the diagram that we gave it.
And there was also discussion of the town maintaining that.
Yeah, we don't need to have that. Doesn't need to be a public. We'll take care of the HOA to keep it clean. It just won't be a public space. Just be passive open space.
HOA keeping it clean can mean a lot of things. I said HOA keeping it clean can mean a lot of things.
The problem I
That's not
have.
the standard of the
It's in their
HOA.
own interest to.
The problem I have is I go back to Trustee Swan's comments about what a hardship is just a hardship for the development. And I don't see it as a hardship for the development.
Really hard to get that.
Trustee, so based on the criteria, Trustee Miller, which of the, 5, 6 hardships, we need a when we deny a variance, we have to reference one of these. Can you specify? I know you don't have the list in front of you. Josh, is there any way to get that list? I know it was in your presentation early on.
It's here.
Would like everyone to see it.
Yeah, let me pull up in my memo for you to see.
You're open up.
Here we go. So here's just from the staff memo. Try and zoom in a little bit more for you. So you're looking at this set of language.
I can't read that.
I can't either.
So it would be on page 7 of the staff memo. I don't have the packet itself pulled up, so I'm not sure exactly which page that is.
Page 7 of 8
On the memo doc.
on the memo, yeah.
On the memo, yeah.
I know what I want reference to why there's no hardship, basically.
Yeah, that's what's in there.
Well. I don't see it meets any of the A through E.
Fair.
Yeah.
And Josh, to confirm, we just need to choose one of those, all of them, just so we are aware.
Yep. So for specific grant variance requests, you have the A through E, and it has to apply to all. Like all have to be found to exist.
Yeah.
So what if,
This is Scott.
Scotty, there you are.
Yeah, just to comment briefly on the criteria. So the first one, section 12-3-5A, the applicant has the burden of satisfying all 5 of those criteria. So you would have to identify one of those that, if you are voting to deny it, you would have to identify one of those that they didn't satisfy. For example, you could find they didn't establish the hardship element, which is element A. Then on the second set of criteria, those are factors for you to consider. So if there are some of those factors that lead you to conclude that it should be denied, then you should identify which of those factors it is, whether it's the compatibility factor, whether it's in harmony or not in harmony with the neighborhood, whichever of those. So you have to identify at least one of the top factors that they didn't satisfy, and or one or more of the bottom factors.
And just, I mean, starting with A here, it says by reason of exceptional shape, size, or topography. Really evident by the drawings that they're able to build a very significant building there. And then the argument here for hardship on the document says the use of the offsite space allows for more massing and structures in the Leatherwood project. It doesn't say we don't have the opportunity to have open space or build here or build there. It says it's just going to allow us to build more building on this property. That's not a hardship. That's not limiting topography, size, space, shape, or anything. So it's going to be really hard to argue that. And then anytime anyone else comes in front of us, he's going to be glaring at us every time.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Same with D. Because someone else could come in and just say, well, I want to build more building.
Mm-hmm.
I want more condos on my property. Of course, I mean, who wouldn't? I 100% understand what you're doing. But then every variant that comes in front of us going forward is going to be able to pull this as an example of why they shouldn't have to have open space.
Trustee Schroeder, do you have any comment?
No.
Like to move forward? Motion?
We want to, or until we
Do
you can say this is how we feel about this variance, but until we cover
all of them?
all of the ones within that ordinance. Yeah.
Okay,
So that's how we did with the planning commission.
okay, you go
Broke-
through each and then
broke it
we
down by
go.
variance, we basically did, a judgment, because that might influence how we dictate the ordinance. With
Okay.
little, exceptions or with conditions, correct, yep.
Okay, so are we talked out on one? Are we good? Ready to move on to number 2? Okay, so pull up my other page.
We'll start with Josh's.
Yeah. Yeah, so variance 2 is the side and rear setback encroachment on 825 for the accessory structure, as well as what we identified, which is the maximum size at 10% for the on-site accessory structure. And so those two, when Planning Commission reviewed those, they did recommend denial of those specific variance requests, as it didn't meet all the requirements of 12.3.5A 4, excuse me, similar to what you all just reviewed. And then there were concerns regarding the additional criteria about the compatibility with the surrounding area, the harmony with the character of the neighborhood, and then the overall effect of the proposed action.
Well, Scotty, if we vote to accept the commission's recommendation on the denial without going into specifics?
Yes, the commission's basis for denial, I think, were specific enough that you could vote deny based on the commission's recommendation.
I don't know where that is, Julie. Would you like to?
In the first variance packet. Are you on the memo? Or are you on the variance packet?
Yeah.
There's so many
Go
of
to
them
page
here.
6 on what you told me.
The memoranda is 6.
The commission forwarded a recommendation of denial for the following variance requests by a 4-2 vote to allow the encroachment into the side and rear setbacks of 825 Lake Avenue. That's variance number 2. Just to make some notes, there are 2 different plans for 825. One where the structures are 1 square. I think that is labeled as number 1. Option A was what was presented to the commission. That one had the rear setback of 20 feet encroached into, as well as the confirm before I speak.
The side setback off Lake Avenue.
The eastern side setback.
Yep.
Is that not the case in your guys' new plans here?
We pinched it.
You pinched it. Okay, so now, okay. We're just pushing the 20-foot setback on the alleyway. On either of the 2 drawings.
So can you say that again? They changed it?
So when they approached the planning commission, original plans for what is known as option A in the second page of this packet here.
Yes.
As you guys roll over here, option A, when presented by the planning commission, had the setbacks encroaching on the east side, on the zigzag of the road, and then on the north side in the alley, all the way to the 0 lot line. In the what's presented here in front of us today does have a 5-foot setback on the alley, 5-foot setback in the alley, 5-foot setback all around the building, technically. A 15-foot encroachment on the alley is what we're looking at now for the setback.
Was this request dependent on variance 1? Okay, so you're still asking for regardless if we push open space to that property or not? Dotting.
Won't be asking for the garages if you don't do the open space.
That's what she.
Is that what your question was?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there'll have to be another structure constructed on that side.
We're good with this one? Move on to three. Variance
Yeah,
three.
I just like to use an example. I mean, the applicant, mentioned multiple structures on that block. Non-conforming to those rules. Almost all of those, actually probably all those structures I can't confirm predate the code of the setback there, so.
Right.
There is a garage at the opposite end on the west side of that block, directly behind the Repertory Theater, where the Repertory Theater builds all their sets. It is a very similar garage to this, and it does abide by the 20-foot and 5-foot setbacks. For code. Comments I have.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to variance three. Request to allow a residential condominium on the main floor in the front 50 feet of the existing residential dwelling, more commonly known as the lake house. The explanation of hardship is in response to the code requirement for commercial use. In the front 50 feet of commercially zoned district, there is an existing residential unit in place, and we are asking to keep the said residential space as residential condominium on the ground level of Lake House. Josh, can you tell us how the commission voted on that?
Yes, ma'am. So this one, based on the information that's presented and that we have, is that there is this existing ground floor residential structure. I believe, there's been some question on how it's used, but my understanding is it was residential from what we've been presented, and that's maybe been rented out or different things like that. But the commission did forward a recommendation of approval of this variance request with the 4-2 vote to allow this first floor residential unit to remain as presented. And a lot of the discussion around this also involved, the amount of commercial that was maybe viable and likely throughout along Lake Avenue. So it was part of also longer and more deeper conversations that you all have touched on a little bit regarding the amount of commercial available and needed along Lake Avenue.
And how did they vote on that?
4-2.
4-2.
Voted in approval, recommending approval 4-2.
Thank you.
You bet.
And is this,
Lake House.
it's for the lake house, but is this restricted to the lake house footprint? I don't know what the lake house property itself is like.
It's
does it-
pre-existing. It's already there.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm wondering, like, are we
Yes.
considering,
Yeah, first 50 feet have to be commercial. So
Right.
Yeah.
since
Yeah.
it's all pre-existing.
This is restricted just to the one building.
Correct. As presented in the applicant's packet, that is part of the overall variance packet. And so it's part of the representations made as presented. So the applicant couldn't go and shift it elsewhere or do anything else.
Have anything on this?
No.
No? Okay.
My just FYI, my personal feeling is it's historical use and this variance is okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep, I agree.
All right, we'll move on to variance number 4, request to allow up to 52 feet of building height for building 1 of the Leatherwood subdivision. As shown in submitted design drawings, building number 1 has significant upper floor setbacks to reduce impact at street level. Explanation of hardship is that it is impractical to stay within the required 40 feet height limitation due to the extreme slope of the site for the planned building 1. Great.
So you mentioned the 52 feet, but we also have the 52 feet on building 1. Does that mention building the the event center?
events. Yep.
Variance.
I haven't. It's the way it was read. But we're covering three structures. Is that correct, gentlemen? Three structures for this?
Yeah, so this was sort of error on our fault in terms of how we put together the variance language on this one. It really should be about three buildings on the lake side parcels that all need separate height. That being very specific. The building name or the actual location on the parcel as we've shown it, however it really needs to be to make sure that it's right as we've shown it. We have no intent of getting a blanket 52-foot, just going to build something.
Variance associated with the structures in question.
Absolutely.
But that's not the final plan.
Sorry?
That's not the final plan. That's subject to change.
Yes, but the language of the variance, at this point, we're formulating the language to inform the final plans, so we're open to that.
This wouldn't roll over to Grand Avenue, obviously. We're gonna word it so specifically
dominoes.
that it's, you know, restricted to certain structures.
Okay. And Josh, this was denied?
Yes, recommended for denial 4-2 vote for any of the height variance based on the criteria that we discussed earlier, the section 1235A4, as it doesn't meet all of that criteria. And then similarly with 12.2, 27B3, the compatibility with the surrounding area, harmony with the character of the neighborhood, serving a determined need that come up, as well as the overall effect of the proposed action upon further development in the area. So again, denial 4-2 vote.
And one thing to just clarify about the sort of explanation of the planning commission's decision, the focus of that particular conversation was really all about the 52-foot number and building one. The conversation didn't have almost any specific coverage of the other buildings, as we sort of realized during that meeting that we needed to be more clear in our drawings. So just grain of sand.
Correct, yeah. We were so focused on building one.
Right.
The commission didn't even realize that there's two other buildings going over the code allowance. So
yeah, the resolution for Plan Commission did capture the event center, but not the tree house, because that came up during that discussion last Wednesday. Yep.
Our commission request for the other buildings is much less than the 52 feet. Those heights are on the plan that you're looking at.
And this is 15 feet from Lake Ave, or 52 feet from Lake Ave. This is what we're measuring, the height of these lots.
It's from the lowest part of the parcel at that Lake Ave property line. So Lake Avenue, if you're thinking of the asphalt, think uphill of the asphalt, about 8 feet, like in plan. Right.
That's where you're starting the base of 52 feet.
That's the measurement, because that's where the property line.
can you show that on a sort of drawing there, Gabe, just to understand that? Because that's my first time hearing that. So I'd like to.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
it's only maybe 18 inches above the asphalt level, but it's just back off that line of the asphalt by about 8 feet as the bird flag. Josh, just go to the impact. We have the survey there.
And that's the way the code says to measure?
Can I show you guys something real quick?
Josh, is that how the code says to measure?
This code talks about, I'm trying to remember, from the base grade of the lowest point out, there's a certain dimension. I'd have to double check and look it up real quick. I can do that while you guys are discussing.
Absolutely. Corner of the event center, Jim.
That's the corner of that, and then if you look, you can see it's up from the granite, and so the lot line is that with that structure.
So are you kind of basing it off the pre-existing buildings, kind of?
Yes, it's right on.
Yeah.
So
So
the base of the yeah, like
So-
3 feet, those first steps of the waterfront there.
The tree.
So will structure,
How did it get approved?
will structure,
Before the code.
building number one be higher or lower than that? Based on that image there, Mr. Pricer?
I'm sorry.
The same grade will be at building one as what you just showed there?
Yes.
I'm confused. What's the code say how the measurement works?
Says a couple things.
Yeah, so we'd be happy to hear some clarification on that as well. There seems to be two prevailing ideas with the way the code is interpreted.
Okay.
It's either the lowest point of grade at the building's footprint or within 3 feet of the building's footprint, or it's the lowest point of grade on the parcel.
Uh-huh.
And it has been interpreted in different ways over the years.
Josh, do you have anything to say to that?
Yeah, I'm trying to get pulled up here in code. I apologize. I'm getting a little bit of spinning wheel action.
Even our computers are getting tired.
Exactly. Yeah, I should have it here soon. I'm trying to pull open the definition for height. I'm very close now.
I think this is probably what Jim clarified, but for a useful reference in terms of as-built conditions, the waterfront building, the event center, you go up that first stair onto that very first landing where that little condo unit is right now. That's pretty much the datum we're talking about across the whole Lake Ave frontage. The property line is sort of zero lot line at that building. That's where our finished floor level low is.
Yes, so the definition in code, it for the height of a building is the vertical distance measured from the original grade or finish grade, whichever is more restrictive, to the highest point of the roof surface. And this excludes chimneys, pipes, etc., those types of elements. If the footprint of the structure and this is where the additional 5 foot has the elevation difference of 5 foot, additional 5 foot can be added. The height of a stepped or terraced building is the maximum height of any segment of the building. And the code calls out the original grade must be determined, measurement taken within 3 feet of each corner of the proposed structure. So based on that, you would look at the original grade or finished grade, whichever one is more restrictive in this case. You could go out around 3 feet, go up, and that's your maximum height measured off from the site.
Okay.
And generally you have some kind of slope away from the building for the most part.
Correct.
Zero, lot
Yeah.
line on the corner of the building, correct?
I got it.
Is that what that says? The piece of paper, right? I'll set it there.
Wow.
That outlines the verbiage for that, so.
And there's an image here in code that I can share on the screen. I'll slide it over here.
The board's passing it around right now, yeah.
We have it in our, we only have one sheet, so we're
Yeah, I
passing
mean,
it.
if the public can see, I'd appreciate it.
Yep.
The original grade was.
Oh, have it pulled up here. If you need me to zoom in, please let me know.
Okay.
So, Trustee Schumer and Trustee Miller.
May I ask a question, please? You showed us the southwest corner of that building is the east. The eastern corner on Lake Ave, the same grade.
Basically.
That's kind of what we're looking at here. It's a little bit of a fluctuation, seeming like the one closest to Miyachi's might be lower, but that's very tough to tell based on street view
That's
images.
the one I'm concerned about anyway, the one on the east, if it is lower.
Okay.
This height, because that's where the structure will go in from.
East seems lower, but we can't confirm that based off the images provided.
Okay. Who did the measurement?
We had a survey performed and then we timed it out with our,
Jim just held a ruler up.
Yeah, no,
yeah, no.
none of the circumstances.
Okay. I want to discuss that.
Pardon?
I'm going to discuss it.
For 5?
Yeah.
Yes, we'll move on to 5.
Okay.
Variance number 5, request to classify the full Leatherwood project scope as group 3. According to the Town of Grand Lakes Code for Mixed Use Open Space Requirements, Table 12-2-26-3, the project is within 3% of qualifying for Group 3. Prior to revisions, the project was within the Group 3 requirements and has been designed to accommodate the 35% space required of Group 3. Explanation of hardship is that was brought up by the Planning Commission during our initial sketch preliminary review. Commercial tenancy is unstable in Grand Lake, and it seems appropriate to reduce the commercial square foot. In light of this fact, indoor commercial square foot has been replaced with functional exterior plazas for general public use. Josh?
Yep. Planning Commission forwarded a recommendation of approval of this variance request with a 4-2 vote.
And that reduction in commercial space, was that the outdoor space, not the plaza, correct?
Yes.
So basically, if you guys are looking at the, call it the front of building one, big one, the corners were kind of created. I don't know how you can define them as public, I guess. I don't know if that was a term used. But basically it's kind of outdoor patio area rather than being indoor.
Okay.
Space. Do you call it outdoor commercial space though? Does that get counted toward open space?
The portion of it that's not under a building.
Even awning?
Yeah.
So the boardwalk as an example,
Yeah, the covered boardwalk is a sort of
it's
famous.
not open space.
Is considered open space
Okay.
by almost every project that has a covered boardwalk. They use that in their calculation.
Okay.
But not if there's structure above it, correct?
That's right. And not if it's not at grade.
Any questions more on this? Or are we?
I don't really think I have.
Okay. All right, so now that we've walked through all 5, fine. I guess it would be appropriate, like the planning commission did, to just walk through each one individually, vote on each one. And if we have any
Conditions to set,
conditions,
you would do them at each time.
okay, perfect.
The first ordinance covers which ones? Before we move forward, I mean, it's been mentioned, is everyone comfortable even voting on this topic? Do they feel like they need to, I mean, Mike's over here crunching open space numbers and his calculator's going crazy with, you know, everything seems to add up for the most part.
Are there any of these that we need to just send back for a different option rather than just saying no?
No.
We have
That's
to
what you
approve
do.
or deny.
Yes, and then they go back.
And then back.
Okay, well, let's move forward. We still have a lot and an executive session tonight, so I would entertain action on variance number 1. Request to allow the use of off-site open space at 825 Lake Ave. This is to be counted towards the open space requirements of the proposed Leatherwood subdivision.
I would just say I'm moving to deny resolution 11/2025 variance A.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you confirm which variances this resolution covers, just to be clear?
I'm just saying a variance 1 specifically of that resolution. Is that what we're doing? Is we're going to?
Yes.
just
Yes.
H1? Okay.
Yes.
So
Can you Can you specify the basis that you're relying on?
Yeah, I was just scrolling back up to it from
Okay.
page 2. Wait. And then there's this, it says, I move to approve resolution 11/2025, a resolution denying.
So there are two resolutions. What I would suggest that you do is, as a board, go through them one at a time, talk about them, but not in terms of the resolution. So like you just mentioned, the first variance, you want to do this, either deny or approve. So then we'll keep a list of the denials, we'll keep a list of the approvals, and then you'll do two resolutions, one for each side, and you'll split up your variances among those two.
So I'm gonna say,
Do you need to open or close anything based on? Just wanna make sure.
so I move to deny resolution 11/2025 variance 1. A variance for the off-site open space credit using a portion of 825 Lake Avenue.
A motion
Second.
and a second.
And that denial should have a purpose for denial.
Because it does not meet the, let me scroll. Section 12(3)(5)(a)(4) variances, the conditions, it does not meet all 5 of those.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please pull the board.
Trustee Arnson,
Nay.
trustee Casso,
We're saying aye to deny.
Correct.
Aye to deny.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Shoner,
Aye.
trustee Sobon,
Aye.
Mayor Kudron,
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. Okay, motion is denied. We'll move on to variance number 2. Grant, yes, request to allow garage spaces in the northern 20 feet, back alley, lot 12, block 12. Need a motion and,
Variance 2 is the residential unit, not garages,
pardon?
right?
What?
Variance 2 is the Lake Avenue property, or not the Lake Avenue, the Lake.
Garage,
Avenue.
it's the,
Oh,
It's the garage.
with the dumpster in the garage.
Yep. Garage
Yeah,
space.
These are the setback variances.
Right.
oh, yeah, it's different on this document.
So I would move to deny variance number 2 on the recommendation of the planning commission.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Please pull the board.
Trustee Sobon,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Casso,
Aye.
trustee Arnson,
Aye.
trustee Shoner,
Aye.
Mayor Kudron,
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. Motion is denied. All right, number 3, variance request to allow residential condominium on the main floor in front 50 feet of the existing residential dwelling, more commonly known as the lake house.
I move to approve resolution 11/2025 variance number 3. Request to allow residential condominium on the main floor in the front 50 feet of the existing residential dwelling, more commonly known as the lake house.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Please pull the board.
Trustee Arnson,
Aye.
trustee Casso,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Sobon,
Aye.
trustee Shoner,
Aye.
Mayor Kudron,
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. This motion passes to allow the request. Variance number 4, request to allow up to 52 feet of building height for building 1 of the Leatherwood subdivision. As shown in submitted design drawings, building number 1 has significant upper floor setbacks to reduce impact at street level.
You just voting on building number 1?
It doesn't say that.
I mean, we can
Or just-
specifically say building number 1, or we can specifically say the lake and the property, right?
Yes. I just read from here and it says building one. So if we'd like to change it to the entire property,
We just haven't had this, we haven't really had discussion.
Yeah.
You know, we prefer the 52 September and haven't really spoke about the other two structures, so I'm just not sure how everyone feels about 3 feet above code.
I mean, if we deny building one, we still would have to approve the others.
Correct.
You submitted it.
I move to deny resolution 11/2025 variance number, stand by. I have to open up another document. Variance number 4, a request allowing up to 52 feet of the building height for building 1 of the Leatherwood subdivision. Measured for Grand Lake regulations as shown in the submitted design drawings, building 1. And reason for denial is it also does not meet requirements for a variance A, C, C, D.
we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Please pull the board.
Trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Arnson,
Aye.
trustee Casso,
Aye.
trustee Silbon,
Aye.
trustee Shoner,
Aye.
Mayor Kudron,
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Brickquist.
Aye. Motion is denied.
So now,
Now,
do you want to act on the other buildings?
This variance specifically listed building 1.
Yeah.
I think you would have to come with us with a variance for the others.
He did. I mean, the variance was for all of the buildings when it was presented to the planning commission.
Oh, this variance specifically says building 1.
Yes.
What does it say that on the other document? Because they're all.
so if we just vote on building 1, then we need to vote on the rest of the buildings.
Well,
Because
you
we-
don't,
Doesn't look like it's a variance.
Josh, did the planning commission do a recommendation on the event center?
So they did a recommendation on, yes, both building 1 and the event center were included within their discussion and packets. That was something staff brought up as part of our with the new exhibits that we received for planning commission. So when we presented last week, we highlighted how the event center also had that variation difference. And so that's what we captured with the over 43 feet. I think it's like 43.6 or 43.8 or something like that. They did not act on the treehouse because that didn't come up through the discussion that was being modified to impact the height.
So the 43.8 was also denied or recommended to deny?
Yes, yep. So all we have, so planning commission acted on both the 52 feet for building 1 and the over 43 feet pretty much on the event center, and both were denied or recommended for denial, excuse me.
I just want to make sure that both of those are covered.
Yes, so the treehouse was not part of the planning commission's action and was not heard by the planning commission. So I don't believe that, you know, as not speaking as a legal attorney, but I don't believe that can be part of the consideration here since that wasn't part of planning commission's determination and action.
Right. What I guess I'm not saying it right because the board is denying the 52 feet.
Yep.
And does the board also need to deny or approve the 43 feet separately or
Correct.
together? But
it could have been done together.
separate.
Could have been done together or as separate actions if there's other conditions, if there's other considerations that the board wants to place, but you could deny both separately or
I just
approve
wanna
one,
make-
deny the other.
The board's intent is correct because the 52 feet, if you just deny the 52 feet across, you're not saying the 43 feet. is denied.
Correct. And that is part of the ask by the applicant. So that does need an action for that event
That's
center height.
Right, that the applicant is asking for 2 variances of height.
Correct.
Building 1, it was for heights in the application. The original application?
The variance they're asking only has building one.
Dottie, can you chime in on this possibly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the planning commission, when they passed their resolution, intended to recommended a denial of both of the height variance requirements.
Correct. I just want to make sure that that's clear
Right, so you have taken
in the board's motion.
well, the board's.
I'm agreeing.
That the one that you passed denied the 51-foot height variance on building one. My recommendation is that you vote on whether or not to deny or approve the height variance request for the event center.
So I need to shift that to variance for both building one, event center, and the rest of the Lake Avenue.
I'm so confused why we're not talking about the treehouse. This is another structure that is over 40 feet.
But the treehouse, I guess I could address that briefly. It's my understanding that the planning commission did not act on the treehouse to the extent there's a request for a variance. So you don't have a recommendation from the planning commission, so the treehouse request is not properly before you.
We'll need to go back to the planning commission for that and then come back to the board, correct, Scotty?
Yeah, if they still want to pursue that, they would need to ask that the planning commission vote on that one.
Oh, no motion?
No, you still need to act on the event center.
Yes.
Correct.
I'm. Stand by. 3 documents. I move to deny resolution 11/2025 variance 4 in regards to the event center on Lake Avenue to deny the height variance of up to 52 feet or 43 feet for the event center. Lake Avenue property.
Thank you. We have a motion
Second.
and we have a second. Please poll the board.
Trustee Sobon,
Nay.
trustee Arnson,
Nay.
trustee Casso,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Shoner,
Aye.
Mayor Kudron,
Abstain.
and Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. Variance number 5 does not pass. Okay. So now we have to do 2 resolutions. And
So we have variance 5.
oh,
You
we?
did 4B.
Oh, I did
Very
4B. Thank you. And to scroll more. Okay, variance number 5 is a request to classify the full Leatherwood project scope as group 3 according to the Town of Grand Lakes Code for mixed use open space requirements. The project is within 3% of qualifying for group 3. Prior to revisions, the project was within the group 3 requirements and has been designed to accommodate the 35% open space required of group 3. Josh, your turn.
Yes, so this was the one that the Plan Commission recommended approval of with a 4-2 vote.
How does the denial of the open space at 825 affect this, Josh? I just.
Yeah, it just means that of that 35% minimum open space land area required, the applicant has to provide all of that on site. So they just don't have to provide 45% on site if this variance is approved based on that percentage adjustment. So what you'd be looking at is just they would have to go back, reevaluate the site and provide all 35% on site.
Currently, based on numbers, it seems like 27% is provided on site. That sound right to you guys?
Were you asking me or the applicant?
I asked the applicant, I apologize.
Okay, good.
You guys have any questions or comments regarding this one?
I would move to accept the planning commission's vote and accept variance number 5. 12-2-26/3.
We have a motion
Second.
and we have a second to approve this variance number 5. Please pull the board.
Okay. Trustee Arnson. Trustee Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Kuso.
Aye.
Trustee Soban.
Nay.
Trustee Shoner.
Aye.
Mayor Kudron.
Same.
And Mayor Pro Tem Berquist. Did I get everybody? Did I miss somebody?
No, you didn't, and I'm a nay. Okay, now we get to move on to resolutions.
Even though they did mention the resolution in each one of their.
Do we still have to do it again?
Scott,
Scott, can you chime in?
you think because they mentioned resolution 11 or 12 each time?
Well, I think that, let me look at, the resolution for just a second. What I'm worried about is if we've made it clear the grounds for the denials. As I understand it, the, the only two that are approved are the residential use on the main floor and the classification from 4 to 3, and that those are on the basis of the recommendation of the planning commission. So that's a sufficient basis there. My understanding is that the board has voted to deny the other variances on the basis that the planning commission identified in connections with variances 2 and 4, which were because the applicant failed to satisfy all 5 criteria under section 12-3-5A, and because of their consideration of the factors under what is that, 12 dash, what section is that, Josh? That's 27.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, specifically that the get back to the PC findings. That it didn't satisfy those criteria, specifically the compatibility with the surrounding area, the harmony with the character of the neighborhood, in serving a determined need, and the overall effect of the proposed action upon future development in the area. So if those are the reasons that you voted to deny the variances, then I think you've made a sufficient record. But if there are other grounds that you're relying on, then I think you need to add those to the record at this point.
Good. We mentioned them all and gave the reason determining, so no resolution. Then. Okay, so moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
We have we have a first and a second. We have a motion and a second. Will you please pull the board?
Yep. Trustee Arnson.
What do we?
We're just consolidating.
We just consolidated, so moved from what Scotty had given us for giving the resolutions and the reasons for our decisions on the variances.
Sorry, chime
Nope.
Trustee Arnson.
Aye.
Trustee Kuso.
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Shoner.
Aye.
Trustee Soban.
Aye.
Mayor Kudron.
Abstain.
And Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye.
Okay.
I would like to just speak to this. Thank you, Ms. Michael, for being our liaison and bringing all of these clarifications and explanations. And that position is tough, and we know you give a lot of time going to both meetings every other week, and you've already got a lot on your plate, so thank you. And to the trustees for taking this seriously, and to Mr. Kreitzer and your project. This is a great project, and we know that change is coming. We know that things are happening, and this is one that the town of Grand Lake has never seen anything like this before. And I'm sure you're very frustrated and upset, and we'll give you that is completely understood. I know between the planning commission and the trustees, we're taking this project seriously. We we know that something's going to go there. We just want to make sure that it conforms to the town of Grand Lake and what the people are wanting and saying and figuring out our codes while we all go through this together and working towards changing some of our codes for better for clarification for all of us. So thank you very much.
The sale signs, Jen.
They're for sale as of tonight.
Okay, well, we still have a big night, so thank you to everyone. If we're moving on to our next pieces, if we, does anyone want to, if we'd like to take a quick break for trustees, get some water and stretch your legs a little bit, and anybody that wants to stick around, we'd love it because we still have a lot to go, but if you want to go to bed, we understand.
Hey, Josh,
Gosh.
Yes, Guy.
do you have what you need to make the revisions to the resolution, or do you want to take a crack at it and send them our way?
Continue with tonight's meeting. It is 10:02 and we are at item F. Consideration of resolution 13-2025, a resolution approving a contract for treasurer support services.
At your direction, I sent out an RFP for treasurer services. I also put out a posting for treasurer candidates. Of those candidates, of which all of you should have received a OneDrive link, be able to look at everything that I have based my analysis on. The first item that I want to talk to you about is the treasurer. Our current bookkeeper is doing a good job, but she's going to be running out of ability here pretty quick. So we need somebody that has strong knowledge of our Cassell systems. We have had treasurers come in here that have not had knowledge of Cassell systems and tried to switch it over to other systems, and it's taken us years to get it back. I did receive an RFQ regarding accounting services, so on-call type services. I received two of them. One of them had both municipal experience and Casella experience. I've had the opportunity to interview her twice. She resides in Evergreen and also has a home in Granby. I really like our bookkeeper right now, and I think that she has a lot of potential to grow. I would like the opportunity to have an outside consultant work with her within the guidelines and the frameworks of Cassell, and also within the budget. Also within the budget of our treasurer and our treasurer budget and our bookkeeper budget, so that we're not paying any more. One of the things that I really want to look into is, as we did our treasurer's job description, there are two areas of critical conflicts that occur because your treasurer is managing the money and auditing the money as well. Most larger cities and towns have separate accounting from the bookkeeping side so that there isn't that cross of reconciliation and auditing. Based upon the candidates that I received, of which it was pointed out that three of them did not have specific degree requirements. The one that does is probably worth an interview, but at the same time, they don't have any experience with what we do, nor have they come from this type of finance background, other than having finance experience in areas working with finance departments. So if you would like, I can reach out. She said she would make herself available. Her name is Nicole Kirkpatrick. As I said, all of you have seen her resume. If you wanted to see another piece, I did make copies for all of you. My goals today are to move us to an action point of consideration where we can keep moving forward with our project. Questions? Tell me what you'd like from me. You want me to get her on the phone?
I'm really excited about this piece. I think this is a good piece. I like the idea of having the checks and balances, two different people looking while training, Melissa, this is new for her. So I think it's important to have someone. I really liked Kelly's resume. That's
Nicole.
Sorry, Kelly Kirkpatrick is Chamber.
Yeah.
So Nicole.
They're not sisters.
They're not related. So
no, I didn't ask, but I'm assuming one of them would have told me.
But no, I'm all.
I liked her too, and she's an MBA, or no, she's a CPA. I mean, she knows Cassell. She's represented a lot of municipalities, so I think we're halfway down the path with her. Starting at the beginning, starting on it.
Trustees?
Thoughts, other trustees? Correct. You told me.
Yes.
Her plan is just temporary.
Yeah, well, yeah, she
She doesn't want to
She-
be this role, but that's not what her plan is or our plan is.
she works with other towns. Her goal is to continue to work with other towns and cities and
So she does not want to.
correct.
Well, she'd love to take permanently represent us, but yeah.
Pretty cool.
And she will not be in office, my understanding, correct?
She'll be able to come and go, and in some of the other towns and stuff, she'll spend the time that is needed up here. I told her at least one evening meeting would be required, that the board would need to see her at least once a month. And then, the other internal work as necessary. My goal is to find a way to be able to get Melissa here, a few more days. And that has to do with her, there's other circumstances and kids and all that sort of stuff right now.
So do you need a resolution?
Yep.
I approve. Where's the? Resolution number 13/2025, a resolution approving contract for treasurer support services.
With Kirkpatrick
With
CPA.
Nicole Kirkpatrick.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Please poll the board.
Trustee Sobon, trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Casso,
Aye.
trustee Shoner,
Aye.
trustee Arnson.
Aye.
Mayor Kudron
Abstain.
and Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. Well, it passes. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
doing your due diligence on that.
The next item is for planning on-call services. This board back in October elected to bring on Ayers and Associates for on-call planning services with the departure of Kim White on the recommendation of Kim White. And it has been several months, as all of you know. Both our contract planners, Angela and Josh, have been learning the town of Grand Lakes codes over the last several months. And as a result, I received 3 bids for the services, for the on-call planning services. Actually, that's not true. I received 5. And of those 5 bids, Ayers was amongst the 2 lowest, and their experience was amongst the highest. As a result, I am recommending that you continue the on-call contract with Ayers Associates for additional planning services to include supporting the hiring of a planner one for us, which kind of helps put them some out of the job, but they would continue to work with our large project pass-through, as well as major developments and support for a planner. Josh, you want to say anything?
I don't know. I think the board's probably tired of hearing from me tonight, but appreciate, the couple minutes. It's been a pleasure to work with you all and get to know you over the last couple months. I feel like every time we have a case or a project that comes forward, which has only been a couple, we've learned a lot. So it's been fun. And it's been fun being in the community and just, having the opportunity to come into the community every so often for some of these bigger projects, to have a discussion, meet the residents at some of the local businesses. So has been a lot of fun, as I've said, and we look forward to helping you all get someone in there full time that can help with a lot of that day-to-day work. So that way, we can be here just as needed to support, provide, that expertise and technical support just as needed with specialty projects or other things that come up. So look forward to working with you all for the rest of the year here in 2025, but happy to answer any questions that you all have as well.
Josh, could you explain the process of hiring this planner one for us, just so we understand your guys' take on it?
Yeah, yep. So, the biggest challenge right now is just the planning field in general. Even on our side, it's hard to hire staff and find the right staff to fit those roles. And part of what we'll do is we'll continue to work with Steve and the team there, and reviewing the job descriptions, refining that, getting that posted onto the networks that we have. I serve on our APA Colorado, our American Planning Association Colorado board. I'm our president, so I have a lot of connections with different planners in different areas, as well as just those different conversations that occur. So we want to make sure that we're tapping into those networks, and finding the right fit for Grand Lake. Someone that really wants to grow and be part of the community and has great opportunity to grow into your planner for the town. And so as we look to identify someone, what we'll also do is through that posting, through the interviews, the timing is coming up where we have our national planning conference here in Denver. And we have a handful of state and national conferences in other places over the next couple months. So the timing is really right for those job postings, as well as the end of the year with students graduating from bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, et cetera. So as we get those applications, we'll review them, we'll vet them with town staff, and then work through interviews. And as someone gets on board, then we'll work with them, train them on the things we've learned, what we've observed, and then just help them out kind of day to day to answer questions. A lot of what we're doing now, if an inquiry comes in and Steve can answer it, he does, but a lot of times he'll reach out to us to just get our thoughts and our take on it from our interpretation of code. And so that's kind of the approach we would take with staff, to just be there to help support and answer questions.
Thank you, Josh.
Yes, thank you. You're a big help today.
I'll entertain action on this.
I can do it. I'd move that the board accepts resolution number 14-2025, directing the town manager to sign a contract with Ayers Associates to provide on-call planning services commencing February 15th, 2025, for a period of no longer than 1 year.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Please poll the board.
Trustee Cassell,
Aye.
trustee Ernst,
Aye.
trustee Soban,
Same.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
and trustee Shoner,
Aye.
Mayor Kudron,
Abstain.
and Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next one, you guys need to ask some more questions. I'm going to add to Josh and Angela. I'm going to add Eric and Molly from Antero Group. Hi, Eric. Hi, Molly. How are you guys?
Can you hear us?
And as the board, you guys know both Molly and Eric as well. They have been working on some of our planning priorities, and we put out an RFQ that is funded by DOLA for local planning capacity. That grant, the purpose of that grant is to be able to grow our code in such a way that some of these loopholes, some of the interpretations, especially in the way of ensuring that our affordable housing projects are not only streamlined, but they also get completed. In addition to looking at the code and our processes, the local planning capacity grant also has a carve out for 12 hours of our planners' time to do some of that type of work, as well as legal to be able to do the resolutions and the ordinances to be able to make the changes in the code that are necessary to get the code to the point that you all want, especially when it comes to affordable housing and getting the projects done. I received three responses. One of them was from ABW Consulting in Colorado Springs, and they thought we were a much larger town and that we were a city, and they didn't quite understand us. And I present you with a unique challenge, because both of the groups really have a great sense of what it is that we are looking to do. I feel we are lucky to have both groups, and I'd like to see both of them continue working with us. So I'll put that in, and I'll let Eric and Molly, you guys want to give a mention of when I sent this out to you guys, what you thought and how you could respond. And Bethany, who are you with? You're with Antero too. I see.
Hi,
it on
yeah, I'm
the
also with
screen.
Antero
And we also have Michael Schmitz here, who's.
Oh, hey, Michael.
Hello.
So
Okay.
talk to
Sure.
us.
Yeah. So you just want us to kind of talk through I guess, we did the planning priorities work, that we concluded, in January, and we really were very attracted to the community. We see that there's a lot of opportunity. There's also a lot of need. Having done the countywide tourism study, we understand Grand Lake is uniquely situated, in a lot of ways. You've got access through one road 6 months out of the year. You've got a limited footprint, from which to draw all kinds of housing needs. And we see this as an exciting opportunity to help you kind of think through how do you get housing, more affordable, more diverse housing options that fit within the character of the community, and can accommodate some of the workforce needs. We obviously we listened to a lot of the conversations tonight about the dynamic nature of commercial projects and ventures within the community and how those fit in, and workforce is certainly part of that, the challenge that is there, and we need to help figure out how to get more affordable housing into the community while recognizing that there's a lot of people who live there for a specific reason. There are a lot of second homeowners there, so you've got to balance all of that. And I think our thinking about that and our understanding of the priorities of the community, having worked with you all on those, we understand that housing affordability is really a critical component of how you're going to move forward. Whether that's the Space to Create project or some of the other things that you've looked at, or just creating some policies that allow for a little bit more diversity. We're not coming into it with a preconceived notion of what you need to do, but we certainly have a background and a set of tools and an understanding of what the opportunities are, both geographically there within Grand Lake and in adjacent areas. But also what the market would bear, and how to help position you. I mean, from our perspective, this is all about positioning
unless the town decides that they want to opt in and start building its own affordable housing, which we've also done. One of the examples we used was working with a school system in Michigan in a similarly situated community. It's a very high-end tourism community that has no affordable workforce housing. So the school took it on itself to say, hey, we need to attract families. And we kind of spearheaded that whole initiative, and we're still working through it. We ultimately did exactly what you're proposing to do. We helped draft an RFQ and solicit developers to build housing, and that's an ongoing project right now.
Thank you. Any questions?
Explain why we need this.
Yeah. When the state came to us in July to to Guy. And Guy didn't see a need to get our code changed and to get affordable housing built in a quick way. And when our local DOLA rep said that this is a way to be able to change the code without using your already stretched resources, to really be able to look at what parts of our code are keeping us from getting projects, from having private people come in and want to build reasonable housing here. And there's no answers. So this was an opportunity to be able to find some money to look into it just for our benefit.
Obviously, this is a 1-year contract, correct?
There's a limit. Yep, it's 12 months and we have $174,000 total in the grant.
Does that only apply for year one?
That's it.
And at the end of this year, at the end of this expenditure, we were expecting.
Output. We're expecting code changes. We're expecting project processes to help us. We're expecting our codes to be able to reflect our values when it comes to housing, whether it's affordable housing or
Are they going to be
market
helping
housing.
define not only just our code, but also defining some maybe parameters for what our future workforce or employee housing is going to be?
Yes. We can direct how specific that money gets spent within the parameters, which is pretty broad.
Yeah. I mean, I would like them to get started as soon as possible with finding not only a solution for the employee housing, but the documentation around it to protect us and to protect the plan and everything else.
Correct. Yep. And then the part two of that solution are the other RFQs for architects, engineers, and project managers to build space to create. Do you guys have any questions for Antero Group? Comments?
Have you done many projects like this before, specifically around employee housing in destination tourism-based towns like Grand Lake?
Yes, we're actively working on a couple in Michigan that are tourism driven. Actually, we're working on 4 different ones in Michigan that are all tourism driven. And there, it's around the beachfront. There are weekend bedroom communities for primarily the Chicago area. Very similar issues. They mirror exactly what you're having. They don't have adequate workforce. They've had to close restaurants 3 days a week because they can't staff their restaurants. It's creating a real economic challenge for the business owners. So they've had a lot of turnover. So in one case, we're working with the business that said, hey, we're going to take this on. We're going to build our own workforce housing. In another case, it's the school system. And we did exactly what you're doing. We had to solicit look at their policies. And then solicit a proposal or draft a proposal for an RFQ to get a developer in there, similar to what you're doing with the project manager approach. And we are looking at various strategies for how they can continue to encourage workforce housing. In another community, we built an entire toolkit, which has become a model that a lot of adjacent communities are looking to. And then in Texas, similarly, we work in the North Dallas area a lot. Many areas are second homes. It's a ranch type situation, and they are trying to get a more dynamic housing stock because they got overrun with people who had second homes or retirees who decided to move to those communities full time. And they're finding that they don't have a lot of opportunity for commercial growth or sustenance as a result. So very, very similar projects in different environments, slightly different scenarios. Michigan's a little bit more closely related to what you're trying to do. And then obviously we looked at Grand County. We have all of the data that we need, and then we have a real strong understanding of your priorities and past plans that have been adopted. Having gone through all of those, Molly has a lot of information about Grand Lake in her head. So we're excited for the opportunity. I think the conversation you've had all evening kind of highlights the need to really dig down into some of these things and look more closely at them. And we're ready to get started. Again, having just gone through all of your plans that we could possibly find, and dating back to what, 2007 or something, Molly. We're pretty familiar with what's going on in the community and what people have looked at, and we certainly know your priorities, and we know where housing sits within that hierarchy of priorities.
Thank you, Eric.
Anything else?
Does this go outside of the scope of just the Space to Create project?
Yes.
Yes.
All
It
affordable
definitely
housing.
will. It'll look at everything that you guys want us to look at.
Let's give Josh and Angela, you guys are still here too. Hi, you're back.
Yeah.
Talk to us.
Yeah. You bet. Yeah, no, it's a pleasure to be considered, obviously, for additional support within the community. And we're very active throughout the state of Colorado, our entire western region with housing. We've become kind of one of the go-to housing groups in terms of helping communities figure out what to do next. Part of that is built off of our work with the state. So we've worked closely with DOLA in various guidelines, drafting guidelines for strategies, as well as how do you move Proposition 123 fast track / expedited review processes. And how does that work for communities of different sizes? Because when the state drafted a lot of these laws, as many of you can imagine, the thought was on urban Denver areas, it was the Front Range, it was bigger cities, maybe even the resort communities. And they left a lot of gaps, a lot of areas open for interpretation. And when we work with DOLA on a lot of these things, what we've brought to the table is the idea that we need to look at what applies for a variety of communities because Colorado is diverse. Grand Lake, you're not Winter Park, you're not Breckenridge, you're not the Denver Front Range area. So the strategies you guys take on, when you hear fast track, expedited review, it takes on a whole different meaning than it does for a large metro community. And so we've worked with DOLA to develop all those guidelines and to create some tools and strategies already that communities are using across the state. As they work on their housing assessments, as we work on housing assessments for communities. We also take kind of a practical approach with data because a big part of this is looking at the housing analysis from a high level. What's happening, what's needing to be done. The state requires now through the recent guidelines DOLA just published a couple months ago. If you've had the chance to read through it, it's a 100-page guideline document. And we've had a lot of talks with DOLA about how that really applies at the local level. And the challenge is they want a ton of data. And our firm believes, yes, data is great for informing decisions, but at the same time, as soon as we provide all that data, it's outdated. And data is so readily available anymore. We want to make sure you have the right information you need to really reflect your community. And so part of that is getting out into the community and talking with the residents. While a lot of efforts have been done, strategic planning, code updates over the past, comprehensive plan efforts, all these different things with corridors, et cetera. The big thing we want to do is really meet the community and talk about housing and what that looks like and start to provide education materials as part of this effort. As we dive into assessment and analysis, like what is it and what isn't it? What are the other opportunity sites outside of just the space to create? There's a lot of sites throughout the community, such as the Ruger annexation we heard about tonight, that presents a lot of opportunities if we have the right policies and code language in place. And so we've been working with a lot of communities throughout the state to look at their codes. And I think what's fun about that is, yes, you could say, well, you could just take this, copy it, move it over here. But every community we've touched, every code we've written, every single one looks different because it relates to that community and what they need. So that's kind of been a fun exercise. Also a little challenging because, you got to kind of reinvent the wheel every time, but it's a lot of fun doing that. In addition, as we're looking at policies and we're talking about efforts, we propose that our economic and housing specialist, Mike Scholl, he is a former all of us worked in the public sector, so we've been in your shoes, we get it. He worked at the city of Loveland for about 20 years, and as part of that effort, he's worked on numerous housing projects, helping get those going for the community. He worked on a makerspace art studio space. And then recently we've helped assist the city of Craig as their owner's rep and a few on the Eastern Plains and then up in Laramie, Wyoming with some affordable housing projects. And what he's done, I wish I could speak to it. Unfortunately, he couldn't join us tonight because he's a little under the weather, but he was able to stack a lot of different funding opportunities to help see those projects come to fruition. So a lot of fun with how he goes about those different efforts. And in terms of, kind of answering a question, I know you asked Eric and the group there is, we've worked on projects like this between Lander, Wyoming, Laramie, Wyoming, Craig, Colorado, Meeker, Colorado. We just did South Route, so Yampa and Oak Creek to the west of you all. We're currently doing some efforts over in the Eastern Plains for a lot of regional communities. And then we have a handful of other communities that we can definitely dive into, but don't want to take up too much of your time. One thing that Mike also proposed with our scope is his Think Like a Developer workshop, which is a lot of fun. What he'll do is he'll bring decision makers, point elected officials together and really talk through that development process. And he provides a pro forma. So that way you all have that to move forward as projects come forward. If we're not in the picture anymore moving forward, you have that so you can be able to assess different projects that come in that's kind of set up for you all. So those are different things we'll look at. Again, policies, regulations, different sites and strategies and what those opportunities look like. But we also want to identify through code. And I know we've heard a lot from the community, both through Plan Commission and the meeting tonight, that they like the code, but it's also been around for 20 years. So where are those opportunities to create more housing diversity? Where are those opportunities to create barriers for affordable housing? So there's opportunities for those moving forward. With that, I don't know, Angela, do you have anything to add? I know you've been pretty involved in the code. You're on mute still.
Yeah, my mute. I think I've been on mute so long that
I know you've been in the code a little bit more with all the day-to-day and some of the building permit stuff too in the town. So
right. And I view Prop 123 from a utilitarian standpoint. I like being able to use it for whatever the town needs. We're gonna get the housing, but it's also we can if there are any incongruencies in the code, we can fix it. If it gives us an opportunity to fund fixing any applications that are confusing, any, like Josh mentioned a little bit, we can make guidance documents. It can really help the town get their planning materials and code in order. So that's what I like.
Yeah, and what's great about that too, you all know with the accessibility requirements we all have to follow now, making sure that we get everything online accessible, fully accessible. And sometimes our codes aren't the most accessible when they're on Unicode, and a lot of that just has to do with how the code gets over there. So there's that, all the handouts, guidelines, maps, etc., that we would work with you all to completely make accessible to meet the state requirements, which is a little bit more convoluted and harder than you may think, just on surface. So, but we've been doing that for a little over a year and a half now, just knowing that that was coming up for a lot of our community partners here in the state, trying to get ahead of that. So, thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Questions? Comments?
We're choosing between one of these two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you're choosing between one of these two fine organizations.
Discuss it without.
What would you like to do?
Discuss it without.
Oh, okay.
The board would ask that we can discuss it without you guys. So I will let you guys both know tomorrow if that's okay with you.
Of course.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, no, sounds good. And Steve, I don't think you need us anymore for anything tonight.
Nope, nope.
Okay. I didn't think there were
Thank
any
you.
other planning things. So
Thank you, guys.
thank you all.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you all
Thank
for hanging
you.
out with us all night too.
Good night.
Yeah,
Bye.
thanks for the opportunity.
It's almost
Thank you.
tomorrow, Eric.
Yeah.
Really?
Just so y'all know, it's 3.
You're young, you can handle it.
Till 1861.
Yes, you can. You can do it.
1861.
They're not a part of those groups, so trustees.
Yep,
Have
they're
a
on.
conversation.
Okay. I'm kind of for the idea of Antero. We already have heirs.
That's what I was thinking too.
We've just so we're kind of have the best of both worlds with both of them.
And at any point, we could, I mean, this contract is flexible regardless of what it is. If we go 3, 4, 5 months down the line and we're seeing a lot of benefit working with one or the other or both, we could adjust it.
Right. One of the jobs is coming from a funded pool that has specific guidelines on what it needs to be used for. And the other one is supporting us, but both of them are on-call services. That they're the scope of the work with the affordable housing planning assistance is to get those outputs. And that's a big part of the organization. And certainly, it doesn't mean that some of that work can't cross over to.
I would like to engage one for the regular day-to-day stuff and one for, I think that's what our plan was, right? And one for the housing project based. And then take a look at that. What are your thoughts on this? And just kind of gauge their impact there.
Trustee Salon, some of that, answer your question that do we need this? I started to help the mayor looking at projects. I said, oh, well, I'll help you. We got any bid documents so we can go bid like the place? Nope, can't do that because we were going to originally hire Scott Munn. They have to go out with RFQs, they have to 3 bid architects, 3 bid engineers, 3 bid anybody, soil samples. So it was beyond us real quick that we can't put all those RFQs out there. And who's the best people for those projects,
And maybe there's even a creative way around that, which is another thing that I wanted to maybe.
We couldn't find one, like you can't go hire a contractor or a general contractor and have them go do it all. Cause some of them go, oh yeah, we have all these in-house. Well, good, I'm glad you have an in-house architect, but have a 3 bid and am I misstating anything, Mr. Mayor?
No, and in fact, there's homework tonight.
Yeah.
So I'll be sharing with you some of the, in the next day or two. It's okay, it's just a sign-up sheet. It's getting late, but I do want to show you guys what that looks like.
It was
because
big.
it's 500 pages that I printed today in 18 bids. And some of them have 6 different companies and engineers, and 3 of the bids have the same engineer. And it's because they're all putting together project teams to
Then you
put
go
their
back
best
to-
foot forward
You wanna
and
do modular, you wanna do stick build, you wanna do, it's just started. I looked in the mirror and went, whoa. It's
It's a lot.
It's a big cliff to jump off here.
But we need to jump.
Yeah. And then we
We
got
need
the
to do
different
something.
sites and.
So after working with both of these planners for
2 months, yeah.
seems like water. Especially tonight.
Fully.
My personal preference leans toward payers. I feel like,
Or both.
yeah, and I don't know if I should throw it out there in the meeting, but possibly if Antero were to allow some of their other presenters to do more, which I would expect on something larger like this.
So Molly's done a ton of the work.
And I would love to hear from Mo. I don't like really heard from Mo. Based on the quick short interview here, you know, Ayers is doing obviously quite a bit. Now, does that put it to where they're busy? I don't know what their team looks like, you know, aside from generally the three that they've got. Are they really too busy to handle what we're looking for? Obviously, Antero went through some of that planning process with us originally. And so they've got good background information on that, but at the same time, I also felt like some of the presentation that they shared in previous meetings was lacking and or I don't know if I could call it generally vague. And the answers, I don't know how you want to put that.
You put it pretty well.
They had a lot of stuff they wanted us, the scopes, was just
Yep.
huge. I
And,
couldn't- it was-
you know, I'm not in that planning world, so maybe that's just how it all goes. I would say that thus far, I feel like I've been more impressed with theirs.
You know, all the Ontario guys are in Michigan, right?
No, Molly's here.
Is she here? Okay.
Mindy's here too.
Right.
The one gal,
Okay.
Bethany, was an intern.
Okay.
So she and Ayers had an intern on in one of their meetings last week too.
Do we, I mean, I'm asking, I feel like Antero has more experience though in the workforce housing. Is it just that they've done more bigger projects?
Did they really answer that, Ayers? Was like,
Ayers is more functional.
kind of the sense they got, so I'm glad you also felt the same.
Yeah, I just feel like Antero's more, I mean, I agree with you and I really like Ayers and I think Josh is fabulous.
Yeah.
But I just think Antero is more the feet to the ground.
Strategic planning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely get that same vibe. I mean, with agencies, you'll see someone's gonna be really great with customer service and hand holding and making you feel comfortable and guiding you through these processes and showing you reports and building you great pieces and things like that. And then others are gonna be more geared towards strategic and they're not going to be super hand holding, like, okay, this is your plan, this is what we need to do, X, Y, Z. And there's not a lot of fluff to the engagement with them. You can either pay for customer service and hand holding and guidance, or you can pay for a strategic plan. And that's where I feel like these two really differ, and that's why I was glad you mentioned we could do that with both of them. Is utilize both of those resources. Because I think we need a little bit of the hand holding and the guidance, because we really don't have a planning arm. But we also need someone who's going to be aggressive with planning and strictly focus on that and find the right solution for us quickly. Rather than just, how are you guys feeling about this? What about these options and things like that, you know?
The piece that I like too is having both of them. They're gonna check and balance each other too. If one has an issue with code and we're working through it, then they're gonna discuss it with the other one. And be able to come up with something that everybody agrees on.
They both weren't very happy when I said they were both gonna be on when we talked to them. And,
that's
and that was a
impressive,
part of
right?
it, yeah.
Yeah.
That to see how they'd react to one another.
I don't think they'd want to work together.
Well, they
I
want,
wouldn't if I was.
well, I don't know
You're
that they
gonna
wanna
have one
work
eye here and one eye
together.
back here to make sure you're not getting thrown into the bus like the other guys.
I don't think I would put them in the same room in a
No.
project.
Well,
But
no,
I
I say they're
think- I
gonna
think they
talk to each
complement
other.
in different strengths they offer
Jim?
I like Ayers.
for both of them.
Yes.
I do too. Well, they are all Colorado. They know the architects, the builders, the engineers, and all the people.
Huh?
You know, I saw my window and everything.
So? No, it's back to you, I'm sorry.
I'm
stepping out.
I'm for both.
Can you refresh what we're signing a 1-year contract with?
Both of them.
So we don't sign more than a 1-year contract. One of them is a fixed dollar contract. That there's
That's the
X
grant.
dollars, that's the grant.
And that's
But that
specifically-
spends more, it isn't just their money. It's planner money, it's lawyer money. So that's, the whole grant covers a number of things. But when that grant's done, that project is done. The other one, I put it a year because we need to renew those kind of contracts yearly.
I vote Ayers. Well,
All right, it sounds like we have two options. Both
Okay, Artie.
or Ayers.
I would like to see both.
I'm okay with starting with both. And seeing where it goes.
Okay.
I want to get over this. You gotta manage them, so I'll give you what you want.
The sense in having both.
Okay, well then if that's what we're gonna go with,
Yeah.
Miss, so please make a motion.
Oh, stand by. I know, but I've been staring at this computer for almost 40 hours. Today, so we'll get that. It's in here somewhere.
It is,
I moved to,
Closed.
oh. The
Res-
board hereby directs the town manager to sign a contract with both Ayers and
No,
No, this would just be-
resolution 15,
Oh, this is the
2025,
other
a
one.
resolution approving a contract
so this would
with
just-
Antero Group for local planning capacity support.
So moved.
you have a motion
Getting
Second.
late. Do what I can.
and a second.
So moved.
Please pull the board. I was just.
Trustee Sobon,
Same.
trustee Artson,
Aye.
trustee Shoner,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Kuso,
Aye.
Mayor Kudron,
Aye.
and Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. You'll be in touch with Antero. Next, we have consideration to approve remote broadcasting invoice from KFFR Radio for the Grand Lake Ski Touring event.
You want to take this, Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure. Let me,
The town recently entered a marketing agreement with KFFR. They need $2,000 more because they want to, that's what the mayor told me.
well. The $2,000 for the ski touring event is so that we can broadcast it live. So whereas they are saying, they do music and they do spots, that this event all day Saturday will be broadcast live. The exciting piece of it is that they are bringing in an announcer. So whoever their DJ is will be a KFFR DJ and there'll be music, but there'll also be a ski touring announcer who knows the horses, who knows the riders, knows about the event. And so they'll be able to, relay what's happening and why they do some of the things they do or rules and and all of that.
Have they done this before, or is it just like a really good DJ who's gonna review the documentation and sound cool over the announcer? Is this like?
No, he does this. It's his job.
Ski touring announcing?
Mhm. Yep, he announces the ski touring. He has announced, I think he announced Craig and,
He does
It
rodeo
makes
too.
the whole entire event, you gotta have the right.
It
announcer.
does.
That's what I was
You have
asking.
to. It's
Yeah.
so important, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
so the
And
announcer
rodeo?
piece is key. And then I think it's just fun for us to kind of have it out there, live broadcast and, music as well that they will provide, you know, in between events and races and get it all on the air and continue to grow the event.
So KFFR is getting the announcer.
No, the announcer is coming through the Ski Touring Association. They have one, and the KFFR will get with him once they have his name and information. They may already have that.
So is this money going to hiring that person plus having them here?
This
It's just a KFFR. There's an
Yeah.
invoice included.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with the announcement.
Correct. Other than the announcer is going to be on the radio.
live broadcasting.
Do they typically do this for ski touring? Radio announcing?
It's bigger. They're trying to get,
TV.
yeah,
Normally.
yeah.
Like I'm trying to work with, this is just a little side note, but I'm trying to get a live screen so that in the park, if you're down at one end and you want to see the finals and you can't see the beginning, kind of bringing more in, this could be huge.
No, I
It's
love
gonna
it.
be big this year, but we'd like to get it bigger every year. Huger.
Maybe the biggest there's ever been.
Maybe ever. Ever, huger. Okay. I would entertain action on this.
Question, this is billed to Grand Lake Ski Drawing, is it billed to Grand Lake, Grand Lake? Would that be more accurate on the invoice?
Yeah. This is the invoice that was presented to us to see if we'd pay it.
Or coat.
Yep, that's it.
Matt handed this to you.
Nope, he didn't.
Emailed it.
He did.
Email.
I got nothing here.
It's all email.
I got nothing.
So,
Out of curiosity, we didn't do this for the Winter Carnival, how does this differ?
The Winter Carnival came out of our $5,000.
You know what?
Our $5,000. That was kind of a little bonus.
Oh,
We're
from
doing
our
$5,000.
budget item, yeah, okay.
Every read.
Number 14.
Their dad's used to slime. So is this just a motion to approve the invoice?
It's within the manager's purview, but you know, with an interim and with it being a first shot and you know, all the other stuff going on.
The board hereby directs the town mayor, wait.
Did you say the Lord?
Amen. I got an amen.
amen. We got 1 a.m. Amen. Can I get another?
I move that the board approves the request for marketing funds for the live broadcast of the Grand Lake Ski Tour on March 8th.
We have a motion.
Second.
Please pull the board.
Trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Shoner,
Aye.
trustee Sobon,
Aye.
trustee Casso,
Aye.
trustee Arnson.
Aye.
Mayor Kudron,
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Next item, last item. Getting there. Is that okay?
Mhm.
CDOT letter of support. CDOT's again trying to find federal funds to be able to do avalanche mitigation, specifically to do an additional study on Berthoud Pass. The purpose of this study is to be able to put more permanent cannons and to see if that process of that directed mitigation is really getting the benefit that they want it to. As a result, CDOT asked all of the towns in Grand Lake to support their Grand County to support their effort and
11 o'clock.
and get this. This letter is the first letter to the Honorable Sean Duffy with the U.S. Department of Transportation, the new Transportation Secretary. So he was put in a week ago and now we're sending him letters.
Nice.
Any
Okay.
questions for me?
All right, I'll entertain action.
Move to direct the mayor pro tem to sign a letter of support for Colorado statewide avalanche discretionary grant protocol discretionary grant application.
Motion
Second.
and a second, please poll the board.
Trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Arnson,
Aye.
trustee Shoner,
Aye.
trustee Sobon,
Aye.
trustee Casso. Mayor Kudron
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you very much. On future items for consideration.
Right here.
Mhm.
Right.
Yes.
So- On Friday was our deadline for architect and engineer services, and we received 18 proposals from 18. We do need to take a look at these, and make sure that we're looking at finding the right one. What I would like to ask is if you have the capacity, stop by tomorrow or Wednesday or send me an email and I'll bring you a few to be able to look at them. If you want to take a few today, just so I'll just write down your name and you can bring them back.
So that's the 18 different ones right there.
Yeah.
When do we need to have this reviewed and completed by?
I need to get it down to a final
I hear you.
list.
Are you gonna be here or at the duck shop?
I'm always here.
Okay.
I only go to the duck shop after work to meet,
I'll
but
just come hang out and stay.
We're choosing 3, I'm assuming.
And this is for our space.
our space architect,
Architect.
Yeah.
Just architect.
architect, engineer, consultant, yeah.
Okay.
And then the other one is project management.
That one is not closed out yet.
Right. I wanted to get one of these stacks at a time.
Good
So,
call.
okay. Very much. You have to take care of your stuff before I give you.
Get to a drawing point and then we just, it's like paint dry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's mine.
Any other, that was really loud. Any other items, for future items for consideration for manager Gudrun? If I don't hear anything, I'm gonna move on. Okay.
One item for the next item on agenda. That you'll know that 300
Are we
Maria
still
Drive
recording?
is something that I want to make sure that you clarify. I'm already into tomorrow, folks.
Yeah,
Let's
let's
get going.
just keep going.
Some of the comment today regarding our Board of Adjustments remanded it to the Planning Commission. And with Scotty here, because he and I had a conversation, we don't have a Board of Adjustments currently. The Board of Trustees is a currently acting Board of Adjustments. As a result, you will be acting as a Board of Adjustments at our next board meeting on an item that will be coming before you. They rarely happen, but this one is a variance to stream setbacks and cantilever dock. You'll learn more about it in 2 weeks. But I just wanted to make sure you knew you'll be acting as a Board of Adjustments.
Where is this at?
I thought Mickey told us that the planning commission is the Board of Adjustments.
The board 2 years ago, because we didn't have a Board of Adjustment, it became the boards of trustees.
Where is 300?
It's right on the corner. Elmer's old house.
Oh, this one?
300.
No, the one on the water.
The one that,
This one.
Or that's
that one's coming on our plate and falling off. multiple
Right,
times.
right. They finally have a plan that'll work. Okay. All right.
Okay. Mayor's report, it's just us. So I'm gonna say thank you to everybody. This is a lot tonight and we still have an executive session. So thank you for everything you do and taking your time and being patient and working through the Leatherwood project. Appreciate the public's input on these issues and I'm going to take us into executive session now. read that when I find it. Is Rob on?
Yes, he is.
Is that other person still on?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is going to read my piece, but now I have lost it.
No, I don't.
Okay, I would like to entertain action to take us into executive session pursuant to section 24-6-402 for BCRS to confer with the town attorney on specific legal questions related to the town manager contract and employment.
So moved.
Please pull the board.
Trustee Arnson.
Aye.
Trustee Sobon.
Aye.
Trustee Shoner.
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Kuso.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Berquist.
Aye. Right, you get wording.
So if you have that live streaming and you have to shoot the horse that goes down.
No, you don't shoot the horse.
That's your job though, isn't it?
Not on live radio.
No, we don't shoot them, first of all. How do we turn this on? Elena, do you know how to turn this on?
On the side. I just did that with some.
It's a liability.
That's.
Are they in?
No, keep on.
Scotty needs to hear this.
Oh, that's right. Wish you were here. I bet you don't.
I'm sorry you guys still are.
I'm pretty sure Steve has a bed in his office.
You may need it.
She's gonna bring us batteries. Our recorder
If he ever
isn't
leaves.
working. Oh.
Oh, great.
Call 911, somebody's
Bit of
there.
drill. Sorry.
A few more hours and I'll be up 20, so I need to go to bed. Oh,
We're back on.
we're back on. Hello to anybody out there that's still listening. We have just exited executive session. I,
That'll do it.
Mr. Prob,
Yeah, I'll note for the record that the executive session was within the scope of the statute, and I was present as the town attorney throughout, so it's subject to the attorney-client privilege. And I just want to confirm that, Elena, did you hand out my memo to everyone then? Does everybody have it?
Yep, they have it.
Your name.
got it.
Tell me if you have questions.
Thank you. I would entertain one more action at this time, February
Um,
10th at 11:50.
I moved to adjourn tonight's meeting.
Second.
Please pull the board.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah.
Scotty.
Get some sleep.
Thank you, Scotty. Bye.